Madsen's now scored 103 consecutive innings.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to... In fact, I'm going to do that again because that wasn't very enthusiastic. A very good morning and welcome to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Derbyshire. The crowd are making their way in, not the biggest crowd, I have to say. A very good morning to Dave Fletch, who's sitting next to me on my right. Morning, Fletch.
Morning, Adrian. Morning. I thought you were enthusiastic enough.
Did you?
That was all right.
I thought it was a little bit sort of unenthusiastic. The ground staff are out doing some running repairs on the square. A fellow with a broom sweeping away a bit of dust. So a couple of things to report this morning is that we have another third voice with us today. Nikki Chowdhury was with us yesterday. Nikki not with us today, but delighted to welcome Chloe Brewer to our commentary team. And Chloe's going to join us after 11:30. She was with us for the first game of the season against Nottinghamshire. That seems ages ago now.
April.
I think then Chloe's been around doing some commentary at various other grounds, so Chloe will join us after 11:30.
And she's got research. I'm terrified.
Yeah,
she's got research.
Chloe has got a notebook and a pen.
Unbelievable.
So we're impressed.
Well, I'm slightly scared.
So well done, Chloe. A quick natter to make sure that you can hear us around the ground. My good friend Julian and Tim.
Two of them now.
Are both waving
All
their
waving
hats.
now.
Julian, I met this morning. Julian was driving out of the ground, and I thought, why are you driving out of the ground? And he couldn't get a parking space. There's a lot of problem with parking here today. And Julian was sent to another place to park, and he's managed to park. I don't know if it's for free.
No, it's not for free, no.
The parking charges are outrageous.
Aren't they?
Oh, my Lord.
I walked out the ground yesterday and Hassan Adnan, one of the two umpires, who I know, obviously, former Derbyshire player, but I've sort of got to know him over the last few years, and just had a quick chat about the day's play, and he said, where are you parked? And I said, well, fortunately, we're in the ground and we're leaving the cars here and getting the bus back to Brighton. He said, oh, right. He said, 20 quid a night I'm paying.
It's outrageous. Honestly, I just...
20 quid a night to park your car.
No, it's outrageous.
Unbelievable. You'd be better off leaving it in the street and letting it get clamped and just paying a one-off fee.
I just don't get it. I think businesses around the country trying to encourage people in post-COVID and all the rest of it. You go into city centres, cost the earth to park, so you don't bother. So anyway, that's a story for another day. The umpires are making their way out. Hassan Adnan, who Dave was talking about, alongside Graham Lloyd. And I have to say, very much Derbyshire's day yesterday, Fletcher. I thought fighting back from 83 for 4, closing on 3, 39 for 5. Negotiated 16 overs with the new ball without undue alarm, I thought, to be fair.
17 in the end, wasn't it?
17 it was, you're quite right. We had an extra over.
An extra over yesterday. We actually had 97 overs in the day. I've never seen it before. Sussex rather foolishly bowled their overs too quickly. So we got an extra over it. But yeah, they would have been hoping clearly that the new ball would strike, and sadly it didn't for Sussex. And the good news for Derbyshire is that Wayne Madsen is on 171 not out as we resume, and Anos Dahl, who's on 45 not out, have already put on 136 for the 6th wicket. The record just 2 more than that by Ian Anderson and Paul Newman here in 1985 against Sussex. So they've got some way to go until the record against anybody, but Anos Dahl was involved in that last year with Brooke Guest against Leicestershire at the county ground in Derby. So, but Wayne Madsen said to me last night, in a way that you would have expected him to have said, I mean, he enjoyed it out there. He said that in the morning, when Sussex put the ball in the right area, it was very difficult.
Right, interesting.
Which is sort of pointed, suggesting that they didn't always put it in the right area.
Yeah.
And that he felt that there was plenty of hard work to come for the remaining Derbyshire batsmen. because they want to get 500 plus, and he thinks that if they get 500 plus, then the two spinners later in the game, Mark Watt and Alex Thompson, could well have a big say in this game. So Wayne Madsen giving plenty away last night, which is always good when they give something away, isn't it?
I have to say, Fletcher, we had this conversation yesterday that most cricketers are very pleasant people to speak to. They've always got something to say. And I only very briefly said to Wayne Madsen last night, well batted, and he said, oh, thank you very much. And just in that 2 seconds, you only get one chance to make a first impression, don't you? And he just came across a very, very pleasant man.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He's a real ambassador. He's been on the radio a number of times, not in a cricketing way, if you know what I mean. He's come on and been a guest on various shows and done bits and pieces, and he's a top man. It's Wayne Madsen. Top man.
Well, he batted beautifully yesterday, and let's not forget he came in when Derbyshire were in a degree of trouble on 24 for 2. And the man who got those opening wickets yesterday is going to open the bowling again this morning. I thought he was probably the pick of the Sussex bowlers yesterday. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 43. He made the batsman play. I was just going to say, that left arm over angle of attack. It looks like this morning he's going to come left arm round, just to spoil exactly what I said. He's in deep discussion with Steve Finn and Tom Haynes, just in front of us.
Because they couldn't have worked out the field that he wants in the 5 minutes ago, could they?
Do you know, I do despair. I mean, to be fair to Sussex yesterday, the over 8 was very good.
Yes, it was.
But let's hope it's much the same today. Anyway, Sean Hunt is going to get things underway on day 2 here. A very warm welcome wherever you're listening from on what is so far a lovely sunny morning. And it's going to be Sean Hunt who's coming running in to bowl to Anuj Dal, who's on 45. He's in the bowls, and immediately that's wide of the off stump, taken by keeper Carter. And there is no run. Quite a bit of cloud around, quite breezy as well. Depends what weather forecast you listen to. Some people saying we could get a shower or two. That's early this afternoon. Others say it's going to be dry, but with a bit of luck, we're going to get a decent amount of cricket today. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It was almost a deep backward square, actually, as in comes Hunt. As the sun disappears, he's in and bowls, and Dahl lets that one go outside the off-stump, taken by Carter.
There was too much of that yesterday from the Sussex bowlers, I thought. A lot of balls were bowled outside, and not fourth stump as we were talking about, but sixth stump, but another set of stumps wide of the off. And the batsmen in this form of cricket simply aren't going to play it unless it's right in the slot, and when it was in the slot, it was hit away.
It's a good point, and certainly Steve Finn 1 over. I think we counted 6 deliveries. The batsman didn't have to play it any of them. In comes Hunt bowls. That's better. Hit on the pad, and there's a loud appeal, which was sort of cut short. And again, from our position, we are wicket to wicket, so we ought to have a really good view of whether that was out. But it isn't a great view because we're looking straight at the back of Graham Lloyd, and you can barely see the angle of delivery. So whether that was
it looked like he angled that one in, didn't he? And therefore it may well have gone down leg side. But
I've just moved away from Fletch a little bit, not because I don't like you, Fletch, because I get a slightly better view from this side of the commentary box. In comes Hunt bowls, and that is wide of the off stump, and Dahl lets that go through to Carter, and there is no run. We were talking yesterday about the importance of this game. We're halfway through the county championship season. For Sussex, a win would mean that they win their first game in the championship for 20 matches, a run stretching back to last April. For Derbyshire point of view, is a win, if they win here, that could take them right in contention for the promotion places. In comes Hunt and bowls. That's the first run of the morning as Anuj Dal plays that through the offside and picks up a single. The first run of the day, 340 for 5. Away to my left-hand side, sitting in the southwest stand, is a group of school children in their purple T-shirts and jumpers and sweatshirts who've been brought down for a day at the cricket, so lucky them. And they're sitting right in the middle of the stand. There's the chatter that you can hear as in comes Hunt. Around the wicket, bowls, and driven away by Madsen for his first run of the day as well. Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Archie Denham, I think, all the way out there. It's the end of Sean Hunt's first over of the day, safely negotiated by the Derbyshire batsmen. They've added 2 to their overnight score, 341 for 5. If you'd like to send us an email, it'd be lovely to hear from you today, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Fletch Sport, and that will find its way to us. Opening the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground is going to be Jack Brooks. 16 overs yesterday, 1 maiden, 0 for 72, so disappearing at about 4.5 an over yesterday was Jack Brooks. We have to say there is a very short boundary on the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground, so as Wayne Madsen is taking strike through the offside, it is a very short boundary. No one protecting it at the minute, and we thought, Fletcher and I yesterday in commentary, that Sussex went a bit defensive a bit early yesterday with the new ball. Obviously they'd have been worried about that short offside boundary, but nonetheless they put a sweeper back there very early on. Not this morning, looks like they're going on the attack, which I think is absolutely the right thing to do.
It's Brooks then bowling to Wayne Madsen, turned into the leg side, straight to the man up, well, straight-ish to the man at mid-wicket, who I think is Archie Lenham. It's his kind of size.
No, that's not what you want, really, is it? It was
punched to the ground because he misfielded it.
Yeah, he did, and he's very hard on himself, is Archie. But I think on the second morning, you want everybody absolutely. You've done all your warm-ups and everything. You really don't want to just let the batsman escape with a simple single.
Yeah, Dahl. Madsen rather moves on to 173. They now have the outright record for the 6th wicket against Sussex, set in 1985. This one's pushed out into the offside by Dahl, no run. It's fielded there by Delray Rawlins, who has a shy at the stumps at the far end for no apparent reason, because Wayne Madsen was back in his crease. Ian Anderson and Paul Newman back in 1985 put on 138.
Great stat.
Oh, flagged up, clearly. Flagged up to me.
Great research, Fletch.
Yes, thank you. This next delivery from Brooks is a long way wide of the off stump. And Dahl allows it to go through. Dahl actually holds, with Brooke Guest, the record against anybody for Derbyshire for the 6th wicket of 227 against Leicestershire at the county ground last season. It was a terrific partnership, and we all got very, very excited. I remember there's precious little else to be excited about, in all honesty, is this next delivery from, that's a good delivery from, it's a no ball though, so it wouldn't have mattered, but it just went past the edge of Anuj Dahl's bat, perhaps a little bit of shape through the air. We can actually see that from here, which is good. It's not often when the view from behind the batsman is better than the view looking from behind the bowler, is it?
No.
I think it is.
Agreed.
From our vantage point, as Dahl pushes this next delivery out into the offside, and Ali Orr does the fielding cover.
One thing I thought yesterday, Dave, contributed to Derbyshire's overall performance. I thought the running between the wickets was very good.
Yeah.
I thought their ability to pick up the singles, to notice when the fielders have been moved, picking the gaps. I thought that was excellent. A real feature of Derbyshire yesterday.
It's just, you should have noticed that, because I'm certain, as Brooks comes in again from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Dahl, that one just bounces a little bit on him, and he manages to keep it under control as it goes down to third man for a single, and they move up to 345 for 5. But when a new coach comes in, yes, he can start coaching the players in their technique and the bowlers in their technique and all the rest of it. But there are some things that you can instantly improve. And Eddie Barlow did it way back when he suddenly turned Derbyshire from, well, absolute rubbish into a half-decent team, as this next delivery is defended by Madsen out into the offside. End of the over, and sit down with 345 for 5. And you can improve the fielding, which has generally improved, but you can improve the running between the wickets as well, can't you? And in the Championship and in T20, it's been very noticeable that an awful lot of ones have become twos, and no runs of, well, yeah, we'll sneak through for one and we'll keep rotating the strike. And that's something you can do, and it puts a lot of pressure on the opposition when they're rotating the strike, especially earlier on, not so much at the moment with two right-handers out there, but the number of right-hand and left-hand combinations that Derbyshire have got. There are more left-handed batsmen than there are right-handed batsmen in the Derbyshire side.
Sean Hunt, the son, is back with us, comes in and bowls to Derby. Lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. Is no run. Just some breaking cricket news. There was a lot of speculation last night around social media on the future of Owen Morgan as England captain, and the BBC are reporting this morning that he's set to retire from international cricket. An official announcement could be made on Tuesday. I think he's had a number of injuries, Owen Morgan, hasn't he? And there was a bit of speculation last week over in Holland. Maybe that was going to happen. In comes Hunt and bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Dahl through to the keeper. There is no run. Oh, they're just going to shut the window. Oh, that's the chatter you can hear in our effects. You need.
Whoa, there we go.
There we go. There it goes. Oh dear. There's some noise. Oh, there we are. So they've got this big heavy window, and it does weigh a ton.
Yeah.
But that's been shut. So yeah, so an official announcement due this morning, but the BBC have obviously got enough information to think that that's
two sources.
Yeah. In comes Hunt and bowls, and 4 runs between first slip and wicket keeper. I mean, good to see that one. I mean, neither have moved. Neither Carter nor Alsop at first slip have moved. And interestingly, yesterday, and that brings up Dahl's half-century, 51 off 143 balls in 147 minutes with 5 fours. But I don't know if that was a chance, but it was certainly straight between Ollie Carter and Tom Alsop at first slip. There's quite a gap between them. Yesterday, Carter was standing to Hunt quite a way. We made a point of it, actually, in commentary. He looks a lot straighter today. So whether that was a chance.
Are going to show a replay of that or not? If they're not, I'm going to get it back up again now. They've gone back to his 50 then, so let's have a look. We'll get it, Adrian.
I think there's some...
I missed it again. I think it was in the air. But it's whether it was... And it's the wicket-keeper's catch for me, that, if it is a catch.
Well, Carter... Let's break off as in comes Hunt, bowls to Dahl, who's forward, plays into the offside, footed by Rawlins, and there is no run. Yesterday, we commented that Ollie Carter was standing almost at 6th stump. Today, he's almost right behind the stumps.
Yeah, no, it's landed probably a foot in front of Slip's left leg, and no chance. So absolutely no, not a chance at all. Not a chance.
That'll please. Sussex haven't had an opportunity that they've missed, as in comes Hunt again, bowls, and Dahl is forward. Good line of length this morning from Sean Hunt in this over, making the batsman play. 3:49 for 5. There's a little group of supporters that I noticed yesterday when Wayne Madsen went through to his century and his 150. There's some people sitting in the front row over by the scoreboard, and they all got up and applauded. So
yes, Derbyshire supporters there. I can spot a couple of familiar faces.
Yeah.
Well, familiar shapes. I can't really see their faces from here.
Hunt. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and driven by Dahl through the offside and picks up a single, and that's all they'll pick up as Archie Lenham comes into field. An over that cost 5 runs, but a better over in terms of making the batsman play. But Derbyshire move on to 350 for 5. That single bringing up the 350. Dahl on 52, Madsen on 173. I would imagine for Derbyshire here it's all about building a huge lead or a huge first innings total. And if they can pick up maximum batting bonus points, which they ought to do from here really, what have they got? 10 overs to get 50 runs. So
they could do it. It'll be tight, wouldn't it? But
do you think that's second on the priority list, Fletch?
Priorities. Yes, I think so. I think being out there now with 4 batting bonus points is not bad. You'd always expect to pick up maximum bowling points, but this one is a new over from Jack Brooks, and it's pushed out into the offside by Anashdal. There's no run, goes straight to Delray Rawlins. Rizwan just showing off his football skills there. They are minimal. He's just spat out his piece of chewing gum and tried to volley it. It's gone about 5 yards behind him. Brooks bowls. Dahl drives straight to Alior at cover. there's no run.
You want to go sliding into a bit of chewing gum that's been left on.
No, but you can see it quite clearly from where we are.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I wonder if that's what it is, just behind him.
Yeah, just behind him. That's as far as he got it. That's as far as he could volley a piece of chewing gum. That's no more than a couple of yards. He seemed very pleased with himself. Brooks bowls, that's a good delivery. Pushed out into the offside once again by Dahl, right behind it. But yeah, you're right. Getting to 500 is clearly far more important than getting to 400 and another bonus point. Because if you get to 500, you oughtn't to lose a game.
Yeah, you're in control of it.
Yeah, and we have seen games, especially in the Test at the moment, where 500 isn't necessarily a winning score. But Dahl defends this next one, and there's only 3 players playing out there at the moment: Brooks, Dahl, and Orr, who does the fielding once again. Looking nice and lively out there in the covers. The wind's changed direction. It was blowing from the south yesterday, definitely with the flags, but it's going across from the west now. I don't know if that means anything. Well, it's changed direction, obviously. But you're right, the clouds are slightly more sinister today, aren't they?
Yeah.
Moving quite quickly as well as Brooks bowls to Dahl, and that one just appeared to keep a little touch low. He got an inside edge onto his pads. Goes a square leg.
You were talking about the weather, Fletch, and it's delayed play at Headingley this morning. Raining up in Yorkshire.
Can't rely on the weather in the north.
Yeah, so England are going to have to wait. I think the forecast is for it to clear up as the day goes on. So I think it's free again at Headingley, like it was at Trent. I think so. Oh. Yeah, I think it's free. Expecting a full house.
Oh yeah, we'll be in Yorkshire. Here he is, to say as somebody who worked there for a long, long time. Dahl pushes this one to mid-on this time, and it's the end of a maiden over from Jack Brooks. Decent-ish, a couple of good deliveries in there. Had to play at most of them, which is really what you want as a bowler. And Derbyshire remain on 350 for 5, with Dahl on 52 and Wayne Madsen on 173. I've got the list. I'll just get the list up, actually, as soon as I took the decision to download it. Morning to Terry Whitley, who's listening in Belper. He says it's absolutely chucking it down. That's not too far from Derby. Good to see the sun and hearing us in Hove. No, nice to hear from you, Terry. I'll get that list now.
In comes Sean Hunt around the wicket. In the bowls to Madsen, who clips this away for a couple of runs, I think, to deep backward square. They've taken one, they'll come back for a second run. Madsen goes to 175 and Derbyshire to 352 for 5.
So this is currently now Wayne Madsen's 4th highest score. First class cricket. 179 is his next target, and then he has to get into the 200s. He's got a couple of double centuries. One in 2019 at Bristol. I mean, everybody gets a double century at Bristol, don't they? So flat. And one in 2012 in Northampton.
Here comes Hunt. Around the wicket bowls. And Madsen, that's a good delivery. That cut back into Wayne Madsen, who managed to play it to backward point, fielded by Orr. There is no run.
But this is the first time that Sussex have appeared on this particular list, you'll be pleased to know, Adrian. From 150 plus scores of Wayne Madsen, it's the first time that Sussex have appeared on it. Gloucestershire are there 3 times. Twice at Bristol, once at Cheltenham. Northants are there twice, down at Wantage Road. Leicestershire, Middlesex, Kent, Surrey.
Hunt in again, bowls on his toes is Madsen. Played it. He was looking for a single then, was Wayne Madsen, but it wasn't there. The ball dribbles out into the offside. There is no run. I was looking, did he make runs at, yes, he made 111 at Derby this season.
Yes, well, this is his 3rd successive century in 3 innings against Sussex.
So he's becoming a bit.
He got one in the game last season.
The tail end of last season.
Yeah, in Derbyshire's only victory of last season.
Here comes Hunt and bowls, and Madsen is forward, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. Yeah, the last game of last season, he made 111.
Yeah.
So he made 111 in both innings.
Yeah.
So the last game of last season, is that right? He made 111.
And the first home game
of this season against Sussex, he made 111.
Consistency.
Yeah. Hunt. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Madsen drives through the offside. Archie Lennon quickly round, sweeping on that cover boundary. Gets in the throw. One more to Madsen. He goes to 176, 353 for 5. Elsewhere, it is raining Unsurprisingly, you were saying about your correspondent who got in touch from Belper, was it?
Belper.
Yeah. Apparently it's raining at Trent Bridge, so no play there at the moment. Delayed start. Delayed start at Worcester as well. A play due to start at 11:30, which suggests the rain is moving away from the west and coming this way. In comes Hunt and Bowles. Madsen plays to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. 3 runs from the over. 3:53 for 5. Dahl on 52. Madsen on 176. Let's hope by the time it gets here, there's not much rain left.
Yeah.
Looks all right at the minute. And as you say, it's really breezy, Fletch, which is the good news.
Well, it'll have to go against the wind if it's coming down here from up there. But anyway, I don't really understand weather.
No, the wind. You're right. I mean, the wind. I would say the wind. Judging by the way the clouds are going across, I would say it's coming absolutely from the southwest. Yeah, and I think the rain was coming down, wasn't it, from the northwest across the country? Who knows?
I don't know how these things work, really.
Yeah, but certainly the clouds are sort of scudding across the sky. So if there is anything about, hopefully it'll move through fairly quickly.
Madsen on strike then as Jack Brooks begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end, and he plays and misses at that one, and that can't have been far away from the edge.
No.
Not entirely sure what kind of shot he was playing there, nor is Jack Brooks, who's smiling at him at the end of his
Yeah.
Wayne Madsen will give, as he is a thoroughly decent chap.
Well, there's a lot of stats, Fletch.
They've lost 1. They've won 2, lost 1 and drawn 4. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I know for sure that Sussex haven't won any, along with Leicestershire.
Adrian, 2016, my first season, Derbyshire didn't win a game. It's way wide of the off stump from Brooks and actually taken in front of first slip.
There's a big. Now, I'm not sure whether Jack Brooks and Wayne Madsen are good friends, or whether there's a little bit going on out there.
Well, they'll know each other, won't they? Because I mean, we were talking about their respective ages. I don't think they've ever played together, but they will know each other from many contests between. Obviously, when he was up at Yorkshire, even at Northamptonshire, he would have been the same white ball group as Derbyshire, and obviously Wayne Madsen. So they like a chirp. He's in again, Brooks, and that's a good delivery. He's caught at slip. Just a little bit of extra pace, I fancy, and Wayne Madsen couldn't deal with it, and it flew, absolutely flew to Tom Alsop at first slip. Terrific catch because it came to him really quickly.
It did.
And Madsen goes for 176. Derbyshire lose their 6th wicket with 353 on the board, and the main man has gone.
Well, it was a good delivery by Jack Brooks. I don't know whether... I always sort of look back to the delivery before, really, because he was clearly very irritated. And he suddenly bent his back. But let's see if we should get a good round of applause for Wayne Madsen, and let's listen to that. You described it really well, Fletch. It was a quicker delivery and it was a good catch. It was going quickly.
Really quickly.
Really quickly, high to Tom Alsop's left. And he's proving a very fine acquisition for Sussex this season. So, and I was just thinking, Fletch, before that delivery, that such an important state, if Sussex don't get wickets this morning, you really do fear that this could be a sort of a 450, 500 total from Derbyshire. But they picked up the wicket. This is the man, 2 for 53. No, hang on. That hasn't changed. 1 for 76. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Sean Hunt's figures.
Yeah, no, it was last ball of the over as well, wasn't it? So, new man is Hayden Kerr on his debut and his championship debut for Derbyshire. He's already played in all 13 T20s. He's making his red ball debut for Derbyshire. I think he's 25 years of age. New South Welshman. Signed that contract, as we were saying yesterday, with New South Wales for red ball cricket in the Sheffield Shield, and a bit of a star of the Sydney Sixers as well, with that 98 not out in one of the knockout matches of the Big Blast last season.
So I think we can rest assured he can bat a little bit.
Yeah, well, he's been coming in at 3 in recent times in the T20.
In comes Sean Hunt around the wicket, bowls to Kerr, who's forward and plays his confidently to mid-on, and there is no run. We've had a parking update from Julian. We were discussing the cost of parking around, and he's paid £7.50
for the day
to park the car on the street, exclamation mark. I presume that's for the day. Is he going to... Yeah, for the day.
Bargain, no, that's £7. You get a receipt?
He said, interesting to see Ollie Robinson having a workout before the start of play today. Yeah, he was on the outfield doing some running, was Ollie Robinson, amongst other things. In comes Hunt, bowls, good delivery. The kid cuts back into the right-handed Kerr, and there is no run. And Sussex, Fletcher was spot on, were guilty yesterday, I think, of bowling too many balls wide of the off stump that the batsman could let go. But this morning they've been far more at the batsman. So Julian, thank you for letting us know your parking woes, and thank you for the tip off seeing Ollie Robinson, because I wouldn't have noticed that it was Ollie over there with the various physios, etc. And comes Hunt and bowls, and Kerr is forward, plays into the onside, and there is no run. I mean, actually, since Ollie Robinson has been injured, he's finding himself a bit down the pecking order now, isn't he? Because Matthew Potts has come in, Jamie Overton doing well. So it's certainly not a shoo-in that if Robinson is fit, he goes straight back into the side, which is the way it should be. I mean, others come in and do well. You've got to prove your place in the side. Spell this morning in his 19th over, in around the wicket bowls, and Kerr is playing that into the ground. The ball bounces up kindly for Ali, or at backward point, no run. Oh, sorry, it's Anusdal. I do apologise.
I was just going to say, these two have never batted together before, because Anusdal has yet to play in the T20.
I'm sorry, that's completely my fault.
And Kerr has only played T20 cricket. Where are those back again?
There's a group of school children in their purple sweaters away to our left-hand side who are chanting away. Here comes Hunt, bowls to Dahl, who lets that one go outside the off-stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Martin Weiss has been in touch in Twickenham. Hello, Martin. He says, I hope it's all is well with you and yours. What's your feeling on Sussex this season? Green shoots of recovery, or one step forward, one step back? The team seems forever on the brink of a breakthrough victory, but just don't seem to manage it, and injuries have clouded the picture further. Now even the white ball stuff isn't going great. I see a fair amount of unrest online. And Matt Pryor has obviously made his feelings clear. Do you think that negativity is representative of die-hard supporters? Here comes Hunter bowls, and another good delivery that just comes back into the right-handed Dahl, and that's a maiden over from Sean Hunt, who's bowled 19 overs, 3 maidens, taken 2 for 53. Derbyshire 353 for 6, Dahl on 52. Kerr yet to face a ball, despite my poor commentary, and hasn't scored. So he says, so do you think this negativity is representative of die-hard supporters and members, or are they largely patient with the team and the leadership? That's a good question.
Great question. I'm going to go in a minute so I can get out the firing line, but I've noticed Matt Pryor praising the county championship now that England are winning test matches, and he was fairly quick to absolutely bag it when we lost in Australia, which we always do. But now that they're winning handsomely, there doesn't seem to be any animosity towards the county championship anymore. Anyway, that's my only take on Matt Pryor at the moment. Obviously, he was far more involved down here than
he has been very vocal about Sussex cricket.
First delivery of a new over from Jack Brooks. He's defended by Hayden Kerr.
Has he got his gander up a bit this morning?
He has.
Jack
It looked like he was going to throw it to the non-strikers end, and Hassan Adnan ducked.
Yeah, he did.
The umpire at the far end.
He did. He turned round as if he was going to hurl the ball at the stumps.
Yeah, I think he's annoyed about something.
He is.
Perhaps that's how he gets himself going. I mean, fair play to him. He's been a good cricketer over the years, hasn't he? This one is wide up the off stump. Now, that was the delivery that he bowled before the delivery that got Wayne Madsen out. It was quite a long way wide of the off stump and moving further away. So Ollie Carter had to sort of move across in front of first slip to take the ball. By rights, this next one should be a little bit quicker, have a little bit of extra bounce, and get Hayden Kerr into all sorts of problems. It's only Kerr's third delivery. He waits now. And this one is on target, and he deals with it quite nicely. Jack Brooks goes down to his left to stop the ball as Kerr drives it. Gets a hand on it as well, takes a bit of the pace off it before it eventually goes through to Stephen Finn, who's fielding at mid-off. Somebody, I don't think they'll be allowed to sit there. Somebody's sitting on the back row above the sight screen of the blue stand. They've just moved there. Billy Godman wouldn't allow it.
Yes, I can see him.
Hayden Kerr doesn't seem to mind too much as this one is just turned into the leg side. Kerr still has to wait for his first run.
This has been good from Sussex this morning. They've just conceded, 14 runs. We'll do our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment. It looks as if Jack Brooks is just sort of examining his shins. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but he's on his way in and bowls, and Kerr just covers up pleasantly onside, and there is no run. And he's just having a word to Jack Brooks again about running down the...
At the moment, it's been quite nice for the cricket. Find out what's going on. The window here at the moment. How's it looking in Hove?
Well, the good news is at the moment is that it's not raining. There's lots of blue sky around, so fingers crossed we're going to be safe for a little while yet. And Sussex have made a decent start this morning. They picked up a wicket, and that was the wicket of Wayne Madsen, who batted beautifully, but he was out for 176, well caught by Tom Alsop at first slip off of the bowling of Jack Brooks. Derbyshire now 353 for 6. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey had a good day yesterday, carrying on where they left off, 471 for 5 against Kent. And in the Test match at Headingley, England against New Zealand, it's been raining this morning, but play due to start at 12 o'clock. In comes Brooks, who doesn't look very happy with life this morning. He comes in and bowls to Kerr, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Ollie Carter. He's not happy at all, Jack Brooks. I think umpire Adnam was just pointing out that maybe he's running down the line of the leg stump. And Jack Brooks is clearly very, very unhappy, and there's quite an animated conversation going on between the two, which is carrying on. And now he's taken his cap and he's not stormed off, but he doesn't look too happy with life, which gives me an opportunity to introduce Chloe Brewer to us. Hello, Chloe.
Yes, hello. It's nice to be back now at Hove, actually. It was always lovely driving down and seeing the sea in the morning before I get into the ground, but it's slightly overcast, a little bit of rain. Well, could be a little bit of rain around.
Yes, that's. What did you make of that situation where with Jack Brooks? I mean, the umpire clearly having a word with Jack Brooks, and I don't think that was an amicable conversation, to be honest. As in comes Sean Hunt around the wicket, in and bowls, and clipped away by Dahl for his 53rd run, and Derbyshire to 354 for 6.
It just looked like he's coming down a little bit too straight with his follow through.
Yeah.
Possibly making a few footholes in the pitch, which obviously the umpire doesn't want.
No.
So he could have been having a little bit of telling off from the umpire, but obviously as a bowler he's going to disagree with.
It looked like he definitely disagreed with whatever was being said. As in comes Hunt and bowls to Kerr, who's forward and punches that down the ground. Good bit of fielding by Steve Finn, and there is no run. I've been impressed with the Sussex bowling this morning, Chloe. I think they've bowled a good line and length. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. They're making a Sussex. Oh wow! You can tell I'm a little bit tired. They've made Derbyshire play a little bit, hence getting the wicket of Madsen this morning. He's just being caught at first slip. That's what they want.
Hunt in again, bowled and driven nicely and brilliantly fielded, and Sussex are really on their toes this morning. Lovely stop by Delray Rawlins, who's a really athletic fielder, diving away to his left-hand side, but prevents a single. Kerr would have probably thought he was on his way then. When you hit a lovely cover drive like that, Chloe, you don't really want to see the fielder making a stop like that. That was a terrific stop.
No, it's always when you get it straight out the middle and then a fielder does an amazing stop, and it's like, wow.
That was a terrific stop. Hunt back in sunshine again, comes in and bowls to Kerr, and Kerr works out to backward point, fielded by Orr. There is no run. I should say that there is another Test match going on today down in Taunton, England's women in action.
I definitely haven't got that on in front of me.
Against South Africa. Yeah, and South Africa have lost a wicket.
Yes, Kate Cross took the first wicket of the day.
She did. 21 for 1.
There's 4 debutants down there this morning. We've got Alice David Richardson, Izzy Wong, Lauren Bell and Emma Lamb are all having their debuts today.
Which is terrific. As in comes Hunt and bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Kerr through to keeper Carter. There is no run. Do you know any of the girls? I'll just read you the full side actually. Tammy Beaumont, Emma Lamb, Heather Knight, Nat Shriver, Sophia Dunkley, Amy Jones keeping wicket, Alice Davidson Richards, Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross, Izzy Wong and Lauren Bell.
I know Alice David Richardson very well. She plays for South East Stars with me, so I've known her for a good few years now.
Yeah.
She's a great character, really, really nice. Very bubbly as well.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Kerr, plays back down the track. Good over by Sean Hunt, just the one run coming off it to 354 for 6. Dial on 53. Kerr yet to score. If you're just joining us for the first time this morning here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Derby, there's now a debate going on between Graham Lloyd, the umpire, Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, Delray Rawlins and Sean Hunt. There is definitely something bubbling away out there, Chloe. I'm not sure what it is, but I think it certainly relates to maybe that previous over from Jack Brooks. Well, we felt the umpire was making a point of telling him that he's running down the line of the off-stump. Now, Delray Rawlins has just gone running all the way down to the other end of the ground and he's talking to Steve Finn. So
something's definitely going on. Something's bubbling under the surface here. I'm not quite sure what it is, unless it's that previous debate with the umpire about coming down looking straight.
Well, now Tom Haynes has wandered all the way down to talk to Jack Brooks. We could only assume it was over the what looked like quite a heated conversation between umpire Hassan Adnan and Jack Brooks in the previous over.
Yeah, so Brooks is just looking around at the top of his mark. He's just pushing the slip a little bit wider, just sorting his slips out at the moment. And then in he comes, pacing in, straight down, played into the offside point with a lovely tumble to cut it off. It's thrown back and they get a single from it.
Nice bit of fielding there by, now that's James Coles who's on the field, so somebody is off the field. We'll try and tell you who that is in a few moments' time, and we'll get Fletcher's view when he's back on after 12 about that little incident involving Jack Brooks and the umpire, because that, I described that as heated. Fletcher's nodding away, so he obviously didn't agree with what was happening to Jack Brooks. Yeah,
Brooks trundling in again, just on an outside off line. It's been played leg side. We've taken a single from it. They've shied. That looks like a very near miss from the Sussex fielders.
Well, I think if Tom Haynes had hit, I think that Kerr might well have been out.
Yeah.
He was struggling to make his ground. Tom Haynes is looking, and the reaction of all the fielders was that would have been mighty tight.
Yeah.
Kerr gets a single. He's on his way.
Definitely.
That was close.
Definitely. Sussex have really been on it this morning with their bowling. I find they're bowling really, really good lines and lamps. Brooks in again, just outside off, been left alone by Dahl.
So you were talking about Alice Davidson Richards. She's playing for England today. So you know her just through your association with the Stars.
Yeah,
Chloe?
she's I've known her for 3-4 years now.
Right, excellent.
Yeah, she's really, really bubbly. She's always got a smile on her face, which is, well, she's just one of those characters that lights up a changing room, changes the feel of it. Brooks again into bowl, just swinging in a little bit, and it's been defended to the offside dot ball. Yeah, she's really, really lovely.
And the last time you were down here, Chloe, you were telling us that you were off to Spain with the Stars for a training camp. That was the game against Nottinghamshire, the first game of the season. So perhaps in between balls, just sort of explain your season, where you've gone from that training camp. Because I know you've had a bit of an injury, but just to explain to the listeners as we're going through how that's worked out.
Brooks trundling in again, just outside off, left alone again. So we went to a training camp, which was really good. Funnily enough, we got some rain in Spain.
Right, which is very unusual.
Which is very, very unusual. We actually had some innings called off. Had 3.5 games whilst we were out there. Lots and lots of card games played. So that was really, really good to get into the season. First time I've actually played abroad, which was really exciting actually. Brooks again, just outside off. Oh, it's been played, but He's missed it, and that brings the end of the over. Derbyshire are 356 for 6. Dar's on 54. Kerr is on 1. Coming back, picked up a little bit of a niggle, so missed a few more games than obviously you'd like. But that's obviously how cookie crumbles. Ollie Robertson's suffered the same. He's got an injury, and now other people replace you, and they get in form. They take their opportunities. And
so you didn't play in the Charlotte Edwards Cup at all?
Unfortunately not, no.
Okay.
Stars managed to get to finals day.
Yes, they did, and they lost to the Vipers, didn't they, in Northampton?
They lost to Central Sparks.
Did they? Lost to Sparks?
Yeah,
Okay.
Vipers were straight through, who've taken the Charlotte Edwards Cup home to Charlotte Edwards. But yeah, it's been okay.
In comes Sean Hunt in bright sunshine here at Hove, running in and bowls to Kerr, who drives firmly into the covers, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. 2 slips, a backward point. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Steve Finn is warming up down in front of us, so we can suspect he's going to be in the action fairly soon. Sean Hunt has been bowling spells of 5 overs in this match. But he's now into his 6th in this particular spell. It's been a good morning for Sussex. They picked up the wicket of Madsen and restricted Derbyshire as in comes Hunt again, bowls, and Kerr is solidly forward, again plays to Rawlins, and there is no run. So what cricket is left for you for the rest of this season, Chloe?
The Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy,
which is the 50 over.
Yep, will be underway this weekend.
Okay.
Our first game's South East Stars versus Sunrisers. I believe we are at Beckenham.
Right. Are you expecting to play in any of those, or is it still injured?
No idea.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and up on his toes is Kerr. Plays it into the offside. There is no run.
It's just one of those, once the team gets going, the head coach doesn't want to break a winning team at the end of the day.
But are you fit to play now?
I'm fit to play. I think I've picked up a small niggle over the weekend, so don't tell the physio.
Oh dear, right, we won't say anything then. Sean Hunt wheels around. Stephen is doing some hopping exercises on the outfield as in comes Hunt around the wicket, bowls. Kerr is solidly forward. Fletcher was saying he's batted at number 3 in T20 cricket. He looks to have a very solid defence and looks a good player to be coming at number 8 in the county championship, and he's done on 54. So this morning Derbyshire have added 11 plus 6, 17 runs this morning. Runs have been hard to come by.
Yeah, I think it's just where Sussex have been bowling. They've looked to try force Derbyshire to play, but they just haven't really got onto it, especially with 2 slips.
Here comes Hunt. And that's a good delivery, and that beats Kerr outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. Looks a bit frustrated as Sean Hunt. This game, Fletcher and I were saying yesterday, seemed to be being played in a very good spirit, but there's something gone on out there today. There's something that's happened. Certainly Jack Brooks, he's standing with his hands on his hips. He's talking to those Derbyshire supporters, actually, down in the corner of the ground. But that was a fairly animated discussion he was having, and it prompted, with the umpire, it prompted Tom Haynes to come and talk to Graham Lloyd. So there's quite a bit going on. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and Kerr plays from the crease to mid-wicket, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. Another good over from Sean Hunt, a maiden over. His figures 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 54. Derbyshire are 356 for 6. Darl on 54. Kerr is a 1. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. And myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Chloe Brewer and Dave Fletcher, who'll be back with us fairly shortly, and it is going to be Steve Finn who's coming into the Sussex attack.
Yeah, for Sussex, where would you like to be before lunch? What if you were in a position for Sussex players right now? What would you want to happen?
Well, I think from a Sussex perspective, this ball is relatively new. In fact, it's only 28 overs old, and we saw yesterday that these balls get very soft once they get past 30 overs or so. So the concern for Sussex will be, if they don't take more wickets here, that Derbyshire could really pile on the run. So if I was Sussex, I would be pleased with the way they bowled this morning, but knowing that they probably need a couple more wickets relatively soon, or else Derbyshire could get away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think pretty much if they can get, get another wicket or so before lunch.
Definitely. It is going to be Steve Finn. And Martin, I haven't forgotten your email, which I will answer at the end of this over from Steve Finn.
Steve Finn, he's gone just outside off, been left alone by Dahl. He's a very tall man, got quite a bit of presence, has Steve Finn.
He is. In fact, I've got a... we used to do a lot of coverage of the Derby back at Epsom back in the day, and I've got a photograph many, many years ago interviewing Steve Finn, and I come up to about his, way below. I think he's about 6'8".
Oh, wow.
Or maybe even 6'10". I'll double check that. But I look very small compared to him.
Steve Finn. And again, just on the off-stump line, been defended by Dahl into the offside.
So in answer to your email, Martin, about Sussex's progress, and this isn't a cop-out, but I think any analysis of Sussex's season, you do have to talk about injuries, because they have had a pretty wretched time with injuries. Starting with George Gartner with his long COVID, Finn Hudson-Prentice with a stress fracture. We won't include Jofra Archer and Ollie Robinson in that conversation, because I think had they been fit, they would probably both have been playing for England. So Sussex had to prepare for the season without those.
Finn in again, just short of length outside off, and it's been cut away through cover by Dahl. It's gone for 4. It's quite a short boundary, actually.
Very short boundary.
Looks like it's just...
Good shot. I think this is just the second boundary of the day, to be honest.
Yeah.
But a good shot by Dahl.
Yeah, he's just timed that through the cover. It's a lovely shot.
I did say I'd see who's left the field, because somebody is off the field, because James Coles is on. So what they've done now, Chloe, having had those men both all up on the one, they've now moved Coles back to sweeping the backward point on the boundary.
Yeah, Finn just turning up top of his mark, and in he comes pacing in. It's just on the off stump line again, and it's been defended into the offside race. Scamper 1 from it.
361 for 6. Dahl on 59, Kerr 1. So, and when we're discussing injuries, Martin, I think perhaps the player that Sussex have missed the most is Jack Carson, the off spinner, because Sussex have just lacked a spinner who can hold an end, and he did so well, Jack Carson. He had a knee injury last season. He had an operation on that back in February, and we're yet to see him again. I understand he also now got a problem with his ankle. So Sussex have really missed players through injury.
Finn in again, just on that off stump line again. It's defended by Kerr. No run from it.
But that being said, that was the reason that Steve Finn was brought to the club in terms of bowling. We were talking about Robinson and Archer not being available this season. Had they been fit, they'd have been playing for England. And Steve Finn has struggled for injury. This is his first championship match since the game at Derby in April. Prior to this game, he'd only bowled 53 overs in the championship, and Sussex would have been hoping for more than that.
Finn in again. It's just on middle stump line. It's defended to mid-on, who comes around to pick it up, which is bringing the end of the over. Derbyshire 361 for 6. Dahl is on 59 and Kerr remains on 1.
Live cricket on the BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio Derby. Thank you for joining us this morning. If you want to join our conversation, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Fletch Cricket, and you may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. And if you are, a very warm welcome, and you'll see it's a beautiful sunny morning here in Hove, although quite a bit of cloud around. We are going to get a double change, because it looks like Daniel Ibrahim is going to take over from Sean Hunt from the C end of the ground. Ibrahim 11 overs, 1 maiden. Conceding 41 runs yesterday. So carrying on that conversation, Martin, some of the younger players this season have certainly come to the party. So we've had Tom Clark, who's made a couple of centuries, Ollie Carter with that wonderful 183 at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago. So individually, I think players have done quite well, particularly with the bat. I think Alistair Orr is progressing as well. What they haven't done is do it collectively, and I think that's a major frustration, that there have been times in games when Sussex have looked good, but as a team, they haven't put it together. As Ibrahim runs away from us to bowl to Dahl, and bowls and let go outside the off stump, and there is no run. So I think that's a major frustration. I think it's starting to become a frustration now for supporters as well. This will be the 20th game, if Sussex don't win this game, that they haven't won in the county championship. And I know it's an old adage, but people talk about winning being a habit and losing, or rather not winning games, is a habit as well. So they did get close to winning at Leicestershire. So I think there has been progress, particularly from the young batsman. Ibrahim is on his way up the hill and bowls, and Darley's 4 plays into the offside, picks up a single as Lennon comes racing in from the cover point boundary field, and there is no run. But I certainly feel that there is room during the recruitment next season for more experience in the side. I think there's no question about that. Sussex haven't looked like bowling sides out and winning matches this season, and that's been the major problem. If you can't take 20 wickets in a championship match, you're not going to win many. And I just don't feel they've looked like bowling sides out. So injuries have been a big part of that. That needs to be taken into account. But I think that's a bit of a rethink in terms of bowling resources next season. As Ibrahim is in and bowls and clipped away to the leg side by Kerr, picks up his 2nd run. He's faced 21 balls, but necessary for Derbyshire just to consolidate after losing away Madsen for a wonderful 176. And in terms of T20, well, it's been a wretched campaign, hasn't it? 8 defeats in 12. And the crazy thing is, Martin, that Sussex did beat the sides who are top of the Southern Group. They won at Taunton, and they beat Surrey as well here. So it has been very frustrating. In comes Ibrahim, bowls let go outside the off stump by Kerr, and there is no run. But I would just say, just to finish up a bit of a monologue from me, there have been some good points. I thought the form of Alistair Orr in the T20 is really encouraging for the future, as indeed Harrison Ward when he got a chance at the top of the order. I thought Rawlins has had a decent T20 campaign as well. But overall, it's been very, very disappointing, and Sussex have put a lot of eggs in the T20 basket. And the revolving door of overseas players, I don't think, has worked at all. Ibrahim in again, bowls to Dahl, who plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. Dahl on 60, Kerr on 2. Derbyshire 363 for 6. I don't know if that answers your question, Martin.
Yeah, I was just looking at Sussex's T20 campaign, because obviously the same players are playing county championship 4-day games to T20s. Obviously, it's a completely different mindset, flipping between the two formats.
In comes Ibrahim in bowls and cut away, and I thought Orr would stop there, but it's not. It's run away for 4 runs down to the 3rd man boundary, and that was a nice shot from Anuj Dahl. It was a little late, cut away through backward point. Alistair Orr diving across, couldn't stop the ball, and it's run away down to. Did it go for 4? All the way down there. I got a bit confused because there was a fielder who was on the boundary edge. I got confused for a fielder, but actually he wasn't. He was coming back onto the field, and James Coles has gone trotting off. So I think it was Jack Brooks who'd gone off. And momentarily I thought, is that a single or is it a boundary? But it was a boundary. And Derbyshire 367 for 6, Dahl to 64. Yes, I mean, look, the problem Sussex had with T20 was they got some overseas players who they got in with all good intentions. The problem was with overseas tours being announced, then players were going away for overseas tours.
That is not what you want, is it? Finn in again, just outside off, that's been cut, point, dive and stop. Throws it back at the top end.
Well, a very good bit of fielding by Rawlins, who's really good in that backward point position. Yes, so they had Mohammed Rizwan, who they got in for T20. Then Pakistan announced a tour. The West Indians were coming on tour, so he went back. They got Josh Philippi in. Then he went with Australia A to Sri Lanka. They got Tim Seifert in from New Zealand. So it's just, I'm not sure that's helpful to have so many players coming and going.
Finn in again, just outside off, being cut into the point. He stops it again. Yeah, especially with that, with so many overseas, you can't actually get settled within a team. So you can't find a way of getting a team to work if it's constantly changing. You don't understand how each other works. Because once you're in a team and you're starting to win and you're starting to play together more often, you understand how each player works, how they bat, how they go about their business, and you can just get settled into the season. It looks like there's just a little bit of a debate happening at the top of.
Yes, I think there's a debate maybe about field placing. Tom Haynes, Steve Finn. I think Jack Brooks is joining in that conversation as well. And I think it's going to result in Mohammed Rizwan moving out of second slip, maybe to gully.
Yeah, just pushed him around a little bit. Finn turns at the top of his mark and now striding in just on that off-stump line, defended off the back foot. It's a dot ball.
And it'd be interesting to get Fletcher's, when Fletcher will be back on commentary in the next 5 minutes or so. Because I understand quite a few of the Derbyshire players who play in the county championship side are also playing in the T20 side as well. I don't think they've got the biggest squad in the world, Derbyshire. But certainly they seem to have a lot more continuity between the various codes between the championship and T20 cricket.
Finn striding in again, just on middle stump line. It's been driven by him. It's attempted stop, and that has gone for 4.
Yeah, he's disappointed there, Tom Haynes. He made good ground from mid-on to stop the ball.
Yeah.
And having got there, I think he'll be disappointed that he didn't stop it. But it's a very quick outfield. Ian Salisbury was saying last night it's as quick as he's seen the outfield all summer. And even though the ball was rolling up the hill, it had enough power on it to race away for 4 runs.
Yeah, he hasn't hit that especially hard. He's just timed it, and it's just gone. It's just flown. But Finn running in again, just bumper outside off. It's just been left alone. Possibly not the best bumper for a bumper. You kind of want the ball to go in between the neck and head region of a batter, not miles outside off. But I suppose with Derbyshire having kind of a small team, they work together, so they'll know how to work together. So
Well, it makes you wonder whether you have a smaller squad of players, whether that does build a big team spirit. Certainly, I think that was the case with Kent last year, who won the T20. Not so good this season.
Finn in again, just on the off stump line. It's defended into the offside. Brings the end of the over. Derbyshire 371 for 6. Dal is on 64. Kerr is on 6.
To live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, Adrian Harms, Chloe Brewer and Dave Fletcher, your commentary team, played due to start at midday at Headingley. England 183 for 2 when they resumed, I think leading level 113 to win the Test match and indeed the series against New Zealand. Down at Taunton, South Africa have lost another wicket in the Test match. You'll be pleased to know, Chloe, on this occasion it's a wicket for Izzy Wong.
Okay.
South Africa are 38 for 2. Kate Cross picking up the first wicket in that 4-day Test match as Daniel Ibrahim runs away from us up the hill, coming into bowl to the right-handed Anish Dal, who clips this to backward square leg, fielded there by Sean Hunt. 1 more to the total, well taken by Ollie Carter high above his head. Bowl goes to 65. These two rebuilding after Wayne Madsen was out for 176. Well caught by Tom Alsop at first slip off the bowling of Jack Brooks. That's when the total was 353. So these two very quietly gone about rebuilding the innings. Derbyshire have missed the cut-off point for any more bonus points, as indeed of Sussex. And in comes Ibrahim, bowls and driven by Hayden Kerr. To mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Elsewhere in the championship, no play before lunch at Trent Bridge in the game between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Notts 378 for 4 in that one. They are now playing at New Road, Worcester, where Glamorgan are in desperate trouble. They're 49 for 5 against Worcestershire, who made 271 yesterday. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and Kerr plays to point, fielded by Lenham, and there is no run. Ed Barnard making 131 for Worcestershire yesterday. In that Glamorgan reply, they've only got 4 of the wickets on the screen here, but all 5 rather taken by Jack Leach. 5 for 31. Joe Leach, I should say, not Jack Leach. 5 for England yesterday as in comes Ibrahim, bowls clipped away by Kerr nicely to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Sean Hunt. There's 1 more to the total, 373 for 6. And in the first division, Surrey 535 for 5 against Kent at the Oval.
Oh, wow.
Gloucestershire 303 for 8 against Lancashire at Bristol. And Hampshire bowled out this morning for 163 at Chelmsford against Essex. Brown, former Sussex skipper, making 38 for Hampshire. Here comes Ibrahim running in over the wicket, bowls and clipped down to fine leg. That's a nice looking shot. Is it going to run away for 400? There's a good sliding stop down there by Jack Brooks. And Newsdale comes back though for a second run. He goes to 67 and Derbyshire 375 for 6. Do you come across many of the Surrey men players when you're up and around in your travels?
Sometimes we're at Oval, they'll be there at the same time if we're training there.
I noticed there was a young player, Ben Geddes, got his maiden 100 for Surrey yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen Ben.
Here comes Ibrahim, bowls and played into the offside by Dar. It's the end of Daniel Ibrahim's over. 4 runs coming off the over. Derbyshire are 375 for 6. Dar on 67, Kerr is on 7. Daniel Ibrahim 13 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 51.
Yeah, all the Surrey boys are really, really nice actually. We mainly see them at awards evenings, so the end of year Surrey awards. They're all a really good bunch.
I noticed Sam Curran, he's not out 94 for Surrey, off 62 balls with 12 fours and 2 sixes.
2 sixes, wow.
So Surrey, and in fact raining in Northampton as well, so there is quite a bit of rain around the country today. Mercifully, none here at Hove so far, but it's going to be Steve Finn who's going to carry on.
I think Finn coming in again, just on that off-stump line. It's defended by Kerr. Yeah, it's just... the clouds look like they're going to threaten to rain potentially. It just looks so gloomy, but there's a bit of blue sky dotted around.
Well, let's hope we get more blue sky. The good news is that it's quite breezy here on the south coast. I can see the flags of Sussex and Derbyshire just sort of fluttering away on the cocktail scoreboard away to our right-hand side. So hopefully, if we do get any rain, it blows through.
Yeah, Finn. And again, just short. It's been pulled very well by Kerr into the side. Deep square comes, picks it up, and they get a single from it. He's controlled that really well, actually, because that was...
Yeah, he did. Almost looked like he changed his shot.
Yeah,
halfway through.
He just got really well to get his hands on top of it, because sometimes with that you end up hitting it up, and we've got deep square and fine leg on the boundary, so that's potentially a wicket-taking option.
Yes. Tom in Arundel's been in touch. Hello, Tom. Thank you for your email. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll read it out in a couple of moments' time.
Finn just turning up top of his mark. Just pacing in from the top, just short of a length, and it's been played really well, just late off the back foot down to quite a wide third man. And they take a single from it.
A bit of extra bounce there from Steve Finn.
Yeah, it just looks like it's just a little bit of pop. It might be his height, being able to get it down and just react a little bit off the pitch.
Well, certainly the delivery that dismissed Wayne Madsen got a bit of extra bounce. There was a bit of extra nip from Jack Brooks.
Yeah, there was a little bit more in that. Finn in again, just on the middle stump line. It's been defended to mid-on. Just comes, picks out dot ball.
So Tom in Arundel's, we were talking about Sussex's season so far, and he says, "Hi Adrian, I definitely share your frustration with the revolving door of overseas T20 batsmen. It seemed just as Philippi was getting going, he was gone. Similarly, Seifert was picking up some form when he promptly left. I'd rather we sign someone with slightly less quality who'll be with us for the entire tournament," says Tom in Arundel. I'll pick up on that point in a moment, actually, Tom. Thank you for your email.
Finn in again. Leg stump line has been clipped, but mid-wicket picks it up. Dot ball.
Yeah, end of the over. 377 for 6. Dial 68. Kerr on 8. I'll make way for Fletch in a minute and leave you with Fletch and Chloe. Sorry, one more ball to go in there. I do apologise. George Lindy, the South African who was playing for Kent. I know Kent didn't have a great T20 campaign, but he played well in both games against Sussex. So he has said he doesn't want to play Test cricket anymore. So he's with Kent all season. in all formats, and I thought that was a particularly good signing. As I say, I think all well-intentioned, the Sussex signings, but with tours being announced fairly ad hoc at the moment, international calendar, it is a risk taking on international players.
Finn coming right on round this time to right-handers just on the middle stump. He's defended, which brings the end of the over. Just 2 from it. Derbyshire are 377 for 6. Dart's on 68. Kerr is on 8. It's an interesting change of angle from Finn, just coming round the wicket, just going across the right-hander, possibly bringing in slips a little bit more into play there. But it ended up being defended. We are having a little bit of musical chairs in the commentary box.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Very good. Very good. I've got some answers to the questions that Adrian was asking about Derbyshire players and T20 and Championship and all that kind of nonsense. Not the question wasn't nonsense. I've got all the nonsense written down, so I'll go through, put them written on my T-shirt. Here's Ibrahim bowling from the C end. He's bowling to Anuj Dal, who defends it out into the offside. Delray Rawlins. There's a beautiful little pirouette on that pitch that's being protected. Obviously going to be used for the T20 coming up. And there's no run. It remains 377 for 6. So of the 11 who are playing today, 9 played on Friday in the victory over Lancashire in the T20. Anuj Dal was also in the squad. The only person who's not in the T20 squad is the skipper, ironically, Billy Godwin, who doesn't play T20 cricket, or hasn't been this season certainly. And 7 of this team, as in goes Ibrahim again. That's pushed it backward of square this time by Dal. And there's no run. And 7 of this team have played all 13 T20s as well. So Mark Watt, who made his championship debut at Chesterfield in the last championship match, he hadn't played first-class cricket since 2017 before that game, so he's now part of the championship setup. And Hayden Kerr missed that match, although he was in the country and playing T20. He's making his debut in the championship for Derbyshire in this game, so it is a small squad.
Yeah.
We've got Ben Aitchison and George Scrimshaw with them, and that's it. As in goes Ibrahim and bowls. That's clipped into the leg side nicely by Anuj Dal, who is rapid, but even he can only take a single for that as he's...
Do you think having a smaller squad for Derbyshire is helping them in their campaign?
I think so. We were talking yesterday, and there's almost a disconnect at some clubs where they make huge changes, that the two teams are sort of completely separate entities. There's a little bit of crossover, but because they're separate entities, there's a sort of disconnect between the players in the two squads, whereas at Derbyshire, they're all in it together, basically. They have to adapt to the red and the white ball as we flip-flop through it over the course of the tail end of the T20 group stages, because there are more games coming up next weekend as Ibrahim bowls to Hayden Kerr, just clips it up to Stephen Finn at mid-on. So yeah, I think it's possibly a good thing. Yeah. Who knows? We'll find out, won't we, ultimately, and how successful they've been. But at the moment, they're winning more games than they're losing, and that's something of a change for Derbyshire in recent times. 2016, when I first did this job, they didn't win a single game in the Championship. I had to wait until the middle of 2017 before I saw them win.
Oh, wow.
And that was with the pink ball down at Cardiff. So it was a long, long time. So I know what Sussex are going through at the moment. Ibrahim is in and balls. That's clipped very nicely into the leg side by Hayden Kerr. It was a good piece of fielding in the end by Stephen Finn after it had gone past Mohammed Rizwan, who put the dive in at mid-wicket. And Kerr moves on to 9 now. He's faced 37 deliveries. That's just Adrian closing the window. Don't worry. Right.
Okay, shut now.
There was that horrible little buzzing noise for a moment. I wasn't keen on that, but that seems to have gone now, so we're all right. I'll get rid of Adrian's emails because I don't like looking at other people's email accounts. Ibrahim in and balls to Dal, who pushes this up towards mid-off. Tom Haynes does the fielding, and ground staff making their way around the ground. That's never a good sign, I don't think. Ground staff making their way anywhere on a cricket field during play. You can just about hear them talking, so I'll carry on talking so we can't eavesdrop on what they're saying. It looks like they're going to go straight past the covers to me, so that's good. The sun is shining. The clouds are more threatening than they were yesterday, but I'm not entirely sure we're going to get any rain today, if I'm honest. 379 for 6. Dal 69. and Kerr 9. Dahl, in his first-class career, this is only the 8th time he's got to 50 in first-class cricket, but he's got a reasonably good conversion rate because he's got 2 centuries. So if he could convert his 8th 50 into another century, that would be a terrific conversion rate.
Yeah, that definitely wouldn't be too shabby. Finn, and again, right arm over, and it's just on an off stump. It's been defended into the offside. Mid-off picks it up, throws it back to the keeper. So from a Derbyshire's perspective, what would you like to happen before tea? Where would you like to be?
Well, I think they're going really slowly, aren't they? I can't do maths. They've added just 40 runs today. Started on 339. I should have been able to do that maths. They're on 379 now. So if they carry on at the current rate, another 120? I think they'd be happy with that, because that would put them close to 500 by tea, even if they carried on at the current rate.
Yeah, Finn in again, just short of a length on the off stump. Has been defended late off the back foot by Kerr.
The problem then is the amount of time that's been taken out of the game already. That would be a day and a half of a day and... Messing with that window, is Adrian. A day and 2/3 taken out of the 4-day game, which is a lot, which would mean to win the game they'd have to bowl twice and not bat again. Yeah. Which is a tall order. They thought they were going to do it up at Derby when Sussex batted really poorly in their first innings.
Yeah, Finn, and again, just on the leg side, it's clipped into the leg side, deep squares, cuts it off with an athletic tumble and just back in. They take 2 from it.
He's the most popular man on the ground, Archie Lenham. He seems to have his own fan club. Certainly yesterday he seemed to have his own fan club. Now, another member of the ground staff has now moved into place, and they haven't gone too far. They're only sitting in one of the T20 dugouts to our left-hand side, so a little concerning.
Yeah, they are right next to the covers.
They're not far from the covers, are they? And it has started to cloud over a bit here, so keep an eye on it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be okay. They're just groundsmen, I find, are magicians when it comes to knowing the weather.
They do seem to know more than most normal people, don't they? Yeah.
They do. Finn in again, just on a leg stump, defended back to him.
Adrian was saying that this is the most experienced, potent bowling attack that Sussex have managed to put out this season, really, with Finn and Brooks, who've got masses of experience. Ibrahim and the youngster Hunt are good prospects as well. Ibrahim's only 19, I think, so...
Oh, wow. Finn, again, just on that leg stump line, it's defended. Dot ball. Yeah, it's good to have experience with these younger players, because younger players can sit on the boundary and actually just pick their brains, so they can get that just little nuggets of information from the more experienced players.
Derbyshire's bowling attack is relatively inexperienced. They did have Suranga Lakmal, the Sri Lankan, who retired from Test cricket, to sign a 2-year contract at Derbyshire. But unfortunately, he suffered quite a serious elbow problem. He's had a big operation and is out for the season.
It's not nice. Finn in again, right and round this time. It's bumper. It's just dug underneath it, bringing the end of the over. Derbyshire 381 for 6. Dahl is on 69. Kerr is on 11. It's interesting how the last 2 overs, Finn's come from right arm round the wicket.
Yeah, just changing that angle, trying to push it. Just trying to create something, isn't he? Really, what are his figures now? 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 72. So a little expensive in comparison to the rest of his team, really. But
yeah, there just doesn't seem to be too much in the wicket for the bowlers. It's quite it's playing quite true.
Yeah, it looks a good pitch, doesn't it? Good pitch. Just had a little chat there. Delray Rawlins, Tom Haynes and Stephen Finn just had a chat. They're giving the ball back to Dan Ibrahim, who's going to continue. This is 15th over, yet to pick up a wicket, conceded 53 runs. He's on his way in now from the C end and bowls to Dahl, who pushes it out to Haynes. There's no run. Headingley will be keen to get back out there to finish off the job, make it a 3-0 whitewash. No play before lunch at Trent Bridge. What a shame. Nottinghamshire still languishing in the wilderness of the second division, of course. 378 for 4 against Middlesex. And on the less said about Glamorgan's batting, the better. I'll spare Nick Webb, who's on a BBC colleague in South Wales. This next one is defended by Arno's Dahl, back to Ibrahim, who seemed to collect that in the crook of his elbow. That's where he seemed to pick it out of. I'm not sure how you can do that, but it was a good effort. If that's how he's done it. I'm going to add him. I say marvellous laptop. It feels like a bit of a relic, but it is made by Bang & Olufsen. It's remarkable. I've never seen a Bang & Olufsen laptop before. Very special. Here's Ibrahim. In and bowls to Dahl, who drives, but once again straight to the fielder. Can't do much with that. Arno's Dahl. It's good bowling by Dan Ibrahim. In this current spell, he's bowled 3.5 overs and conceded 12 runs. He looks different to the rest of his teammates, and I'm trying to work out why. I think it's because his shirt's untucked and you can see the blue edging around the bottom of his shirt, but he looks like he's wearing a different kit. This one is pushed out into the offside by Dahl, who races for the first and sticks at 1. He'll move on to 70 now. Derbyshire to 382 for 6.
Yeah, Dahl's just had a little bit of a... He's just stuck there this morning.
Yes.
Not being too flashy, just batting.
He's got 24 today. Just 6 off the last 12 deliveries that he's faced. Hayden Kerr's only scored 5 off the last 18 balls that he's faced. He's on 11 not out as Ibrahim bowls to him and he defends this one. He's obviously very keen to stay out there as long as he can, Hayden Kerr, which is always a good sign in red ball cricket. Well, we'll see him bowl at some point today, I imagine, with his left armers. Again, I do like to see a team with a left armour in as well. It adds a nice balance, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It'll be interesting to see. I think he's only played 3 first-class matches in his career. Ibrahim is in, and that was pushed up towards mid-off. A tumbling stop by Tom Haynes, who tumbles and gets back to his feet in one motion. If I'd have been on the floor then, I'd probably be there for about a fortnight. And he manages to get back to his feet quite quickly, and it's the end of the over. 382 for 6. Dahl has 70. Kerr has 11. These two have put on 29 runs now in, well, plenty of overs, 78 balls. So they're not exactly motoring, but they're just sort of recovering after the loss of Wayne Madsen. The only wicket to fall today, he was caught really nicely by Tom Alsop at first slip off the bowling of a really fired up Jack Brooks for 176. Interesting altercation. I know you were talking about it earlier, but he seemed to be pointing, didn't he? There was a lot of pointing going. Umpire Hassan Adnan, I think, was telling him he was running on the pitch, which he didn't seem to like. But
yeah, it was a very, very flamboyant conversation. Finn in again, just full then. It's been driven by Dahl. Dot ball from it. Yeah, it just looked like there was just something going on between him and the umpire there.
I don't mind a bit of passion from the players.
No.
And as long as he doesn't overstep the mark, and I know it's a fine line, but as long as he wasn't using any kind of language that was deemed unacceptable by Hassan Adnan, I'm sure all will be forgotten.
Yeah. Normally is Finn just turning at the top of his mark. A little bit more sunshine now, a bit of blue sky over ground. And Finn in he comes, just short, and it's been pulled by Dahl into the leg side. Deep square comes, picks it up, and they've got a single from it.
Ajmal Shahzad, the Derbyshire bowling coach, I think he's called the assistant coach now to Mickey Arthur, is walking in front of us along with Chris, the analyst. I'm afraid I don't know Chris's surname. But Chris is the analyst at Derbyshire, so they're having a lap, and it's an anti-clockwise lap, and I've no idea whether that means runs or wickets, but I know they do mean something to a lot of people.
It's right for runs, left for wickets. Finn in again, just short of length. It's been defended. They take a sneaky single from that one. Yeah, whenever we're going on a lap of ground, you always have to go right for runs if you're batting, or if you're bowling.
So they'll have come out of the pavilion and turned right, won't they? So that's the way they should be going. Excellent. Well, that's good news. They may not even be superstitious, either of them, but I'm sure there are people out in that Derbyshire changing room who are superstitious.
Yeah. Cricketers, I find, are very...
There's all sorts of nonsense in the 111 and... Yeah.
There it is. Finn, in he comes again. Just bump about time. It got up a lot. Just taking a chest height there.
It's probably, I would think, I don't know what you think, but it's probably they've got so much time to be superstitious. You could be a superstitious footballer or a tennis player. I mean, tennis can go on longer than football, clearly, but in cricket, you're there, at least you're there all day, aren't you, most of the time. So you've got so much time to be superstitious because half of that day you're probably sitting down watching if you're not out there batting.
Yeah, this is true. You've just got so much to think about, haven't you?
Yeah, too much.
Finn in again. That's again short. It's been pulled. This looks like their game plan now. Deep square picks it up. Yeah, he's just bowling now short, so possibly looking for a catch at deep cover. A deep cover? Oh, wow. Deep square leg. Excuse.
Oh, don't worry.
That's his 1 feet. Oh.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. He's quite a short batsman, Anuj Dal, and reasonably good at hooking and pulling.
Yeah.
As short batsmen generally are.
Yeah, normally.
For some reason. Go back to Alvin Kalicharan and Sunil Gavaskar.
Finn in again. Just full that time. It's been driven, and that's raced away for 4. Nobody out. Sweeping at cover, so that is 4, and that also brings the end of the over. Derbyshire are 389 for 6, Dar is 72, Kerr is 16.
Yeah, very short boundary, as you spotted straight away. We were talking about it yesterday. I don't think it's not quite as short as the ridiculous boundaries that we often see at Trent Bridge, but very short nonetheless to our right, which is the reason that we're right behind the bowler's arm, because it's a long way across the square is the pitch we're playing on. It's a long way away from the Spen Karma Pavilion, so well done to everybody who's watching from in there, because it's a real test for the eyes. So superstitions then, what are yours?
I don't actually have any.
No, well that's good. You see, I don't think you should have superstitions because it just gives you too much to think about.
It does, it's just an extra thing in your head.
Yeah.
I find there's quite a few people where they have to put their pads on a certain way.
Right. As long as you put one on each leg, I think you're pretty much...
I think you'll be okay.
You're all right, aren't you? Yeah.
Some people have to step on the pitch with the same foot every time.
Oh, dear.
I know. Yeah, it's just things like that.
Sportsmen and superstitions. Like Nadal won't step on the lines, will he? And he has to have all his bottles facing the right way when they're in front of his chair where the change ends. And
yeah,
footballers. A lot of footballers hop onto football pitches for some reason. They never hop at any other point. Footballers don't hop. Sportsmen generally, apart from long triple jumpers, tend not to hop. But footballers, they hop onto a pitch. Here's Delray Rawlins bowling from the CN around the wicket, bowling to Anuj Dal, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's his 15th over. Delray. 1 for 44. He picked up the wicket yesterday of Lewis Rees, who was on 52. So I'd be hoping he can work his magic against Anuj Dal, who's on 72, but Dal's defended the first 2 deliveries out into the offside. They've been fielded by Ibrahim. Rawlins in again. That one is pushed out by Dal, and they go through for a quick single. They're both pretty good runners. Dal is lightning quick. And Kerr's pretty swift as well, so that the quick single is always a good option. Yep. 390 for 6.
Especially with those quick singles, you just keep the score ticking over without having to play any risky shots.
I feel a little bit for Anuj Dal this season. I mean, he's done brilliantly in the Championship, absolutely brilliantly in the Championship, as Rawlins bowls to Kerr, who defends back to the bowler. He got injured in the warm-up after the toss in the Championship match at Trent Bridge and was pulled out of the side. As this next delivery is defended once again, replaced by Alex Hughes on that occasion up at Trent Bridge. It's clearly 10 of the players who are playing today can't have played on Friday, because Alex Hughes played on Friday. I'll have to reassess that. That's a quicker delivery, and he's bowled him
He's out.
Yeah, bowled him. It was a quicker delivery. It was really fired in, and Hayden Kerr went for the big swipe across the line. He's been caught. He's been one or the other. Something's happened, but he's definitely out. The bails are still on at the far end, unless they've been replaced already. That would be remarkable.
I think it might have been LBW.
Really, it was a quick decision.
So.
If it was,
Yeah.
a really quick
or
decision.
Snick. One of the two.
Well, yeah, sneak, bowled, LBW, hit wicket, anything. Oh, no dear, hang on. That was me, nobody wants that. Let's have a look if I can find out on this replay. I do apologise. But we can't see the batsman at the far end. I knew he was out by the celebrations, and Hayden Kerr goes for 16. He'd faced 50 deliveries, so he'd been out there a decent while.
W. Just seen a replay on the...
LBW, was it? Blimey.
Yeah, I think he's just gone to try hit back towards cow corner.
Yeah.
He's just missed
Quick decision, wasn't it?
I think it was straight up there.
There it is on the replay. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, blimey. He didn't need to take any time, didn't young Bumble. He fired him off and absolutely right. He was actually quite low down as he played the shot, and it sort of hit him on his thigh pad, but it banged in front of the stumps, and Rawlins, well, he makes the breakthrough that Sussex were looking for. 390 for 7. Now Derbyshire, and the new batsman, it's Alex Thompson. I'm talking about the height of Stephen Finn. I hope they stand near each other at the far end, because Alex Thompson's over 6'5". Stephen Finn looks taller than him, even from the distance that they're standing apart. But it's interesting because he's 6'5", 6'6", Alex Thompson, but he's a spinner.
Is he?
He's an off spinner. Yeah,
wow.
About the tallest off spinner I think I've ever seen. But yeah, unusually, if you put him in a lineup and said pick the off spinner, he'd probably be the last one you'd pick.
Yeah.
He is tall. He's come out to join Anuj Dal. And still to come, Mark Watt, the Scotland international, and Sam Connors, probably in that order. And Sussex, well, they'll have designs on dismissing Derbyshire before lunch if they possibly can. Here they are.
Yeah.
And Thompson's got a couple of half centuries this season, so he's a more than capable batsman coming in at number 9.
Yeah, Finn just remaining right arm round to Dahl here. Just a little bit of a change of angle. Looks like he's got somebody at... Oh, he's got a very packed leg side now. So he's got someone at deep square in front, square leg. I find they're kind of floating. Finn in just short of length, and that's played into the leg side. Picked up by about kind of position between fine leg and deep square. Just floating in the middle there, and then somebody again on fine leg. But for the new batter, it looks like the person who was just floating there between fine and deep square is just moving into... Oh, no. Everyone's having a little bit of a move around. Finn is coming right arm over now to the new batter. And he's having 2 slips. So it looks like now deep square's been taken out, so it looks like he's going to get him to... Well, a little bit fuller. And Finn, yep, there we go, slightly fuller. That's just defended. Looks like he wants to get Thompson to start playing out the ball as the new batter.
Somebody's just taken the mickey out of me for saying something's happened, but he's definitely out. So I've sent them a photograph of our view of the pitch, which, quite frankly, is perfect, apart from the fact that we can't see either set of stumps. So that's my defence.
Yep, Finn. And again, just defended by Thompson into the offside. There's no run from it. Yeah, I think Sussex will look to possibly batting shortly after lunch, or even if they can get in just before. Yeah,
I think 400 is a little bit below par. Yeah. Although, having said that, when there was 83 for 4, they'd have bitten your hand off for 400, Derbyshire.
Yep. And again, I think I was just short there. He's fallen over and it's been pulled away. And that's 4 runs. Slightly slower, actually, on the left side of the ground here. It's quite a long boundary.
They're falling over quite a lot in this game, Stephen Finn, when he's bowled. It's a good shot from a tall man, so on it quickly.
Yeah.
And there was. So I don't think there is going to be anybody out there, but there certainly wasn't anybody out there on the square leg boundary. There isn't going to be anybody out there on the square leg boundary, so they'll just let Alex Thompson continue to take the short ball on, which is probably a good idea because there's always a chance of a miscue, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. Finn it's just taken quite a wide berth to come round. Then in he comes. It's just middle stump line this time. It's just defended back to him. Dot ball.
Having called that wicket appallingly, I'm going.
You're going.
I will be
off.
back. I will be back after my update. But yeah, that was as poor a piece of commentary as I think I've managed in the last 8 years.
I've got another bit of musical chairs in the commentary box. Finn's just turning at the top of his mark again. Deep square has resumed. They've gone out. And then he comes just short outside off. It's push to the person sweeping on the cover boundary. That brings the end of the over. Derbyshire are 396 for 7. Dale 74, Thompson 5, and I have been... My brain is really lagging today. I actually don't... I think it's 2 days of cricket I've played. Which we'll do. But I've been joined by Adrian Holmes again.
Yeah, thank you, Chloe. Well, Fletcher will be back in a minute. You can have a breather, Chloe. I can see Archie Lenham warming up. Very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our live commentary here from Hove. Sussex against Derbyshire, day 2. A bit cloudy, overcast, rain around the country, but mercifully none here so far. But a good morning, I think, for Sussex, because overnight Derbyshire were 339 for 5. So they've added what, Chloe? They've added...
Not very good at maths.
Right, they've added 55, I think, this morning. Is that right? 56.
39.
44. Oh, we must be able to do better than this. 396. So 96 less 39. So in comes Rawlins. Comes in and bowls to Thompson, who plays down the offside as the car alarm goes off. That is irritating. That is very irritating.
Yeah.
It's going to keep going as well. In comes Rawlins, bowls. Forward comes Thompson again. They've added, by my reckoning, is it 57 this morning? Either way, Sussex have picked up a couple of wickets. Madsen for 176 and Kerr for 16 as driving down the ground as Thompson fielded by Rawlins off his own bowling. There is no run. A slip, backward point, short extra cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, Rawlins in and bowls. Thompson drives nicely into the offside, fielded by Haynes at mid-off. There is no run. But the leg side fielder mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. In again, bowls, and Thompson is forward solidly, plays to mid-on, fielded by Steve Finn, and there is no run. Nice little spell this from Delray Rawlins, picked up a couple of wickets in the innings.
Yeah, he's just getting through his overs really quickly, actually.
He is. In and bowls, and Thompson digs that out, finds its way to backward point where it's fielded by Jack Brooks. End of the over, 396 for 7. Dahl on 74, Thompson is on 5, and the Sussex over rate is +7. Chloe, which is excellent, and indeed yesterday. Well, we've still got another 73 overs to be bowled today, but we should get to lunch with 64 remaining if they do 32 in a session. And in fact, more good news in terms of the over rate is that Archie Lenham is coming on to bowl his leg spin from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Give you a quick update on how we're doing in other games around the country. And the other breaking cricket news this morning was that the BBC understanding that Owen Morgan is going to retire from international cricket. No play so far at Headingley. They were due to start at 12 o'clock. But looking at this, it looks as if they still haven't started. Down at Taunton, South African women are 50 for 4.
Yep. Izzy Wong and Lauren Bell taking their first test wickets.
Good for them.
Archie just at the top of his mark with his leg spin. And he comes just outside off, been cut into the offside, out to keep deep cover, and they've taken a single from it.
No play before lunch at Northampton or indeed at Trent Bridge, which shows where the rain is.
Just again, Archie Lenham just coming with his leg spin, outside off, it's been worked to mid-wicket. He comes round and picks it up. Quite an exciting young player is Archie Lenham. He's had a...
Well, he is. We're very excited here at Sussex, just 17 years of age. Played a little T20 cricket throughout the campaign. Given his opportunity in a couple of championship games.
Lenham again, just outside off. Just been tried to work by Thompson into the onside, sorry. Mid on, just picks it up.
And of course, in Ian Salisbury, he's got a coach who bowled leg spin for Surrey, Sussex, and of course England as well.
Lenham again, just leg stump this time. It's just been worked mid wicket. Passes it back to him. He returns to the top of his mark.
Later sunny spell developing, showers will ease.
You can keep going. I think you'll get through this over before the update.
Okay. Lenham again, just leg stump line. I think it's been padded away. But again, dot ball. Looks like Thompson's slightly uncomfortable here. Doesn't look very comfortable playing a leg spinner. Kind of doesn't know what to do with it. At the minute, just being dotted up a little bit here. Lenham again, just outside off. Bit of relief of pressure that's been driven for 4. And that brings the end of the over. Derbyshire 401. It's bringing up their 400 in the...
Well, there's a nice little collection of Derbyshire supporters sitting in the front row of the stand away to our right-hand side, the temporary stand, who were applauding wildly as that ball, a lovely shot by Alex Thompson for 4 runs through extra cover, and as you say, 401 for 7 are Derbyshire. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Derbyshire continuing to go along nicely. They're 401 for 7. Anuj Dal is still there on 75. Sussex have taken a couple of wickets this morning. Wayne Madsen out for 176. A wicket there for Jack Brooks, who's on loan from Somerset for this match. And more recently, Hayden Kerr, LBW to Delray Rawlins, 416. So Derbyshire 401 for 7. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey piling on the runs against Kent. Now 587 for 6. A century this morning for Sam Curran, who made 126 in just 75 balls with 15 fours and 5 sixes. And in the Test match, sadly no play so far at Headingley. In the game between England and New Zealand. Final day, England just needing another 113 to win, but currently being frustrated by the weather. As Rawlins bowls to Thompson, the ball outside the off stump taken by keeper Carter, and there is no run. Flench is back with us.
Adrian. A colleague who is...
Rawlins bowls, Thompson plays down the onside, there is no run, that's all right.
No, I should be watching the cricket. It's barely time to talk, but Ray Rawlins is bowling. I'll wait until it's my turn again.
For Rawlins, England bowls. Thompson plays us through mid-wicket. They've taken one. James Coles is after that, which means that somebody's off the field. Stephen Finn.
He was asking to go off while I was next door. Yeah, he did the old substitution signal.
Single to Thompson. He goes to 10. 403 for 7.
Now as well.
It's been slowish progress for Derbyshire this morning. Nonetheless, they are still making progress. So my dreadful math: 61 plus 3, 64 runs they've added this morning as Rawlins bowls wide of this. Oh, there could be a run out here. Well, it was played by Dahl to backward point. In fact, it was misfielded by Jack Brooks, and had he collected that cleanly and got the throw in, there was a chance for a run out.
A casual underarm toss to the keeper would have got him, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't Dahl's call, and he was rightly sent back by Thompson. The ball ended up at backward point. Rawlins in again, bowls short, and Dahl covers up, plays into the offside, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. 2 runs coming off the Delray Rawlins over. 17 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. Derbyshire 403 for 7. Dahl 76. Thompson on 10.
So this colleague of mine who's chiding me gently for my calling of the Hayden Kerr dismissal, which was appalling, and I hold my hands up. He says he misses the circular saw from last year. Do you remember the circular saw? There was a circular saw operating the entire match last season, and it was driving everybody nuts. But he does say that he thinks the circular saw would have done the wicket better than me. Thank you very much. Here is... oh dear. First ball of a new over from Archie Lenham is defended by Alex Thompson to the bowler. Harsh but fair.
Yes, I mean, I had a much better view because I was standing in the press box at the time, so I
had no idea what was going on. That's usually my general default position, though. Lenham bowls, gives that one a bit of air. It's driven out into the offside by Alex Thompson. So we've got a left arm spinner at one end, a leg spinner at the other, and they're currently bowling to an off spinner. Well, the cloud is definitely building up away to the southwest, which isn't great. This next delivery is it's played into the leg side. It was a horrible looking shot, but Alex Thompson won't mind. He's picked up another run and moves on to 11 already. Derbyshire to 404 for 7.
Clearly has confidence in Alex Thompson and Dahl. I mean, he's
2 half centuries this season already. Alex Thompson, not bad for number 9.
No, indeed.
Not bad for number 9. I'd love to tell you who they were against, but I don't have those records. I don't do that kind of thing, as that's pushed out into the offside by Dahl. Picked up by Delray Rawlins.
Well, in fact, he made half century at Derby this season against Sussex.
50, there we go.
52 in 49 balls.
That was his. I think that might have been his maiden first-class half century. This one is driven by Dahl. There is a man out on the cover boundary, and it's a good tumbling stop out there by Sean Hunt. He did really well to get to that ball. He was running up the hill, as was the ball. But as a result, Dahl picks up a couple of runs. That was the 200th ball that Dahl had faced, 78. So his strike rate is 36. How about that? Maths on the radio. 78 from 200 deliveries, 406 for 7. Lenham is in again, and this one's played backward of square on the offside by Dahl. This time they're going to have to settle for a single as Hunt gets around there again and throws in left-handed, as you would expect. Although it doesn't necessarily.
No,
it doesn't necessarily, does it?
Does Jack Leach throw right-handed?
Yes, he does. Samit does. Samit Patel.
Tamal Mills does.
Yeah. There's one, and I tell it to everybody because I just find it fascinating. Mark Watt is a left-arm spinner. We'll see him bat left-handed when he comes out, but he signs autographs with his right hand, and he plays golf right-handed as well. So he bats left-handed and plays golf right-handed. 407 for 7 at the end of the over. Dahl pinched the strike. He's on 79. Thompson has 11.
Both my brothers do that, actually.
Yeah.
Bat left-handed and play golf right-handed.
Really? That's interesting.
In comes Delray Rawlins. Round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Dahl, who's forward and plays to Ibrahim in the covers.
I can only imagine that because left-handed golf clubs are quite a specialist item, aren't they?
Yes.
That, you can bat left-handed or right-handed with a cricket bat, but golf.
Rawlins in bowls. Dahl plays into the offside. They run. Irritatingly, they're both better at both sports than I am. There you go. There you are.
These things happen.
They do.
Yeah.
I just have to live with it. Rawlins bowls to Dahl is forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Coles. There is no run. This over 8 is terrific, isn't it? Plus 7.
Yeah.
And we're going to be... What have we got? 69 overs left after this one. So if the Sussex can get through 5 overs before lunch, we're on track again as in comes Rawlins. That kept a little low, and Dahl played it into the offside, and that's a misfield, I think, by Ibrahim, or was it a little too wide of him? Julian would have had a better view than I have, sitting up there. I'm not sure if that was a misfield.
I think he's nodded off.
I think he has. I think he has.
I think he's
That's terrible.
Off. Somebody prod Julian.
Yeah, he's thinking about his holiday to Sorrento.
Yeah, well,
yeah, he's thinking about his Lemonachillo sitting in there in Sorrento having a... Comes Rawlins bowls and played to backward point by Thompson.
Not well to afford one. Now he's parked his car on the road.
No, he's not happy about that £7.50. Rawlins again. And down the wicket comes Thompson. That's a good shot. Nicely played. He waited his moment there, did Alex Thompson. And he just clipped the ball wide of Mohammed Rizwan, who's fielding at mid-on. 4 runs. Nice shot by Thompson. He goes to 15. Derbyshire 412 for 7, and although it's been relatively slow progress for Derbyshire, they've only lost a couple of wickets, and they're building a position in this match where it's very difficult to see Derbyshire losing this game.
Yeah, and they'll want
more.
They'll want another 40-50 as a minimum, I would suggest.
Yes.
But you're right, the progress has appeared to be really slow, but it's starting to pick up now, and they've still got enough time, haven't they? 16, 17 minutes to get it up close to 100 runs in the session, which is okay. As Lennon begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end, and it's defended by Anuj Dal out into the leg side. So there is no run.
And I think we're seeing what we saw yesterday. Fletch, you mentioned it yesterday, that the ball going softer after 30 overs or so, and you feel that batting becomes a whole pile easier.
Well, it tends not to fly anywhere, does it? That's the sort of a double-edged sword. That's guided off the back foot out towards backward point by Anuj Dal. Hunt does the fielding. Single is taken. He moves to 81, 413 for 7. I was talking to Chloe about Anuj Dal's conversion rate. This is only the 8th time he's got to 50 in first-class cricket. But on 2 of his first 7, he went on to make a century. That's a decent conversion rate. Lennon is in and bowls. Leaves it alone outside the off stump. There is no run.
I know we were talking about Archie Lennon yesterday, and it's so good to have such a young man bowling leg spin. Is he just pushing it through quite quickly, or is that just me, Fletch?
Yes, I think he's bowling a little bit too quick, really. But he's obviously concerned about being whacked everywhere, isn't he? Which, it is the lot of a leg spinner to be whacked everywhere. That one was pushed into the leg side, no run. But there isn't much loop on it, is there? He's in now, and he has to. I tell you, one of the problems he might have, and I don't know anything technically about leg spin bowling. Obviously, single taken, the ball is played into the leg side. Thompson moves on to 16. He's quite small in stature, so he's really got to get it. He's really got to throw it up, hasn't he, before he can do anything else to get some loop on it. Otherwise, it's going to naturally go quite flat. This one's a fuller delivery. It's defended by Dahl back to Lennon. I don't know if that's a thing. There might be some experts out there who can help me out on that. But just I'm thinking of the most recent leg spinner for Derbyshire in first class cricket. Matty McKinnon plays a lot of T20 cricket, but not so much first class. But Matt Critchley, very tall man. So therefore, you can sort of let it go, and it's already quite high, so it doesn't need to loop through the air. Whereas he's got to sort of toss it up, hasn't he? Might be a thing. Who knows?
In comes Rawlins around the wicket, bowls to Thompson, who works this one down to mid-on, followed by Rizwan, and there is no run. 4:14 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms and Dave Fletcher. Chloe Brewer with us in the commentary box today as well. As Rawlins is on his way around the wicket, bowls to Thompson. That's a good take down the leg side by Carter. And there is no run. Thompson 16, Dahl 81. 15 minutes to go until lunch. Rawlins in his 19th over. Around the wicket, bowls driven by Thompson straight back down the track. There is no run. 2 wickets to go down today. Wayne Madsen for 176 fine innings. Caught by Tom Alsop. A good catch at first slip, high to his left. And then Hayden Kerr LBW to Rawlins. In comes Rawlins. Bowled. Oh, that kept horribly low. That really did keep low.
A similar delivery to the one that got Kerr out, though, because he fired it in. He really fired the one that got Kerr in. It was almost medium pace.
That would have sent a few jitters through the Sussex side when the opposition of 4:14 for 7. That really did keep low. Taken by Carter. Rawlins in again, bowls. Thompson is solidly forward. Straight back down the track, fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. Wanders back to his mark, wiping the ball on his shirt and then on his trousers. It is in again around the wicket, bowls, and Thompson comes up, plays back down the track. Another maiden over for Delray Rawlins, who's bowled 19 overs, 2 maidens, taken 2 for 52. 67 overs remaining in the day. 12 minutes to go until lunch. So Sussex maintaining their very good over rate, which is showing us +7 on the scoreboard. But Derbyshire just slowly going about their business here, building a very substantial first innings total. Batting to come, Sam Connors.
Well, I think Watt will come in before Connors. But Watt can hit the ball. He's quite a unit. And Sam Connors can hang around. I mean, he scored a very good one not out at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago with Finn Hudson-Prentice. No, with Leicester Ploy. Finn Hudson-Prentice in the second innings helped win the game at Notts. And the ball, well, this is Lennon beginning a new over. Pushed out into the offside by Anosdal. They go through for a quick single. Greg Watts was asking on email, he said he was surprised that Finn Hudson-Prentice wasn't playing, as he knows the Derbyshire players so well, but of course poor old Finn has been injured for a lot of this season, can't bowl at the moment, so we'll have to play as a specialist batsman. And I've seen him, said hello to him. This one is clipped nicely by Alex Thompson up to the mid-on, who's quite deep. Through for a single. Mid-on. Thompson on to 17. Dahl 82 not out of 209 deliveries. Lennon bowls to him, pushes this one out towards backward point.
I thought that one, Fletch, you just gave a little bit more air to.
You've just got to take a bit of pace off and trust yourself to land it, haven't you, really? And well, leg spinners don't come into their own until they're sort of late 20s, early 30s, do they? So he's got plenty of time to learn. That one's a little bit off target, down or going down leg side. There was a half-hearted appeal as Anosdal tried to turn it into the leg side.
I'm pleased to see that that Tom Haynes has got his mid-on and mid-off up, though. And I like that. You know, he's saying, well, if you want to hit me over the top, you know, have a go.
There is a single to both, though. They've already taken one. Now they've taken a single to Mohammed Rizwan, who's fielding at...
Not sure they should have been
on the
there.
45. No, absolutely. I think they're just a little bit... I think that mid-on and mid-off are a little bit deep for me. I think they could come up with a couple of yards.
I mean, I'm a believer with you, Fletch, that it's either one or, you know, you're either stopping the one or you're not.
If you don't stop the one, you might as well be on the...
Yes, you might as well be on the fence.
Yeah, absolutely. 417 for 7. Lennon to Thompson, who clips this one into the leg side very nicely out towards... that's Ali Orr out there.
Yes, it is.
Out at mid-wicket, and a single is taken, so Thompson will pinch the strike. He'll move on to 18. Down 83. It's 418 for 7 now, with around about 8 or 9 minutes to go until the lunch break.
Interesting. It's a debate that was being had. I was driving home last night, and they were summing up the fourth day's play in the Test match, and talking about Jack Leach, and talking about the fields that Ben Stokes was setting with Jack Leach, and how positive they thought it was that he had his mid-on and mid-off up, and saying to the batsman, well, you know, if you want to take me on, you take me on. And I think it was Bracewell who took him on and hit him maybe for 4 or 6, and he kept the fielders up. The next minute he holed out. Saying that the feeling in modern day cricket is that captains are too quick to put the fielders back on the fence, and I agree with that. You know, say to the batsman, well, come on, if you want to have a go. In comes Rawlins, bowls that kept low. Thompson's a tall man, but he dug that out to backward point, fielded by Lennon at backward point, and there is no run.
Chris Britton's been on. He's absolutely right. It was Sam Connors who didn't play in the T20 on Friday night. I was saying that there were 9 of the players playing today that played on Friday night. It's 8. Sam Connors didn't play.
Interesting. Rawlins in bowls. Played firmly by Dahl into the offside. Dahl is just 17 sort of a century. He's obviously trusting Alex Thompson implicitly here. Will he get to a stage where he thinks, I need to take this into my own hands, if he's not trusting the others?
Potentially.
Dahl drives into the offside, fielded by Haynes. Hey?
I think I would.
Right.
Well, Mark Watt, it's only the second game for Derbyshire in the Championship. He made his debut at Chesterfield. That was his first game of first-class cricket for 5 years.
Rawlins, that's wide of the stump cutaway. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a beautifully played shot. He's played that shot really well. As Dahl, it was just too wide of the stump. A rare loose ball by Rawlins, and Dahl very quickly onto it. And what was impressive with this shot was the placement as well, because there's a backward point and a cover point, and it completely bisected the 2 and rolled away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 87. 423 for 7.
He will be very pleased with this innings, will Dahl. More than useful batsman to come in as low down as he does at 7. To have Kerr and Thompson for company, who are both capable batsmen as well, is a joy.
Rawlins in bowls, Dahl stretches forward, plays that 2-point, fielded there by Lenham, and there is no run.
I have to look up and see what's high score in first class cricket is, because I have absolutely no idea.
Rawlins in the game. And a play and a miss outside the stump by Dahl. Now, on that occasion, he was looking to repeat the shot from previously in the over, but I think the ball kept a little low. Taken by Carter, there is no run. End of the over, 4:23 for 7. Dahl is on 87. Thompson on 19. We've got another 7 minutes to go until lunch, so if Lenham and Rawlins are bowling, we could well get through another couple of overs before the break. Just reaching that innings of Sam Curran for Surrey, 126 in 75 balls, 15 fours, 5 sixes. So 15 fours, what's that, a 60? 5 sixes. So 90 of his 126 came in boundaries.
Lenham begins a new over to Alex Thompson, who clips it round the corner to Mohammad Rizwan on the leg side.
No play before lunch in the Test match.
Oh, they'll be getting jittery. Just makes it more exciting, really, doesn't it?
South Africa women 70 for 4 against England in Taunton.
And that's defended by Thompson, 4:23 for 7. It remains.
No play before lunch at Northampton. No play before lunch at Nottingham. Play due to start at Trent Bridge at 1:30, so maybe the rain is moving through.
Scoring first class cricket, Mark Watt of 81 not out.
Well, there we are.
This one is pushed by Thompson out into the leg side, very much in front of square. They're going to come back for 2. They might even think about 3 here if it doesn't go all the way to the boundary, which it doesn't. It's a good piece of fielding by Ali Orr, sliding around the boundary, and he had to stop the ball because then he was sliding towards the ropes. So he had to let go of it temporarily, and as a result, they do get back for 3. Thompson moves to 22 now, 426 for 7. I think those first class matches were for Scotland, though. So I don't know but he certainly played against Ireland, I think. Fletcher and research. Bad fellows. Next delivery from Lenham. He's pushed out into the offside by Dahl. These two have put on 36 already.
Useful runs. Very much setting up. And actually, you were right, Fletch, because if they get another 13 runs, they've got 100 runs in the session. Which
is about par, isn't it? That's about par. That's given a bit more air, and he's got his hands on his head as Lenham as it's driven out into the offside by Dahl for a single. Almost got it underneath the bat, I fancy there. To 88 now, 427 for 7. I don't think he's got time. He hasn't got time, really, unless he goes berserk, which seems unlikely to get to 3 figures before lunch. Till the afternoon session. Lenham bowls turn into the leg side by Thompson, and that's the end of another over from Archie Lenham. 14 overs, 0 for 57. He's probably bowled better than that, to be fair to him. He's coming out nicely. He's landing it in the places he wants it to land, by and large, which for a leg spinner is no mean feat. It's a really tricky art. 427 for 7. Derbyshire will be relatively pleased. They'll have been disappointed to have lost Madsen, I'm sure, and Hayden Kerr this morning, but just 2 wickets for Sussex. Dahl has 88 now. Thompson has 22.
And Rawlins is going to bowl what might be the last over before lunch. It depends how quickly he does get through his overs very quickly. 64 overs left in the day, so Sussex are up with the clock. Rawlins 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 57.
Derbyshire will slow that clock down later on, Adrian. Don't worry about that.
Is their over 8 not great?
No.
Right. Okay. In comes Rawlins around the wicket, bowls to Dahl, who's forward, play down the offside of the track. Rawlins fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. He sort of skips back to his mark. Does Rawlins wants a change in the field? He wants Dan Ibrahim to go a little straighter. So there's now a silly mid-on, as well as a fairly close-ish mid-wicket. I think Delray's decided this is going to be the last over before lunch because he's taking his time here. He's in and bowls. Dahl is forward, plays into the covers, fielded by Finn at extra cover. And there is no run. He's now sending Sean Hunt back to deep mid-wicket. There's all sorts of field changes going on here. They brought Jack Brooks across from cover to backward square leg or a short fine leg. And there's a deep backward square as well. You've changes in the field. Oh, they're just wasting time now, aren't
We're
they?
going to have a shout of get on with it in a minute, aren't we?
No, I agree.
Someone?
No,
Not
I
from
agree.
Julian, obviously, because he's still fast asleep.
He is
but
asleep, yeah. In fact, he looks like, yeah.
he's nodded off.
I think his head is leaning. I think he has nodded off. I'm going to see him about lunchtime. I'm going to say, did you go to sleep?
Unbelievable. On our watch.
Yeah. This is now going to be the last over before lunch. The clock ticks over to 12:59. Rawlins in bowls. Dahl clips this one firmly to mid on. After all that changing around of the field, Dahl just pushes it to mid on, and they pick up a single fielded by Rizwan. And Dahl goes to 89. Derbyshire 428 for 7. Looks like he can hit a big ball, Alex Thompson, to me. Just got that sort of physique about him. In comes Rawlins bowls, and Thompson decides he's going to play for lunch and plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. And there is no run. Flags fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. The Derbyshire flag, the Sussex flag. Very stiff breeze. That's down the leg side from Rawlins. That's a shocking delivery, and it's going to run away for byes. In fact, there could be a couple of byes. If they'd have got a move on, there might have been two. In fact, they're giving us wides.
That's harsh. In first-class cricket, that's harsh.
Yeah, I guess the keeper might be pleased about that.
Yeah.
They haven't gone down against his tally, and that has certainly ensured that won't get another over and fall. The clock now says exactly 1 o'clock, the digital scoreboard. As in comes Rawlins bowls, and Dahl plays down the track. One more ball to go in the over. In fact, umpire...
Yes, that's he
he thought it was lunch. In comes Rawlins bowls, and forward comes Dahl, plays it into the offside. They just checked that it is lunch. Indeed, it is the lunch break. And Derbyshire are 430 for 7. With Anus Dahl on 89 of 224 balls. Alex Thompson on 22 of 41. These two coming together when Hayden Kerr was out, when the score's on 390. So these two have added 40 now for this, the 8th wicket. The 2 wickets to go down.
There's some left. There is some left. There's some left, isn't there? There is some left. Yeah, good, good. Those 53-inch pizzas don't eat themselves, you know. And look nice, actually, to be fair.
Can confirm it tasted quite good as well.
Yeah, I think I might go for that tomorrow. I had chicken pie 2 days in a row. In the wild, they're very, very pleasant. I'm not really a big fan of chicken, so I don't. But there wasn't anything else.
No other pies.
Yeah, so I went for the steak and ale, but of course they didn't have any steak and ale. Anyway, enough of my diet, or lack of. And it's going to be Sean Hunt ball from the Cromwell Road end. 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 54. Wicket today. The wickets today fell to Jack Brooks. Wayne Madsen out for 176. Good catch by Tom Alsop. And then Hayden Kerr, brilliantly described, led before wicket by me. Delray Rawlins. Here is Hunt bowling around the wicket, left arm to Alex Thompson, who defends the ball straight back to him. So there were some fairly there still are some fairly unpleasant clouds up above, but I think we're going to escape it, you know.
Yeah, the wind's just pushing it really quickly across. It rain just above us. Oh, yeah, it's just passing on.
Yeah, I think we're going to escape. At the moment, it's gloomy, but it's perfectly playable. The light. I'm sure these windows are slightly tinted anyway. I'm certain that it's slightly tinted. They've got something on them because they can't see in from the outside as Hunt bowls, and that's pushed out towards the covered boundary. Delray Rawlins is sort of running alongside it all the way to the boundary, picks it up. Batsman had obviously decided that 1 run was sufficient. Thompson moves on to 23 for 31 for 7.
What would you want to see in this next session?
I want to see Derbyshire still batting at tea time, but I don't think we will. I'd ideally like to see them get to 500. I certainly want to see Anuj Dal get his 3rd first-class century. I think he deserved it for the way he's batted. He's batted for 2 sessions. That one hits the pads, but it was clearly going down leg side. He came in before tea yesterday. When he came in for Lewis Rees, there were 203 for 5. He's on 89 now. I know Wayne Madsen made 176, but he's on 89, and Derbyshire 431 for 7. So I think he deserves 3 figures personally. Yeah.
No, he's batted really well. He hasn't played any flashy shots. Just batted.
Nice and steady. He flexes his knees as he waits for Hunt to come in around the wicket and bowl to him wide of the off stump. The ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, and the sun comes out again, so all is well with the world. I forgot to ask Adrian if he saw Julian.
We did.
Excellent. Yeah. So he was awake. Excellent.
He just woke up.
He had dropped off though, hadn't he?
I think he had.
I'm sure he had. Attention, Julian, now for the rest of the session. He's just giving me a wave. Good man. 431 for 7. 89. Thompson on 23. Waits just 1 slip in place and pulls this delivery for 4 runs. Out just in front of square. Nice shot on it quickly. Anuj Dali moves into the 90s. He's 93 not out now. And Derbyshire up to 435 for 7. Nice shot.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to bowl there with no deep square, because that's going to be the same result every time.
There was one before lunch that was bowled by Stephen Finn. Alex Thompson got on top of it and played it out there as well, and they didn't put anybody back. And they're not going to put anybody back now either. So
no, well, fields have got to be set to bowlers ball, whereas they can't set a field for a drag down, can they?
No, shouldn't do.
If that's not the plan.
Can't set fields with a bad ball. In comes Hunt again and bowls to Dowler. Cuts this one, but is he going to get 4? He is, you know. That's raced away to the boundary. No chance for Dan Ibrahim to get around, and he was probably only about 20 yards away from where the ball crossed the boundary rope when the ball left the bat. So Anuj Dal moves to 97, which is bad news for everybody, because you know what happens now. I have to commentate on him. Sorry, I am sorry. Bad news for everyone. Me, for the listeners, for you, Chloe, it's just bad news. But there we are. 97 from 228 deliveries. Thompson has 23. You can start the over there with Thompson on strike. 439 for 7. I know it's like I'm doing you a favour, isn't it? I didn't mean it to sound like I was doing you a favour.
You're all right. Rawlins to bowl from the sea end. Resuming with a little bit of spin.
Yeah, 1 for 16 in 7 overs before lunch. Bowled okay. Fired a couple in. The one that got Hayden Kerr out with that beautifully described leg before wicket. Was really fired in it. It's the worst piece of commentary I've ever done in my life, and I can only apologise.
Rawlins. In he comes, left arm round. It's just fired in the middle stump. It's flicked into the leg side, which has gone for 4. It's raced away down the slope. It's a very small boundary on the leg side here.
We know how sluggish they were in the first hour this morning. They've got 13 runs in 7 deliveries since lunch. Absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, so another 4 added to total. Rawlins again, left arm round. So outside, was defended to point. Yeah, I always find it with left arm spinners, they kind of like they drift it into your pads, but they spin it away from you. So it's always incredibly hard.
Got to be watchful.
Rawlins again, just drifting it into middle stump. There we go. That is out. That was what I was just talking about. Left arm spinner's just drifted it into his pads, and he's just come unstuck there, and it's just been given LB. So Derbyshire now 443 for 8. Dahl remains on 97. Thompson's gone for 27 of 46 balls.
Mystic Chloe predicts fall of wicket. 4 fours for Alex Thompson in that innings. He did a 4 in this over, but he's on his way. Adrian fired him off straight away next to us. Couldn't wait to see the back of him. And the new batsman, I assume, walking down the steps will be Mark Watt. He's making his way down the steps. He'll have enjoyed his lunch, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And Anuj Dal is waiting, leaning on his back to see who's coming out. I think he's Mark Watt. It's a long way away. He looks taller than wider than Sam Connors. But yeah, Dahl now 3 away from a century and not on strike with the last 2 batsmen coming out. I was thinking if you walk out to the middle holding your bat by the blade rather than the handle, are you a serious batsman or not? He was practicing this morning, as was Connors, in the hitting balls from throwdowns back into the net that was just put up down to our right hand side, and Sam Connors actually nicked off.
Brilliant.
with one of the throwdowns, a genuine nick. It would have gone straight to first slip. But it is Mark Watt who's come out ahead of him, number 51.
That's not what you want in the morning, is it? No. It's sneaking off to some runs.
And there were a couple of shots where he barely middled it. In fact, Mark Watt, he's got a green sticker on his bat, I'm sure. He actually came over at one point and let Sam Connors have a go with his bat. So it's probably a bat that's scored some runs in international cricket, because he's played over 100 times for Scotland. Yeah. Mark Watt is a major component. He sort of shot to prominence in that game between England and Scotland at the Grange, where he picked up 3 wickets and Scotland beat England in the 50 overs aside match up there in Edinburgh a couple of years, probably 4 or 5 years ago now. Good bowler.
Yeah.
But he's got a bat now.
Yeah.
He's got a bat for Dahl.
So left arm to the left-hander. It's just slightly short, and it's defended back to him. A little bit of frustration from Rawlins, but he looks happy as he's just at the top of his mark. And then he comes left arm over again. It's slightly wider, it's been left alone by Watt. And giving the ball a little bit of shine, suggesting that the spinner wants a little bit of drift. Rawlins it in again, just outside off, defended underneath Watt's eyes. And that brings the end of the over. Derbyshire are 443 for 8. Dahl 97. Watt, the new batter, on 0.
And we can all breathe a sigh of relief, as can the Dahl family. Virang Dahl's been back in touch. He just about sneaked in an email yesterday bang on 6 o'clock that I managed to read out. It is Virang as well. He says, apparently I got it right yesterday, so that's about the one thing I've got right in the entire match. Mum and Dad keenly watching, albeit slightly nervous, he says, hoping that Nudge can get to the 3 figures. He said, though last season ended well, which he did, I thought he ended superbly last year, it was a tough ride. It was. He was messed around horribly. Very pleased with his performances this season. This would be just reward for lots of hard work. Well, he's 3 away from what would be his 3rd first-class century, and as Virang says, it's thoroughly deserved. I will do my best, Virang, to steer you through this one. Let's go, fingers crossed. Here comes Hunt from the Cromwell Road end, and that's a delivery that he manages to slam the bat down on, and he's moved on to 98 because the scamper through for a single. Sure, I'm 100% keen on that. Still no number, disappointingly, on the back of Mark Watt's sweater, so presumably not one on the back of his shirt either. And he did play a couple of weeks ago at Chesterfield with a numberless shirt, but that was sort of understandable. This time, not so much. I'm sure there's a perfectly good reason, but nobody's told me what it is. I do like to see numbers. Managed to get Hayden Kerr a number 50, hadn't they? And this is his debut. So what's going off there?
No idea.
What is going on?
What is going on? He's just taken as well, interesting, off stump guard.
Oh, right.
Which...
Well, Hunt's coming over the wicket and he defends beautifully.
Just means that he can get in line with the ball so he knows where his off stump is. I find quite a few batters take it just so they know when to leave the ball alone.
It seems to have come into vogue a little bit, doesn't it? There's a lot of them are moving across their stumps. Well, because the last thing you want then is to be bowled around your legs.
Yeah, exactly. It's not what you want, is it?
No, not at all. Well, if you're bowled by your legs by somebody bowling left arm over the wicket, it will be a surprise. And he leaves that one alone nicely, allows it to go through to the keeper. What? To get off the mark. And Dahl on 98 not out, 444. The man to go since lunch. Alex Thompson, leg before wicket to Delray Rawlins for 27. To fallen today. Derbyshire starting the day on 339 for 5. In comes Hunt again. 2 slips in place, and that's left alone by Watt to go through to wicket keeper Ollie Carter. Quite an exaggerated leave. Not in the same class as Billy Godleman when he leaves the ball, but he's sort of bordering towards Labuschagne with all the fancy stuff that goes with a Labuschagne leaf.
Yeah, the flamboyant leaves are something special.
Each to their own, I suppose. 4 for 8. And balls left alone outside the off stump by Mark Watt to go through to the keeper. The good news is that was the 5th ball of the over. And they've still got another. The Watts may well be listening as well, and I'm not detracting from Mark Watt's ability with the bat. I just don't want Anuj Dahl to be left stranded on 98. And at the moment, he's down at the non-strikers end. He's just sort of strolling around. Watt waits as Hunt bowls to him, and that's hit the pad. It goes out into the leg side. I think Watt was quite keen on a quick single, but I don't think Anuj Dahl had any intention of stopping, leaning on his bat. End of the over, 444 for 8. Dahl has 98. And Watt yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, this is especially nerve-wracking for Dahl because he, excuse me, can see that he's on 98. It's just when some batters get a little bit touchy.
Delray Rawlins looks like he's going to continue.
Yeah.
He's having a chat with Stephen Finn at the moment. It looks like the de facto captain out there. I'm not entirely sure why that would be. Perhaps he's just in charge of the bowlers. Who's that? Who's number 5? It's Henry Crocombe. He's on the field at mid-off. I think the captain's gone because he's just walked up the steps. He's at the top of the. I think the captain's gone, which is why Stephen Finn was in charge. Dahl on 98, then ball tossed up and defended back to him. Rawlins continuing. He will toss the odd one, then he'll fire one in and Dahl's got to make sure he isn't a victim of one that's fired in. This next one is defended immaculately. I'm going to stand over here for a minute so I can see the stumps a bit better.
Around.
Yeah, I can see the stumps from here, which is useful. Not essential, but useful. 4-4-4 for 8. Rawlins in, bowls to Dahl, who drives this out into the offside. He's run the first one quickly, but he's only going to get one, and he moves to 99. I do apologise to the Dahl family. Stick with us. Stick with us. We'll bring him home. Hopefully. We'll bring him home. I can't actually promise that we'll bring him home, but
Rawlins just Mark just moving to cover slightly wider.
Rawlins
And he
goes.
comes to
Sorry,
outside.
you you carry on.
That's okay.
No, you carry on.
Just defending it on side. I thought you'd like to cover Dahl. You keep that.
I'll stick to Dahl, you stick to
Rawlins again, just full bad defended back to him by what?
Fancy a dot ball here.
Another dot ball. Another dot ball.
That'll do for me.
Rawlins again, just outside off, and there we have it. Another dot ball to finish over.
There we go.
Derbyshire are 445 for 8. Dahl is on 99. What remains on 0?
Yep, he got 114 not out against Worcestershire in the only innings that Derbyshire had against Worcestershire down at Derby on the 12th of May, round about that time. Only made 6 in the only innings he played at Chesterfield. But this will be his second century of the season, and his third in total. As I said, that conversion rate is very impressive.
Yeah, definitely.
So he'll be on strike now to the new over from Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road end. Left arm around the wicket. Nudge. 99 not out. Anuj Dahl waits as Hunt bowls to him and he defends this one out into the offside. It's picked up by Alior and there is no run. Still blowing across from left to right as we look out from the sea end here at Hove. So from the west or southwest really, the flag's just moving around a little bit. Top of the clock tower scoreboard. 3 minutes until the next update. Come on, let's sort it out. Dahl waits as Hunt bowls to him and pushed out into the offside. Gets past the first fielder, but can't get past the second. Another dot ball.
Another one.
445 for 8 it remains. He's got all the time in the world. It's only me who wants him to be slightly quicker. For purely selfish reasons. The second centurion of the match for Derbyshire. Dahl waits, Hunt bowls to him, and that one is defended into the leg side.
Yeah, Sussex really squeezing now, but not giving him anything to score off at all.
No, he'll get something to score off eventually. He knows he will. He's just got to make sure he doesn't suddenly lose his concentration and do something rash. Only fielder who's anywhere near the boundary rope is down at long leg. Slip. It's a backward point cover, mid-off. Hunt bowls to Dahl, who guides this down into the ground, and he's got through for the single. Terrific work from Anuj Dahl. He punches the air and he runs towards the pavilion before removing his helmet to acknowledge the applause of his teammates and then of the rest of the crowd here at Hove. 100 for Anuj Dahl off 236 deliveries with 10 fours. He's taken Derbyshire up to 446 for 8.
Yeah.
And breathe.
Yeah, he's batted incredibly well. It's just gone about his business today, really. He's just batted, not made any real fuss. He's just got on with it, which is really good to see.
He's a top man, he's Anuj Dahl. Busy man, as I said yesterday, vice chairman of the PCA. He's waiting now, and that one is only he's not. Mark Watt is, and he leaves that alone outside the off stump. If he gets a red inker, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that's what he's thinking about at this stage, he will move to the top of the Derbyshire averages. currently on 89 3/4. Shan Masood 86.4 and Wayne Madsen 85.6. So they'd have 3 players in the mid to high 80s in the averages. As this next delivery from Hunt is driven a big, thick inside edge up towards mid-on. It's the end of the over. Chloe, what might be best if you give your headphones to Adrian, and then I will disappear, and you can have my headphones, and we've all got the right headphones. I think that's probably the best way of going about it. But the good news is, when I nip next door to do the update, I'll be able to tell them all about another century for Anuj Dal.
Thanks very much. Well batted, Anuj Dal. That's a wonderful effort. And let's not forget that one stage here, Derbyshire were 83 for 4 in this game shortly before lunch yesterday. And indeed, that could well have been, and perhaps should have been, 97 for 5, because Lewis Rees was put down when he'd scored just 1 before he went on to get to 52. The umpires are having a consultation here about the state of the ball, thrown by umpire Lloyd to umpire Adnan, who's having a little look, and I think they are going to change the ball. Surprise, surprise. So much talk about balls being changed. That was rather nice. Jack Brooks just going over to Anuj Dal and offering his congratulations on a very fine 100. The good news is, on the weather front, I don't think it's going to rain, because there's plenty of blue sky above Hove now, and any breeze seems to be carrying the clouds away, so that's good news. When someone gets a 50 or 100, you're playing against them, Chloe, do you applaud?
100 we do.
Right.
100 we do.
Okay.
50, not so much. Depends on how the 50s come. If we've got about 20 runs off inside edges.
Right. You don't. Right.
Tend not to. And normally it's how are we going to get this person out?
Right. Yeah, I'm a big believer, I have to say, I'm a big believer in applauding. I know guys who I used to play cricket with who would never applaud if someone got a 50 or 100 because it was against the team, but I must admit I was always very keen on saying well played. Now, Mohammed Rizwan is doing some Pilates down in front of us.
Yeah, that's a good stretch, that one, actually.
No, that is a good stretch. He does it quite a lot. He's just sitting on his own, going through his Pilates routine. The umpires look as if they've changed the ball. Now, this won't be an easy change of ball, because this ball is 55 overs old. So trying to get something that replicates the ball is not straightforward. Delray Rawlins is in consultation with Watts at this end of the ground. So we haven't got a delay as the ball is being changed. In the cricket at Headingley, England have lost a wicket because Ollie Pope is out. I don't think he had it to his opener score. He made 82, bowled by Tim Southey. But Johnny Bairstow's in. 25 already off 19 balls, 3 fours and a 6. England just needing another 62 to win. In comes Rawlins. Bowls to Dahl, who plays that one into the ground. The ball bounces over the head of Tom Alsop even, who's fielding at slip, and is a single to Dahl. He goes to 101. Derbyshire 447 for 8.
Yeah, they're just kicking on here.
No, they are making good progress, Derbyshire, and they'll just want as many as they possibly can. In comes Rawlins to Watt, and Watt just turns that to mid-wicket, fielded by Stephen Finn. Fletcher back with us, so we'll have another change around in a minute. Fletcher will wait to the end of the over, Chloe, and then Fletcher will come back in. And then in comes Rawlins, bowls, and played by Watts to backward point. There is no run. Fletcher was saying he'd like to see Derbyshire somewhere up near 500, and you have to say, I wonder whether Mark Watt will eventually decide, you know what, now Dahl's got his 100, we'll just launch into an attack here, we shall see. In comes Rawlins, bowls, and he looks to cut that one away. He's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Carter. I don't see an awful lot of point in Derbyshire sort of pushing and prodding here. I think they'll be looking to get on with it, because they've got to bowl Sussex out twice to win the game. Rawlins in bowls, and Watt clips this one firmly to mid-wicket. They've taken one, fielded by Henry Crocombe, who thought about throwing at the bowler's end, but then decided that he wouldn't do so.
Yeah,
to Watt.
I should imagine that this next session we'll see Derbyshire really take it to the Sussex bowlers rather than letting them have a little bowl at them.
Yeah.
They'll take the game to them.
In comes Rawlins, bowls outside the off stump, cut away, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Not much choice chasing that one. Daniel Ibrahim, that was too wide from Delray Rawlins, and that's a shot that Anuj Dal has played beautifully throughout this innings, cutting the ball away through backward point. He picks up another boundary. He goes to 105. Derbyshire at 452 for 8. We're going to have a little change round in the commentary box. Chloe's just going to have a breather for half an hour, and then she will be back with Fletch. Dave Fletcher's going to join us now for the next half an hour here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Super knock from Anuj Dal, and you know, very, very patient as well, Fletch, and he clearly had faith in the lower order as well, that they could shepherd him through to that 100.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, Mark Watt didn't play an expansive shot at all before Anuj Dal got to 3 figures, and since then he's tried. He hasn't made contact with too many of them, but he has tried. Sean Hunt makes his way in from the Cromwell Road end over the wicket to the left-handed Mark Watt, who
Great on the foot,
yeah,
I think.
I think he has been hit on the foot, and he's limping away. He's grimacing.
Ouch.
Bless him. Oh, he's big enough to look after himself out there, don't worry. Although, again, we talk about the height of Alex Thompson, him being an off-spin bowler. His left-arm spinner is Mark Watt, which you can't really bounce the batsman. In a little bit of pain there, hit his left foot. Perhaps he hit his foot with his bat. Anyway, whatever happened, he's ready to face the next delivery from Hunt, and this one is crashed away for 4 runs out towards the backward point boundary. No, it isn't. There's a fielder getting around there. Henry Crocombe gets around. Damn you, Crocombe. He's going to go through for a single. I thought it was actually square.
Yes, I did.
It was
as well.
Slightly further behind square than I imagined, and therefore Crocombe was able to get round. Hasn't been throwing the ball much lately by the look of him. He's just feeling his left arm. It's a long way out down there in the it was the third man region, really, to the left-hander. He's down at long leg now. The score moves on to 453. Comes this next delivery from Hunt. It's pushed out just gently into the offside. Backward a square by Dahl for another single. He moves on to 106. That was slightly too easy, really. 454 for 8.
I was just going to make exactly that point, Fletch, that was a single that probably should never have been there, and that's when lower order runs can become a real irritation. You know, it was just Dahl is set. It was just a simple single, and you know, Sussex know that they're going to have to bat soon, and it's that not knowing, isn't it? So Derbyshire hold a bit of an upper hand here.
What waits as Hunt is in again, and this one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single, and the reason they can get through for the quick single is that Dahl is running to the danger end, and he's like lightning. So Watt moves on to 3. It's 455 for 8. Dahl on 106. If you hear a very loud banging noise, that'll be Chloe popping after eating the entire pizza.
Does she eat the whole thing?
Not quite. Wow. I think there's two slices left.
Nikki yesterday, I think, managed 3 slices.
Yes, yeah. There's howls of derision from the back of the room. He's hunting again around the wicket, strikes the pad of Anuj Dal, goes out into the offside, probably hit him outside the line. So therefore there was no appeal.
Am I right in thinking here, Fletch, that there's not a lot of point Derbyshire hanging around?
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, nobody wants to give their wicket away, do they? And as I say, if you can get a red inker on Anuj Dal, it'd be 2 of his 4 not outs, 5 not outs. Well, no, 2 of his 4 not outs would be centuries, which is always handy for the averages, isn't it? As this one's short and left alone by Dahl to go through to the keeper. He just wanted to keep Anuj Dal on strike there, I think, did Sean Hunt, and he did it with a short pitch delivery that flew through to the wicket keeper at the end of the over. 455 for 8. Dahl has 106, and Watt will be on strike, which I think is important. He's got 3.
Well, I know that games of cricket can change around very quickly. The game down at Cardiff sort of ebbed and flowed nicely throughout the 4 days, but it's very difficult to see here from this position how Sussex can manufacture any sort of a victory out of this game. We're into the 5th session of the match. Derbyshire holding all the cards at the moment. Remember that they were 83 for 4. So to get to 455, is that for 8?
Yeah.
Is a tremendous achievement. The over rate is showing us +9 now. You don't often see +9 on the scoreboard for overs, but we have today. 56 left in the day.
Well, there were 203 for 5 when Anuj Dal came in.
Right, yeah, it's been a terrific response. In comes Rawlins. Over the wicket bowls to Watt, who plays this firmly out into the covers, picks up a single to Sean Hunt, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. One more to Watt, who goes to 456 for 8. And you look back on that drop catch, which would have put Derbyshire 97 for 5 before lunch on the first day. Reese went on to make 52, partnership of 120 with Wayne Madsen, which really sort of was the foundation for Derbyshire. Rawlins in again, bowls wide of the stump, cut away, more runs here for Dahl. I'm not sure if he's going to go for 4. There's a long chase around for Daniel Ibrahim, Archie Lenham rather, who dives over the top of the ball and he punches the ground as Archie Lenham. There's 2 or 3 times he's done that today. Punches the ground when things don't quite go his way. Good shot though by Dahl, too much width from Rawlins. Dahl to 110.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, for fielders? But the one thing I noticed yesterday, I mentioned it to couple of people as well, walking round to go and do the interviews. The outfield is astonishing there, isn't it? Yeah,
last night we walked round to get the interviews, didn't we? And we thought, well, yeah, it's like a billiard table.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it really is. All credit to the groundsman Ben Gibson. In comes Rawlins, bowls, and stretching forward comes Dahl, played onto the onside. I can see Ben and his team sitting in the blue seats at the far end to the right of the sight screen as we're looking, enjoying a bit of a well-earned break. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Dahl cuts this one, and that's a misfield by Alistair Orr at backward point. It could cost them a couple of runs. They're going to come back for the second, and really they shouldn't have got a single there. The defence of Ali Orr is that he's fielding there on an old wicket end. I'm not sure if he's hurt himself actually. That's more wounded pride. A couple of runs. Derbyshire 462 for 8. Maybe they got their eyes on 500 here, Fletch. Or as many as they can.
Yeah, I think that was the ideal, wasn't it? That was the ideal when they decided about first.
Rawlins in, played with the offside. It's another single. Will the ball hit the stumps? No, it doesn't. Well, it does actually, but not before Mark Watt was easily home. It's another single, and you can just sense the frustration from the fielders.
Yeah.
Sussex lads looking a bit down in the mouth. 8 runs off the over. 463 for 8, Dahl to 118. I think we might see Watt charging down the wicket here. I've just got a feeling he fancies unleashing a drive straight back down the ground. Let's wait and see. In comes the short-legged place, knows it and bowls, and he does exactly the opposite and plays a lovely forward defensive. Back down the track, fielded by Delray Rawlins, who says thank you very much to umpire Lloyd. Takes his cap and sunglasses. End of the over. 463 for 8, Dahl 113, Watt on 4. Bit of discussion, Fletch, while we were getting our lunch around the pitch here at Hove. And not just pitches here at Hove, but pitches around the country. Maybe a feeling that pitches have gone a little bit too much in favour of batsmen. What are your thoughts on that?
It's been very dry, hasn't it? For most of this year, it seems. I know at Derby, talking to Neil Godrich and the rest of his team, they've been having to water a lot earlier than they would normally have to water, and they've had to put lots of water down as well because there just hasn't been the rain. And the pitches have been prepared in the kind of conditions you would expect to be preparing pitches in August, say. So they're bound to be slightly better. Certainly the ones in April weren't April pitches, were they? They were not.
No.
They were not green seamers. I don't think we saw too many green pitches at all. I think we saw one. I can't remember if it was the one at Trent Bridge, but it didn't play like a green seamer in any case. So Stephen Finn's back from the Cromwell Road and bowling to Anuj Dal, pushes this out into the offside. Delray Rawlins will do the fielding, and I think that's the reason they have been. They're batsman friendly as always. They're good pitches, aren't they? There have been results, of course. There have been a lot of draws, but there have been results. Derbyshire won a couple of games, they lost one, and the rest have been drawn. So I think the pitches have been pretty good. There haven't been too many. The game at Chesterfield, which obviously is an outground, finished in 3 days, but I don't think I finished before about 4 o'clock on the final day in any other game. Finn bowls. That one is driven out into the covers, but there is a man there sweeping. It's Ibrahim, and they go through for a single. 114 to Dahl now.
Yes, I guess perhaps a better assessment would be made at the end of the game. I mean, if the game does fizzle out into a draw. I mean, certainly, without wishing to be critical, that the game at Derby did fizzle out into a draw, didn't it, between Sussex and Derby? That was a flat track where we had 3 double hundreds in the game. But in terms of games here in the Championship, I mean, Middlesex have won in the Championship here. The game against Durham was drawn. Nottinghamshire won here. Rawlins have certainly had to work hard for their wickets.
That's what the ECB want. As this next delivery is turned into the... No, it's not. It looked like he was turning it into the leg side, but it's dribbled. It must have just taken a slight leading edge and just dropped onto the floor and out into the offside off Mark Watt's bat.
There was an article written by somebody in, I think it was Crick Info, or maybe the cricketer, David Hops, was it, who wrote a very critical piece about the state of pitches and saying that they really are too flat and the balance has shifted too much the other way. I mean, it is a very difficult equation to balance.
The ECB wanted bowlers to have to work for their wickets, and they certainly are having to work for them now. Then Watt has driven this out square on the offside for 4 runs off Stephen Finn. Finn just puts his hand up to his chin, and Watt gets his first boundary, moves on to 8. 468 for 8.
I guess one of the other comments was that, with these duke balls as well, that you've kind of got 30 overs to get wickets. You don't get wickets in 30 overs, we might as well forget it. And I have to say that isn't a good development, is it? I mean, you want to feel that you can use other skills to get sides out.
Well, these balls have been hopeless all season. The number of times we saw one ball, and it was changed 2 balls after it had just been changed. It fell apart. I mean, that can't be right.
No. I know our colleague Martin Emerson wrote a piece, didn't he, about the balls.
I couldn't bring myself to read it. No, I did. I did. It was very interesting. Unusually for Martin. That one is pushed out into the offside by Mark Watt for a single. He moves on to 9, 469 for 8. Well, they were saying at that time that a new set of balls, a new batch, the word batch that we only ever use in relation to cricket balls, a new batch of cricket balls were going to be delivered for the restart of the county championship, and I sort of assumed it was the game 2 weeks ago that we played, but it might be this one. Who knows? It might be the one the week after next. I'm not sure anybody really knows when these new balls are arriving, if indeed they haven't already, as Dahl guides this one out into the offside for another single. He moves to 115, 470 for 8, and without really trying too much, Derbyshire pick up 7 runs off the Stephen Finn over.
I was going to say, Fletch, actually, in terms of the Sussex batsmen who are sort of been out in the field for a long time now, they're looking at this pitch thinking, well, there doesn't seem to be any demons in this pitch. There's been the odd one that's kept a little low from this end. Rawlins made a couple keep low. We had one from Jack Brooks when he bent his back that did get a bit of extra bounce that accounted for Wayne Madsen. So you've got to bend your back on this track. The Sussex batters will no reason necessarily to think that there's no reason why they can't get their heads down and make a big score here.
The pressure comes from what's on the scoreboard.
No, it does. Absolutely.
And 470 runs before you're on an even keel.
In comes Rawlins around the wicket to bowl to Dahl, and Dahl cuts this one away. This time Orr does field at backward point. He's moved himself back a little, I think, from that wicket end, and he got some, I think, rather ironic claps there from his teammates. Nonetheless, good stop by Ali Orr, who will be opening the batting for Sussex. Rawlins in again bowls. Dahl works us into the offside, fielded by Finn, who's in an unusual fielding position, I would suggest, for Steve Finn in the covers. Doesn't seem to be showing any ill effects of this knee problem that he's had. This is just his 3rd championship game for Sussex. Rawlins in bowls and cut away by Dahl, and he's going to get just a single. She let him slip in the outfield, but manages to field successfully. Gets in the throw. 471 for 8. Dahl to 116. I mean, are they just going to keep going, Fletch, do you think? Or do you think Mickey Arthur and Billy Goldman are thinking, right, we need to get Sussex in sooner rather than later?
Billy Goldman's not really a declarer.
Right, OK. Waits in bowls, and down the wicket comes Watt and Hammers. Well, we thought he might do that in the previous over. I think I said I fancy him jumping down the track and just smashing one straight down the ground. And he does it. Mohammed Rizwan has to come running down the field, or running down the ground to field. good shot. He goes to 13, 475 for 8.
I think it makes sense, doesn't it? Mark wants to hit a couple of 4s now. He can be nice and aggressive. Alsop can be aggressive, don't get me wrong, but he's a big man, is Mark Watt. When he hits the ball as he did then, it doesn't have to stay here.
Yeah, he's a big fella. If he'll do it again. Here comes Rawlins bowls, and he leans back and plays this to backward point, fielded there by Jack Brooks, and there is no run.
I said to Chloe before, I know it's Rawlins bowling, so I'll keep an eye on him. They have the net up that they have throwdowns and
yes.
the ball back to the net. They were doing it this morning.
Rawlins in, bowls. Watt gets a little low, plays it back to Rawlins. There is no run. End of the over, 475 for 8, Dahl 116, Watt 13, Rawlins 26 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 84.
Sam Connor's nicked one, and Mark Watt had a go as well. And I wouldn't say he played many shots as sweet as the one that he struck in that over, but he looked like he wasn't going to hang around to me. He lent Sam Connors his bat at one point. I think his bat might be heavier than Sam's. Be interested to see if they do what you do in village cricket. If he's out next, if Sam Connors comes out with the bat and then they swap it.
Swap it halfway.
I'll have a go with yours if you don't mind.
Well, these are 32 irritating runs for Sussex. These two have put on, and largely untroubled, you have to say.
And in just 50 balls or 51 balls as well. So they're not slow runs, are they, at the moment, which is good news. Finn comes in and begins a new over to Dahl, who pushes out into the offside. Alior does the fielding at cover, throws the ball to the keeper, and now the ball's back in Orr's hands. He's still got the fielding pads on as well, so he's not as mobile as he might be. Field is pretty much spread far and wide for Dahl. I think they want to bowl at Mark Watt. Two men either side, close-ish in, but everybody else on the boundary as Finn bowls to Dahl, who's beaten.
Good ball.
Really good ball from Stephen Finn. Just went forward past the edge of the bat through to the wicket keeper.
Johnny Bairstow, 55 not out in the Test. England 270 for 3. Bairstow's 55 in 35 balls with 6 4s and 2 6s.
Brutal.
He is in some form, Johnny. Joe Root, 80 of 109 balls, slow in comparison.
Yeah, what's he's hanging about? Strong Yorkshire. In comes Finn and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side by Dahl, straight to Delray Rawlins. I don't believe that for a minute, by the way, but I know people in Yorkshire do.
It's and in the women's Test match down at Taunton, South Africa 123 for 5. I just, I mean, you know, it's a Test match. I mean, New Zealand, let's face it, are the Test champions. I'm not wishing to downgrade England's performances at all, but they look kind of quite a tired side, New Zealand, to me.
Yeah,
they've been on the road a long time. India will be perhaps a bigger test.
Yeah, potentially. As this next delivery is driven out towards the cover boundaries. I think they're going to get a single for it, though, because he didn't quite get hold of it. I think it might have been toe end-ish. It goes out there. It's Ibrahim out there, I think.
Yes.
And Dahl moves on to 117 now, 476 for 8. I was interested to see the India side that played against Ireland in the T20 yesterday. They may well be, well, that will be the squad that comes to Derby on Friday night. Very exciting looking India squad, my word. As around the wicket comes Finn and bowls to Watt, who plays that very nicely out to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. He just went back into his crease and just flicked it away. Moves on to 17, and Derbyshire up to 480. For 8 now. So that squad yesterday included Ishan Kishan, Hardik Pandya, Dinesh Karthik, Aksa Patel, who's one of the big stars of the IPL, of course, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, so some really Yuzvendra Chahal as well. There's some really good players coming to the county ground on Friday. Be there. This next one is goal guided straight into the ground. I thought it had got a top edge and it had looped back towards the wicketkeeper for a moment, and he actually smashed it into the ground. It bounced up and very harmless in the end. He remains on 17. Dahl is 117 and Derbyshire 480 for 8 now. I don't think they'll declare at 500, but I'll keep a close eye on the balcony.
Jack Brooks is just going off. James Coles is coming on. These two have added, well, in fact, Derbyshire have added 50 since lunch in fairly rapid time. Only 45 minutes. Slightly less than that. So they've certainly stepped on the accelerator of Derbyshire in a very, very strong position here, the visitors.
There were a couple of slow overs as well when Derby was inching towards his 100.
It should be a big crowd at Derby Friday night then.
Yeah. Tickets are going well.
In comes Rawlins, bowls, and played into the offside by Dahl. He picks up a single. It was wide of Stephen, who got down, but it was. He apologises to Delray Rawlins. To be fair, I think there was always going to be a single there. It was a rather tired attempt to stop the ball by Stephen Finn, who's bowled 25 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 96. I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more of Mark Watt coming down the wicket. Mid-off is 10 yards inside. I do not see the point of that field placing. And comes Rawlins, bowls, and Watt just nudges that one down to fine leg. Fielded by Archie, or deep backwards square, fielded by Lennon. One more to the total.
There's a one-day shot if ever you saw one.
What goes to 18? These two coming together when it was 443 for 8, so 39 this partnership worth. Rawlins comes in, bowls to Dahl, call that 43 because he's nicked that away down to fine leg, and there's going to be 4 more. And they came off the bat just spearing it down the leg side, and to be honest, all Andrew Dahl needed to do was just tickle that around the corner. And he's picked up a very comfortable 4 runs, 122. Derbyshire 486 for 8, and runs are coming very quickly here now for Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Sussex have got the look of a side who can't wait to get back in the pavilion, really. 3 for 90 he's taken. Comes around the wicket, bowls, and Dahl chops that one away. That's well fielded by Coles, who gets in the throw. That was a good bit of cricket, good fielding by James Coles, who was very quickly round from third man, got in the throw. The appeal was because Ollie Carter whipped off the bails, but not before Mark Watt was home, running to the danger end. Dahl goes to 123, 487 for 8. Stumps are duly repaired. Rawlins is going to come into bowl to the left-handed Mark Watt. Ollie Carter still fiddling around with the bails, actually. In fact, I think they've fallen off.
I've done a particularly good job there.
Watt waits. Rawlins in and bowls. Oh, and he runs straight through the crease because I think it was a bail. No, he wants a change in the field.
What was that?
So Rawlins was in his delivery stride, and then he suddenly said, "No, I don't want you at slip, Tom Alsop. I want you at short, fine leg." In comes Rawlins, bowls, Watt down the wicket, drives, and that's 4 more. And it's all very, very easy here for Derbyshire at the minute. Hammered that one away through backward point, 491 for 8. And this partnership is now worth 48 between these two. And it's come very quickly as well. Just what Derbyshire needed, to be honest. I mean, they're in an unassailable position in the match.
Just 10 overs. 10 overs and 2 balls.
Rawlins in again, bowls, and Watt is beaten outside the off stump. A sort of a forcing drive off the back foot through to Carter. End of the over, 491 for 8, down 123, Watt 22.
Yeah, this is, like you say, it is coming relatively easy for Derbyshire. I'm slightly surprised. Because the 500 didn't really look on when they lost their 8th wicket with 443 on the board, but this 48-run 9th wicket partnership has well, it demoralises a team, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
It can be quite damaging as Archie Lennon is recalled to the bowling attack. He's bowled 14 overs so far. He had to take a wicket, 57 runs conceded. So.
Well, Sussex know at some stage, Fletch, today, they're going to have to bat. It's just a question of how long they're going to have to bat for.
Got 51 overs minimum remaining in the day. So obviously you lose 2. The only way you don't lose them is if Derbyshire declare at tea. I'm not entirely sure they'll still be batting at tea, but you never know.
I don't think they'll let it go that far. I think they might get to 500 and call it a day.
I admire your...
Not that I know the first thing about it.
Well, no, me neither. Let him in and bowls. Dahl goes back and cuts it out into the offside where it's fielded by Delray Rawlins, and I've just spotted the time.
So Fletcher's going to go and do an update, and then Chloe will join us, and then when Chloe comes back, comes Lennon Bowles, playing to the onside by Dahl, and there is no run. Come and have a chat, Chloe. To the total, Dahl to 124, 492 for 8. And what will Mark Watt do here? He's surveying that leg side boundary. He's already a couple of big shots down the ground. I wonder if he fancies clearing that leg side boundary. Let's see what happens. Lellerman's got 3 men back on the leg side. There's a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg. They're now changing the field around some more. There's a mid wicket going in who's Daniel Ibrahim. Mohammed Rizwan had gone to short fine leg. He's now going back to short third man stroke backward point. As in comes Lennon and Bowles and clipped away by Watt. All that changes in the field. He just nudges a single around the corner. And is that the 50 partnership? It is the 50 partnership between the pair, and a very fine partnership as well. 493 for 8. Dahl 124, Watt on 23. Lennon waits at the end of his run and is in and bowls, and Dahl smashes this one away for 4 runs. That's not a great delivery by Archie Lennon, I'm afraid. It was a long hop really, and Dahl just stood up and just smashed the ball through a wideish mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 128. Derbyshire 497 for 8. It's all very straightforward for Derbyshire at the minute, Chloe.
Yep, they don't seem to be under any sort of pressure here. They're just batting really, but they've really upped the ante since coming out after lunch. They've really taken it to the Sussex bowlers, not allowing them to have much margin for error at all.
No, I agree. Sussex look a little bereft of ideas.
Overnight tonight, clear skies and mild.
Comes Lennon Bowles, and Dahl plays this without timing into the covers fielded by Delray Rawlins, and there is no run.
Thursday, rain moving in from south, and Friday, a more settled day with just a few scattered showers and sun spells likely.
Lennon in again, Bowles. Dahl drives straight to Rawlins at short extra cover. There is no run.
With Adrian Harms, Sussex and Surrey in action. Adrian, what's the latest?
Well, Derbyshire are piling on the runs here at Hove, Danny. They're now 497 for 8. A second centurion of the innings for Derbyshire. Anyu's Dahl is 128 not out. Mark Watt with him on 23. Earlier on today, Wayne Madsen making 176. I'm afraid it's been another day of toil in the field for Sussex here at Hove. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey eventually declaring on 673 for 6. A very rapid century today from Sam Curran. In reply, Kent already 9 for 1. And in the Test match up at Headingley, England on the verge of victory, 286 for 3. Root and Bairstow blasting England to their 3rd win in the series. They need just 10 more runs to win.
Ball-by-ball commentary continues on the BBC Sport website.
Rawlins in and bowls to Mark Watt, who hammers that straight down the ground for 4 runs. Well, he just belted the ball down the ground, and this is well, it's a lovely shot by Mark Watt. The 500 up, 501 for 8, and this is all so straightforward for Derbyshire at the minute. Since lunch, they've really had it on their own way. In comes Rawlins, bowls again, and Watts just plays into the offside, and there is no run. Sussex are going to have a lot of batting to do if they're going to save this game.
Yeah, they're just not putting it in the right areas to challenge the batsman. They put it in the slot, really.
Rawlins in again, bowled, and Watt plays that to mid-wicket. Oh, that is just... It's, yeah, well, do you know what? Someone just shouted out in the crowd, come on, because, to be honest, it's almost reaching embarrassing stage.
Yeah, that's very sloppy fielding.
You know, that's a sloppy 2 runs conceded. Sussex have got the look of a side in the field who are completely demoralised at the moment. And that gentleman who shouted out, I think it rather sums up a little bit of the feeling around Hove at the moment.
Yeah, the atmosphere in the field is very flat at the moment. There's not much morale at all in the field.
503 for 8. Rawlins in, bowls to Watt, who drives down the ground to Mohammed Rizwan, who fields. One more to the total, 504 for 8. If you were to sort of read the mood music here, actually, I just wonder whether Derbyshire might be thinking, do you know what, let's just declare and get Sussex in.
Yeah, but I think they're going to pop on a couple runs very quickly here.
Rawlins in again, bowls to Dahl, and Dahl hits this one firmly through the covers, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Archie Lenham. It's another single, what's that, 6-8 off the over, without really having to try too hard, to be honest. 505 for 8.
They're not playing any real risky shots here, they're just playing what's there.
Rawlins in short, and Watt plays that one down the ground, too long on, and picks up a single. No signal from the Derbyshire balcony. The lads up there look like they're quite relaxed. Maybe I mean, Fletch knows Derby far better than I do. 506 for 8. I thought Derbyshire might declare at 500, but looking up at the Derbyshire balcony, I can't see any movement up there at all. And maybe their view is, well, let's just keep going. You know, let's just. Well, you've got a side pretty down. Let's just carry on.
Yeah.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms and Chloe Brewer taking you through till about 3 o'clock, and then Fletch will be back with us. 129 Dahl, 31 Watt. I wonder whether we'll get that far or whether there'll be a direct a declaration before Fletch comes back.
And I'm just bowling I'm over to the left-hander. It's just defended back to him as he just turns towards backwards mark. He's got very fine deep backward square. He's really round, which is quite surprising actually. And again, attempted pull, but mid-wicket cuts it off with a diving stop.
That was a good stop by Rawlins. That's the sort of thing that lifts the spirits. Just from the Test match, Bairstow, 71 not out, 44 balls, 8 fours, 3 sixes.
Oh wow. And again, just outside off, it's been driven. Half attempt by extra cover, but long off, sorry. Left-hander comes around and picks it up. So they've picked up 2 from that. What is on 33?
And England have just won the Test match by 7 wickets.
Nice. Then again, just outside off, big swing there. Very big swing, but just completely misses it, so it's a dot ball.
Well, I was looking over to see if that ball disappearing into the flats, because that's how it would have gone if Mark would have got hold of that.
Yeah,
but he didn't, and Archie Lenham gets past the outside edge.
Yeah, Lenham again, just on the middle stumps, defended back to him. Yeah, the boundary is really quite small on that side, so the left hand is hitting into that side, so he probably could take the boundary on here.
Oh, most definitely.
But it's like, it's just not quite bowling in the slot, which is good from a young man.
There you go.
Lenham again, just moved across to off stump. And he's played sweep. Not sure.
Well, that was well fielded actually by Sean Hunt. He stopped the ball, got round the boundary and prevented a certain boundary. So that was better from Sussex in the field.
Yeah, definitely.
409 for 8. Quick rattle through the scores in the other games. In the second division, Glamorgan now 136 for 8 in reply to the Worcestershire total yesterday of 271. 6 wickets there for Joe Leach. Both of those sides still harbouring chances of promotion. In the other game in Division 2, Nottinghamshire 421 for 6. Lyndon James not out on 111. Stephen Mullaney made 79. It's a battle between the 2 top sides who will take points off of each other this week. In the first division, Surrey made 673 for 7 declared at the Oval. Kent already 21 for 1 in reply. Ben Compton, the man out for just 4, bowled by Sam Curran, who must be making a case for getting his way back into the England squad, making 126 in the Surrey innings. No play so far today at Wantage Road, as in comes Rawlins, bowls to Watts, who hammers that down the ground. Rawlins does well, gets across and fields, and there is no run. Northants 420 to 6 overnight. Play due to start at 3:10 in Northampton. Lancashire 27 for 1 at Bristol in reply to Gloucestershire's 337. In comes Rawlins. Watt drives handsomely down the ground to long off, fielded by Rizwan. One more to Watt, who goes to 35. Derbyshire 510 for 8. This partnership now worth 67 for the 9th wicket. Lots of wickets at Chelmsford today. 8 for Simon Harmer. Hampshire bowled out for 163. Essex in their second innings 100 for 5, leading by 175. Let's end the women's test match down at Thompson. South Africa 135 for 5. In comes Rawlins, bowls, cut away by Dahl. Out to deep cover, fielded there by Lenham. I mean, this seems to be a case at the minute of Derbyshire just deciding how many runs they want to score at the moment. Mohammed Rizwan is doing some running repairs, something on the outfield down below us. I think he's found a little hole in the outfield.
Yeah, it looks like...
almost like sort of... on a golf course on the green, when you sort of replace the hole. It looks like a hole down here.
Looks like it, yeah.
Rawlins in and bowls, and down the wicket comes Watt and drives to Mohammed Rizwan, who needs to get down and field the ball, which he does with the long barrier. Very correct from Mohammed Rizwan. Tom Haynes is sharing a joke with Mohammed Rizwan, who's fielding at long off. 5-12 for 8. Rawlins in bowls, driven away by Dahl. Another single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Archie Lenham. Gets in a good throw to Ollie Carter. Dahl to 131. 513 for 8 are Derbyshire. 4 singles off this over so far. Derbyshire are rattling along at the moment. Rawlins in the sunshine, bowls to Watt, who eases that down to long on. So without any risk really, 5 runs off of the over. A new ball will be available in another 14 overs. I suspect that Derbyshire will have declared by then, and in fact they have declared now, have they? No, they haven't.
Nope.
Some drinks have been bought out, and I need us to say some instructions as well as to what Billy Gottleman or Mickey Arthur, the Derbyshire coach, is thinking. 514 for 8, 47 overs left in the day. Looks like Archie Lenham is getting ready to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah.
So I wonder what those instructions are. I'd imagine that Mark Watt might fancy himself with a half century here. He's on 37.
Yeah, possibly here actually. Potentially instructions might be just to kick on a little bit harder, because at the moment their risk reward for batting has just been hit what's there. But maybe they might just want to kick on a little bit harder, even though the game is fully in Derbyshire's control here. They're in the driver's seat.
Well, it's all about now whether Derbyshire can take 20 wickets in the next 2.5 days.
Yeah.
Sussex can't. You never know what's going to happen in cricket, but it's very long odds for Sussex to win this game, and almost impossible, I think.
Yep. Lemon, right arm over to the left hand, has been just driven to long on. He just walks down to get it, chucks it back to Lenham. He's returning to the top of his mark. Couple of field changes as a right hander is on strike, and he comes just on middle stump there. He bowls quite flat, does Archie Lenham. We were discussing earlier, I think some leg spinners just fire it in at your legs, and that's sometimes quite annoying, especially if there's not much in it in the pitch for the leg spinners and not turning it too much. Quite hard to get away. Just in at his legs again, bit full that time. Good hand from mid wicket. But long on comes to pick it up. I've taken 2 from it. A couple of alls looked like that was slightly close there. Potentially a run out opportunity. So Dahl remains on strike. He's on 133. Watt is on 38 here. And then Kai's just outside off there. He's tried to put that through the offside, but he's ended up getting a bottom edge, and slip ends up picking that one up. He's just returned to top of his mark, spinning it in his hand. And then he comes just on off stump. Oh, an aerial shot over extra cover. That's a lovely shot. That's raced for 4. I think Lenham just needs to get into his over a little bit here. He needs to find his spot and stick to it. He needs to be good at being boring, doing the same ball on a good line and length. So batters struggle to get it away. Whereas he's just varying where he bowls it here, just allowing the batters to get onto it, making his margin for error very, very small. Then just outside off, it looks to cut, but it's just being an edge there. Keeper takes a brilliant end of the over. Derbyshire are 521 for 8. Dahl is 137 off 271 balls. Watt is 38 off 50 balls.
Well, this partnership between this pair is now worth 78.
Oh, wow.
And since lunch, Derbyshire were 430 for 7, so they've added another 91 since lunch in a little over an hour. Is that right? Yeah. That's extraordinary.
That's very, very
I mean, they've just milked the bowling since lunch. And Sussex look fairly devoid of idea. Now, it could just be this is a very, very flat track, and we're going to get the same when Sussex bat. In comes Rawlins, bowls to Wattu, eases that down the ground. Tom Haines was still going to his fielding positions when Rawlins fielded that. And he very nearly had his back to Mohammed Rizwan is laughing down here at long off. Because Tom Haines wasn't watching when the ball was on his way to him.
Oh, that's brilliant.
One more to the total. What goes to 39? Yeah, Mohammed Rizwan say. Can you imagine? I heard him say. Delray Rawlins seems to be sort of organising his own field alongside. I'm not a great fan of a captain being out at long off, if I'm being perfectly honest.
No. I'd say a captain probably needs to be in the ring.
Yeah, more slip and a Steve Finn. It looks like Steve Finn. Has Steve Finn taken over the right, the running of the side here? In comes Rawlins, bowls, played to mid-wicket, because he seems to be organising the field and everything at the moment. I mean, it's just an observation.
Yeah.
In comes Rawlins, bowls to Dahl, and Dahl ramps that down to fine leg for 4 runs. Double boundary for Andrew Dahl. I don't know what his top score is, Fletch, but I wonder if he's getting somewhere near 141, Andrew Dahl.
He's on it.
526 for 8. I don't mean Fletch to be our Andy Zaltzman. Oh, quick! Can we give the headset to Fletch, Chloe? Just quickly. Thank you. Just so that Fletch can compensate on the. We like to do this for our. You stay put, Chloe, in your seat. That's all right.
Thank you very much. What's he on now?
141.
This is his highest score.
Oh,
he's already there.
Oh,
he's
I'm
already
sorry.
there. No, I hadn't realised either. 137 not out is Anuj Dahl's highest score in first-class cricket. I've just been doing some research into the.
As Dahl plays that to the offside, Tom Haines has to run around from long off the field to think about 2. There isn't 2 there. Throw comes in. Dahl goes to 142, 527 for 8.
So this is worth 84 runs, isn't it? The high score for the 9th wicket for Derbyshire against Sussex was here in 1904. 95 runs.
Rawlins in bold, and Watt just eases that down the ground for a single. He goes to 40, does Mark Watt. 528 for 8. I'm sorry, Chloe, for that false alarm.
No, sorry, Chloe, it's my fault. CB Fry made 226 in that match for Sussex,
right.
Which they won by an innings and 65 runs.
Sussex could do with CB Fry at the minute.
Indeed, yeah. Maynard Ashcroft, he made 226, Sussex made 425, and then bowled Derbyshire out for 152 and 208 to win by an innings and 65. But Maynard Ashcroft and Joe Humphreys, who played 3 tests for England, were part of a 95-run 9th wicket stand in that game. They almost had it won in day 2, I think.
So there we are. Well done, Andrew Dahl. His highest first-class score, so it's an achievement for him. Now we've got a delay in play, and I'm not entirely sure why. What's happened here? Did I miss something? What on earth's going on?
Well, that's all ground to a halt here, isn't it?
Well, the batsman's waiting. Now, Sussex are plus 9 on the over rates. Tom Haines got his hands in his pockets. Use my words carefully here.
Yes, I understand. I understand why.
This is almost shambolic. I have no idea who's captaining
Well, they're
the
going to
side.
change the bowling here, aren't they? They're changing the bowling. But you're right, earlier on, he went off the field, didn't he, Tom Haynes? And Stephen Finn seemed to take over. But Haynes is out there now, isn't he?
Well, I would say Steve Finn is captaining the side here. Because Tom has gone down to long on, and now Daniel Ibrahim has left his jumper down on the boundary, and I think he's going to bowl the next over. And Stephen Finn has given him the ball. So I don't know if we can get some confirmation.
Do you think there's been a quiet coup?
Well, I don't know. But it seems to me as if Tom Haynes... I mean, Stephen Finn is now setting the field.
Paul Weaver in the written room next to us, he's seen many things over the years. He's standing there, he's looking, isn't he? He's just got his mouth wide open. He looks aghast. He does. He looks absolutely aghast. Come on, Paul, tell us what's going on.
Well, now Tom is talking... So I'm wondering whether maybe... I mean, Tom, when he was appointed captain, I think the terminology was interim captain. So I don't know. I mean, Steve Finn is definitely organising the field.
I mean, Haynes is miles away from any of those discussions, isn't he?
Tom Haynes is not captaining the side at the moment.
No.
So I have no idea what is going on. 5:28 for 8. I'm not sure whose over it is. As in comes Ibrahim, round the wicket bowls, and Watt plays to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. It's fielded by Jack Brooks. I need to get things right as well. But I'm just a little surprised at what's going on.
Nice use of the word shambolic, though.
Well...
I've been here, Adrian, we've been here.
Yeah.
And I understand your pain. And I understand the confusion, because at times it can be really confusing. We're sort of sitting in a box out of the way of everybody.
Ibrahim in bowls to Watt, who drives to well fielded by Delray Rawlins. If he hits the stumps, he's out. Well, Rawlins' fielding standards certainly haven't dropped, because he's been excellent in the field, Delray Rawlins, as he generally is. But a quick single taken by Watt. The total goes to 5:29 for 8. Yeah, I mean, it just seems very confusing because the captain is on the field, but he's not directing affairs. So I'm wondering whether there has been a change in captaincy.
Unusual to change it midway through a game.
Well, comes Ibrahim bowls and played down the track by Amuse Dahl. There is no run. I'll pass the headset to Chloe in a moment.
Yeah, Adrian's going to do some digging here. I do like it when people start to do some digging. 86 runs now, this partnership, worth 529 for 8. Can they get it up to 95 before the 3 o'clock update? That would be terrific. Breaking a record that stood since 1904. We like that.
Dahl plays that down the ground. They're going to take a single. Rawlins against Dahl. Oh, Rawlins misses the stump. I think Andrew Dahl is rather enjoying this. He's got his highest first-class score, and he's deciding he's going to take Rawlins on.
Good contest, that, because Rawlins is a fine fielder, as you say, Adrian, and Anuj Dahl is an absolute whippet.
I'm going to leave the headset with you for a moment, Chloe.
Oh, Inspector Clouseau is on the case. He's going to try and find out. It is fairly bizarre, I have to say, what's happening out there. And I'm a sort of neutral observer in the... Oh, that's been driven straight back past the bowler. Didn't miss Ibrahim by much, did it?
No.
Mark Watt, terrific blow, and he moves up to 45, and Derbyshire up to 534 for 8 now. Wow. And this partnership is worth 91. They need another boundary to equal a record that has stood since 1904.
Wow.
This is the kind of records that we like. Especially in a game that C.B. Fry scored a double century, one of the finest sportsmen of the time. He was an Olympian as well, if I'm not mistaken. This next delivery from Ibrahim is carved out into the offside by Mark Watt. I think there's only going to be a single on this occasion. There is. And Ibrahim's over comes to an end. 7 runs from it. Derbyshire 535 for 8. I hope the people on the Derbyshire balcony have a sense of history, because the partnership's worth 92 now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're really taking the game away from Sussex here. Sussex just seem a bit defeated in the field now. Lots of people walking their heads down.
We're going to see...
Archie Lenham.
Yeah, Archie Lenham, the young leg spinner, come on now from the CN. I don't think he's bowled from this end in this match yet.
No, he might end up on a little bit quicker because the wind blows from this end. crease. Might just make his drift a little bit more. Top of his mark. In he comes, right arm over to the left-hander. That's just been driven to extra cover, who picks it up. Dot ball to start the over. He just returns to the top of his mark. Just on his legs, got away with that one. It's just driven down to long on, and just rotate the strike for one there.
It's about the most tossed-up delivery he's bowled, and it was right on the toe end of Mark Watt's bat by the time it landed. You remember back to whenever it was, just before Anna's got his century, and his family were all sitting there nervously.
Yeah.
They needn't have been, need they? Needn't have been nervous.
No,
he's played absolutely beautifully now for his high score in first-class cricket. And now again, Stephen Finn is the man who's talking to the bowler, and Tom Haynes is having nothing to do with it at the moment.
Yeah, not quite sure.
When he went off, he resigned as captain.
Possibly.
That's what it's mad, isn't it?
Doesn't fancy it anymore. Then again, just on the middle stump, carved into the offside, and we get a single from it. Hopefully Adrian will be on it. He'll come back with what's going on.
I know. Partnership up to 94 now, so one more run. And it's come, those 94 runs off 108 balls.
Oh, wow.
So,
oh, wow.
They've not been hanging about, these two.
No, Lenham again. Across the left-hander, just skids through to the keeper. Dot ball. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on with Sussex today.
No, they've not really been at it, have they?
No. Lenham again. Across left-hander, same again. Almost a carbon copy of the one before. Just beats the left-hander, the keeper takes it. He's walking back to the top of his mark. Turns. And he comes again, just on his legs, but it's been driven. Lucky with that one. It's driven. We get another single from it, which brings the end of the over just free from it. So, in the grand schemes of what's been happening in the last few overs, Sussex will take that. Derbyshire are now 538 for 8. Dart is 144 off 278 balls, and Watt is 48 off 61.
And it is now the joint highest 9th wicket stand for Derbyshire against Sussex, equaling Maynard Ashcroft and Joe Humphreys in that match here in 1904. Got it, all over it. I think I coughed earlier without switching the microphone off, and I apologise to anybody who may just be recovering their hearing. So now we've got Stephen Finn down at the far end because, well, Delray Rawlins is coming on. I think it is Delray, isn't it?
Yeah, Rawlins is, for me, has been a standout person within Sussex today. He's just, in fielding, he's just looked like he's just done a little bit more than everyone else.
He's swapped ends. And the bowls are quite a quick delivery to Mark Watt, but he's got his eye in now. He's on 49. 62 deliveries, and Derbyshire move up to 539 for 8 as that one is just guided into the leg side, fielded out there by Sean Hunt. The agony. And anything else you pile on. To Sussex. They can't declare now because Watt is one run away from a half century in first class cricket. I know his high score is in the 80s, but this is in the county championship. He has got a high score of 81 not out. If he could overtake that would be a terrific effort. Dahl's on strike though, and he just guides that backward a square on the offside. There'll be a shot at the stumps at the far end that misses. Dahl gets in. And they do add another one to the total, 540 for 8. And now the record is theirs. In fact, it was already theirs. 539, that's when they got the record. This one is pushed into the leg side by Mark Watt. It's a half century for the Scotland international. Terrific effort from the big man, Mark Watt, in the side for his left arm spin. But he's got himself a first-class championship half-century from just 63 balls. And he's hit, I didn't see that, 6 fours as well into the bargain, and some of them were very well hit indeed. Mark Watt, the latest half-centurion for Derbyshire. The next delivery is just a full one from Rawlins. It's dug out by Anos Dahl, pushed out into the offside. Dahl picks up another single, 541 for 8. The score moves on to.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sussex will definitely be questioning where or how they will be able to get the next wicket, because it's just...
That's ridiculous, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 runs away. Oh, no, that's the century partnership as well. 101 runs the partnership is worth. As next delivery is played back towards Rawlins. So 100 stand 2. I'm going to have to leave you alone in a minute. Not that you're not capable, but I'm going to have to leave you alone.
Okay.
That one is pushed into the ground. A no ball. Oh dear, oh dear. A no ball by the left arm spinner. 9th wicket, 100-run partnership in 115 balls. Remarkable. Mark Watt, of those 100 runs, had scored 50. And 49 to Anos Dahl. How am I going to condense that into 30 seconds? Chloe, help me out.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Rawlins, that one is played very nicely by Mark Watt up towards the extra cover boundary for 4 more. Well, they're just scoring runs wherever they want now. It's becoming quite absurd, really. Derbyshire up to 550 now. 550 for 8. Chloe, do some talking, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
There we go, perfect. Yeah, Derbyshire are just really now scoring runs for fun. It's just shuffling there. Rawlins again. It's just swept it to Cal, who picks it up. Sends it back, bringing the end of the over. Derbyshire are 551 for 8. Dahl is on 146. Watt is 55. It really just seems now that Derbyshire are really taking it away from Sussex, but it looks like a declaration here. So Derbyshire end up on 551 for 8. Dahl is 146 and Watt is on 55. So I have possibly a quick turnaround here, and Sussex will come out. Derbyshire needing to bowl Sussex out to have a chance at winning this game. Big score on the board. Lots and lots of runs. 2 centuries within the Derbyshire batting up. Madsen earlier today bowled for 176, and just now I've been rejoined by Adrian. Okay. Where am I going? What am I doing? There we go.
Welcome back to Hove, where Sussex are about to start their pursuit of 551 for 8. Sussex opening batsmen are making their way out, Alistair Orr and Tom Haynes. We were just speculating at the close of that innings where I felt Derbyshire got their runs really far too easily in that last half hour or so. Tom Haynes just didn't seem to be captaining the side, and we're just wondering here whether maybe because Tom knew he had to bat, perhaps he sort of handed over the reins to Steve Finn and said, look, I just need to clear my head here a bit and get myself ready to bat. So perhaps that's the situation. Either way, he's coming out to open the batting with Alistair Orr.
Sam Connor's first involvement in the game.
Yeah.
At 12 minutes past 3 on day 2.
Yeah, well, he'll be fresh as a daisy, won't he? And these Sussex boys are in the field a long time now. But that was a real bonus, that 9th wicket partnership, Fletch.
Well, it was. I mean, they put 100 on off 115 balls.
Yeah, it was.
So
it was. It all
you
seemed
say it was too easy, and it was too easy, really, wasn't it? A new record, 108 for the 9th wicket.
So Alistair Orr, he's just adjusting his gloves, young opening batsman. He's surveying the field, and he's going to face Sam Connors, who I thought bowled very well at Derby in the game earlier this season, and he might well enjoy bowling down the slope here, Fletch.
Yeah.
3 slips go down. As in comes Connors, racing in, bowls to Orr, and that's wide of the stump. A good carry through to Brooke Guest, who took that chest high. And there is no runs. So 3 slips, point, cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Congratulations to Anuj Dal, wonderful innings, 146, and congratulations to Mark Watt for his 55. You said he'd made first-class runs before, Fletch. And he put bat to ball in the latter stages of that innings.
Yeah.
In comes Connors, bowls, and up on his toes is Orr, plays it into the offside. There is no run. We're going to have the problem that we had here yesterday afternoon with the sun, which is just sort of making its way. It sort of reflects in and out the window here, doesn't it? We're not going to complain because there's been rain around the country today, and so far, so good here at Hove. We've avoided the worst of any. Well, worst of any, we haven't had any at all. Just a reminder of the Test match, England winning by 7 wickets in the women's Test match down in Taunton. South Africa 163 for 6. As Connors is in bowls and Orr plays into the ground. The ball balloons up and fielded by Dahl in the gully. There is no run. In the Championship, Glamorgan bowled out for 139 at New Road. Worcestershire in reply 17 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 149. And at Trent Bridge, Notts 475 for 6 against Middlesex. So there's 2 other games in the Championship in Division 2. Connors comes in, bowls to Alistair Orr and bowls, and Orr lets that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Guest, and there is no run. And who's going to open up the hill?
Aidan Kerr, I think.
Okay, he's just
the
warming
Australian.
up.
Yeah, in his first game. So I got slightly distracted by that's a brawl in a baseball game last night.
Between the players?
Yeah, between Seattle and Los Angeles Angels. One of the players was hit by a pitch, and at the start of the clip you can see the coach saying, everybody on. And that was it. They're all piled in. Brilliant. Here
comes Connors, bowls to Orr, and they're the first runs of the Sussex reply, and it's a boundary to Alistair Orr. He's up on his toes and guides that one nicely past the slip cordon down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. So Sussex are on their way, 4 without loss. In reply to this mammoth Derbyshire total of 551 for 6. So Sussex, to avoid the follow-on, will have to score 400. 401 to be precise. Or 402, is that right?
Yeah, 2 I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm never quite sure.
No, whether it's 150 or...
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a long way off. In comes Connors, down the hill, bowls, or lets that go. Good take by Guest, good pace from Sam Connors. End of the opening over of this Sussex reply. They've got 7 overs to negotiate now until tea. The over rate was excellent from Sussex, which means that we've only got another 39 overs left to be bowled today, and we are going to see Hayden Kerr,
Yeah.
Australian, stockily built.
Useful cricketer since he's arrived. He certainly looked a useful cricketer since he arrived from the IPL.
Right.
So,
well, where does he play his cricket in Australia, Fletch?
he's just signed a red ball contract with New South Wales for the Sheffield Shield.
Right, so he's no slouch then.
Yeah, and he's a Sydney Sixers man. Scored 98 not out in the one of the knockout stages games earlier this year. He's been sort of pinch hitting. He's been going in at 3. He's gone in at 3 in 3 different T20 matches when Derbyshire have lost early wickets, or an early wicket. Anyway, he's going to be bowling to Tom Haynes, and he goes in, and Haynes clips that away quite nicely down to backward square leg, where Sam Connors comes screaming around the boundary to do the fielding. Loses his cap, as he always does. I think it's one size too big, Sam Connors' cap. They pick up a single, move on to 5 without loss.
Billy Godwin's already suggesting a field change to...
Little square, the man at square legs moving behind the square, so there's 2 behind the square on the leg side now, and Lewis Rees has gone into a sort of mid-wicket. There is no mid-on anymore.
Is Kerr with you for the rest of the season, Fletch? Or?
Yes, I think he misses the last 2 championship matches because he has to go back for New South Wales pre-season. Yeah, he's in now on balls. That one is pushed to the man who's just been moved to mid-wicket, Lewis Rees, and there's no room. Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about that. You know, you've had more wicket keepers than Derbyshire have had overseas players this season down here at Sussex, and I like the fact that their overseas players in the Championship are their overseas players in the T20, and they'll be their overseas players in the Royal London as well. Obviously, Saranga Lakmal got injured and had to have an operation, but his next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Alice Rover. He moves on. There is no run. He's on 4. I do like that. I also, we've spoken about that earlier today, I like the fact that the vast majority of this Derbyshire side play all forms of cricket. I know it means they've got to sort of adapt on an almost day-by-day basis at times during the course of the season with T20s coming up again at the end of the week, but I do like it. 5 without loss, Sussex, or on strike, and that one is driven out into the onside. Picked up Lewis Rees. In the T20, it's been interesting watching Hayden Kerr bowl. He bowled a couple of really tight overs towards the end of that game against Lancashire on Friday night. He usually bowls up front and then at the end. And he has seemed to have had one good game, one bad game. He's sort of alternated all the way through it. Of course, this is his first championship match, so we don't know if it's a good one or a bad one. Hopefully for him it's a good one, as that's fiddled into the offside by Orr.
Do you have some strength in depth, Australia? You think, this lad, I mean, Australia A are currently playing in Sri Lanka, and he's clearly not in the squad.
No.
And Josh Philippi, who was here for the T20 for Sussex, has gone on that. So you think you've got the top Australian squad, then you've got the A squad who are in Sri Lanka. So, this...
It is phenomenal, isn't it? The depth of Australian cricket at the moment. Perhaps that's why they beat us in the Ashes. This next delivery is defended. I say defended, and they've scampered through for a quick single. That's good running. Orr will pinch the strike at the end of that over. Moving on to 5. Sussex 6 without loss after 2 overs. 6 overs till tea, which will be around about 20-4.
Which is about when it should be.
Which is exactly when it should be. So it'll be interesting to see how long it takes Derbyshire to bowl their remaining 32 overs after tea, because ordinarily, as Sussex did last night, we came back a minute after 4, didn't we? They were finished at 5 to 6, bowling their remaining 32 overs, so they had to bowl another one. I'm fairly sure that Derbyshire they might be keen to bowl extra overs tonight. You never know. Wayne Madsen thought spin would play a part, so
they've certainly got the runs on the board, haven't they? Anyway, it's going to be Connors who's going to come in for his second over. from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, bowling to the left-handed Alistair Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr is caught behind, is he? And the first wicket goes down, and Sam Connors accounts for Ali Orr. It was an inside edge through to wicket-keeper Guest, and in the third over, Ali Orr swishes his bat as he walks disconsolately off, and a breakthrough off the 13th ball of this Sussex innings. Sam Connors, who we thought might bowl with good pace down the hill, it was an inside edge through to keeper Brooke Guest. Little feather, he's on his way, and Sussex are 6 for 1.
Well, if Derbyshire weren't high off the runs that they scored, they'll be even higher now after picking up the first wicket, the first of potentially 19 that they require to win this game, and really push themselves into the promotion race, which
they will, absolutely.
Well, at the end of last season, this is something that was entirely unthinkable. They look like I know they won here at Hove, but it's the only win of the season in the Championship. They're a fairly there were a bunch of players lacking in confidence, certainly, but Mickey Arthur's come in, given them the confidence to go out and play cricket with a smile on their faces. Brooke Guest with another catch. He really is turning into quite the find. Brooke Guest, who born in Manchester, grew up in Perth in Australia, played for Australia under 19s. But returned to Manchester to be on Lancashire's books, surplus to requirements there. Get this kid on a long-term contract. That was a fairly straightforward catch, in fairness. My word, he works hard.
Does he?
First to training every day, in the nets first, doing his wicket-keeping drills as well, because he obviously batted at threes. He's got to maintain his batting.
Come the next left-hander, Connors bowls to Alsop, and Alsop is forward, a little uncertainly, played to square leg. There is no run. Tom Alsop's been in good form in the county champion. Well, good form for Sussex in all formats. Didn't make runs in the last game down to Glamorgan, but he's came on loan initially from Hampshire. 8 in the second innings down in Cardiff, and just 6 in the first innings. But I think he's been a good signing for Sussex, but they need him to bat long here. As in comes Connors down the hill, bowls, and all sort of covers up to a ball of good length, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run.
6 wickets for the season now for Sam Connors.
I was really impressed with him at Derby.
Yeah.
I thought what impressed me, Fletch, was on a very flat pitch. He just ran in. He just kept on running in. He didn't give up. It really was a very, very impressive spell of bowling.
It's one of the players who didn't play T20 cricket on Friday. Was left out to the side.
Connors in and bowls short, and Alsop's, he's out of the way. The ball flew through to Brooke Guest. That's going to be a bye. And burst through his gloves. But he's getting a bit of. He's suddenly bending his back here, is Sam Connors, and you've got the benefit of run. Not everybody likes bowling down the hill here at Hove. He would have bowled here before, which is perhaps why some bowlers, you can tend to lose your rhythm or try and bowl too fast.
It'd be easy to overstep, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Very easy to overstep. I think Delray Rawlins did. I don't think that was anything to do with his pace, though.
No. Comes Connors. And bowls, and Haynes is forward confidently enough, plays out into the offside. There is no run. Tom Haynes wanders away to square leg. Well, for Tom, because he's taken on the captaincy. He took on the captaincy last season when from Ben Brown took over for the last 4 championship matches, hunting for his first win, and he's got to open the batting, and it's a lot for a young man to take on. Well, a leg slip in place now. As in comes Connors over the wicket, bowls, and Haynes looks to work that one away into the offside. There is no run, fielded there by Anuj Dal. End of the over at 7 for 1. Haynes on 1, also without scoring. Tom Haynes, who made that 243 at Derby. Actually, I was making the point a little earlier on that if you take that 243 out of Tom's form this season, he's averaging 25. Had a wonderful, wonderful season last year, but he just struggled a little bit in the last couple of games. And he's looking for a big score here today. Such a fine player, but there's always does the captaincy become a burden for a young player? That's the question mark, Fletch. We shall see.
Couple of stats from David Griffin to give you in this over. Being bowled by Hayden Kerr up the hill from the C end, and he bowls to Alsop, who pushes it out into the offside where Shan Masood does the fielding. 551 for 8 is Derbyshire's 19th highest total in first-class cricket. Yeah. They've now scored 500 plus 4 times this year, which equals the record which was set in 2007. And Anuj Dal's 146 batting at number 7 is the 3rd highest score by a Derbyshire number 7. He hasn't got around to the partnership yet. In comes Hayden Kerr again, and that's defended by Alsop out into the offside once again. So I knew he'd be...
He'd be on the case.
Oh, he's always on the case. Always on the case. I've got a number of tweets as well. I'll try and rattle through these as well, because I've been sort of remiss in reading them out. I love the one from Adam New, which came in about an hour ago, actually, and apologies for not reading it earlier, as this next one from Kerr goes straight through.
Wow.
But actually, an inside edge, wasn't it, down to 3rd man? I thought it went straight through him, but he's got a little inside edge on that as Alsop gets off the mark with a single down to 3rd, to fine leg. Sussex moved to 8 for 1. Avenue says Derbyshire's batting not falling off a cliff after number 8's an interesting development, which I like. Chris says that New Zealand currently trying to work out how to add another 12 teams and an extra division to their domestic Red Ball League following the performance of their test team this summer. Very good, Chris. Here is Kerr again, and this one's pushed out into the offside. Mick Wood says, if I was Anuj Dal, I'd be a bit cheesed off that they didn't let me get 150. He says he's enjoying the stream and commentary as usual. I don't think he'd be too worried about that. And Gary says, what a team, what an era. The gaffer's got all guns firing at the same time. Great for the players and fans after all the horrendous injury woes of last season. Great to watch. Wish we were with you guys. But thanks for the commentary. You're welcome, Gary. It's what we do. Out into the offside nicely for 4 runs, out to extra cover. It's a glorious.
Yeah, that's what the way Tom Alsop has been playing. He's been that's Tom Haynes, beautiful shot find. So he's got 2 shots he likes to play. The shot through backward point, but the extra cover drive always looks a good shot from the left-hander, doesn't it? And it was you play a shot like that and you feel like you're in some good nick. I wonder whether Tom's brothers are listening today. Often they are regular listeners.
I've just been informed I've got to go up, but the dismissal was bold. This next one is defended by...
Really?
Yeah, that surprises me as well, but that's what it's down in the on the laptop as well, bold. I'll be back shortly.
I thought it was caught behind. Well, there we go. And we got the best view in the house, and we didn't see it. That's extraordinary. I didn't see that the bails were knocked off. Well, that's what it says. Bowled by Connors. Is it on the scoreboard as well? We said it was caught behind. Either way, what do we know? 4 overs to go until tea. Coming have a quick natter for an over, Chloe, just while Fletcher's doing his update. Sam Connors is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Coming into bowl to Tom Alsop, who's on 1. Sussex 12 for 1. He's in on bowls, it's Connors, and the ball balloons away into the offside. To Tom Alsop, but not a shot. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal. He signalled a leg by. So Tom Alsop remains on 1. He's generating quite a bit of pace, though, is Sam Connors. Bowling down the hill. Cromwell Road end. Sussex will be glad to get to tea here, Chloe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not an ideal start from Sussex here.
Connors. in and bowls, and Haynes drives, and he's going to get 4 runs. Not entirely sure that's where he intended that to go. It was thumped away through between gully and third slip. I think he was looking to paint a little squarer, but he's savage on anything that's wide and short, Tom Haynes. And that was a good shot. He goes to 9, 17 for 1.
Yeah, he got onto that really quickly. In fact, it wasn't the best ball from Connors. He's just got onto it quickly and put it away.
Well, did you think that was caught behind, that wicket?
I wasn't really sure what was going on, to be honest.
I
thought it was caught behind.
I'm surprised that they gave it as bowled. Anyway, in comes Collins, bowls, and he's had it again, Tom Haynes. So that is a good shot. That is where he intended it to go. You can't bowl there to Tom Haynes. Sam Connors will know that. Wide outside the off stump, so it's consecutive boundaries for Tom Haynes, who goes to 13, smashed away through backward point. So 2 good shots for the skipper, who's maybe getting rid of some of his anger.
Yeah, getting it out now.
Get it out of the system. Derbyshire 551 for 8, Centurions, Wayne Madsen 176, Anusdal 146 not out.
Clear skies.
Here we go.
With lows of 9. Tomorrow morning.
Update coming to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
Cloudy later with highs of 20. And our 3-day outlook. Wednesday mostly cloudy with a chance of a few showers in the afternoon. Thursday,
Connors
in south. Friday,
coming around the wicket
just a few scattered showers.
to bowl to Tom Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. Then it's a no ball anyway.
Sussex and Surrey both in county championship action today. Adrian.
Yes, not a good day for Sussex so far. Derbyshire racking up 551 for 8 declared, 176 from Wayne Madsen, 146 not out from Anusdal, and in reply Sussex have already lost a wicket. They're 23 for 1. Tom Haynes on 13, Tom Alsop on 1. The man out, Alistair Orr, who was bowled for 5. Meanwhile at the Oval, Surrey making 673 for 7. Sam Curran scoring 126. In reply, Kent are 45 for 1. And England have won the series against New Zealand. They've completed a 3-0 whitewash, winning by 7 wickets up at Headingley today. So well done, England. And in the women's test match down at Taunton, South Africa 185 for 6 against England.
And if you're Kent at the moment, Adrian, and you've got 45 runs and you're still 600 plus behind Surrey, that's a big mountain to climb.
It's a huge mountain to climb, Danny. It looks like a good wicket at the Oval, though, and it is a quick scoring round. But yeah, Kent have got to get their heads down because Sussex are all over them at the moment. Surrey are all over them at the moment.
Adrian, back with you later on, and ball-by-ball commentary continues on the BBC Sports websites.
So is that 4 boundaries in this over from Sam Connors, or 3?
3, I believe.
Sorry, no, they've put a 3rd man in place because that is Tom's favourite shot. Connors in again, bowls, and he's at it again, and he's caught! And he goes! Well, they made the change. They fed him the ball outside of the off stump, and Tom Haynes, he loves that shot, but he's played it straight to Anusdal, who's taken a good catch, and Sussex lose their 2nd wicket. The skipper strides off. He's made 17. Sussex are 27 for 2, and both openers back in the pavilion. And, well, Sam Connors may well be thinking it was worth conceding those 3 boundaries in the over because he then fed him another wide one. They changed the field. They brought the 3rd man in. They kept the gully in position, and Tom Haynes drove it straight into his hands. And Sussex lose their 2nd wicket, and in all sorts of trouble, although we said that when Derbyshire were 24 for 2. So you never know.
This is true, but this is not an ideal start from Sussex. It's definitely not what you want chasing 551, that's for sure.
Silence around Hove. You could hear you could hear the proverbial pin drop. So the new man coming in is, look at Mohammed Rizwan. He's rehearsing all his shots as he comes out. So he played in the championship game at Derby. He also played at Worcester. But looking back through my records, I think that was the last championship game he played because there was a family bereavement. I don't know whether he played here against Durham. Let me have a quick look at my scope. Pujara played. Oh, Rizwan did play. I apologise. He made 79 here against Durham.
I'm fairly certain that was the last championship game that he played. No, I'm wrong. He did play against Middlesex here, where he scored 31 in the first innings. I don't think he batted in the second innings. So, Sussex in trouble. 27 for 2.
Yeah, they definitely need these two to just knuckle down now. Keep that risk very low.
It's going to be Sam Connors, who's going to come in down the hill. Sorry, I was distracted by a couple of things that happened on my phone there. Apologies. 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid wicket. I'll hand you over to Fletch in a moment. How many more overs we've got till tea? 3. In comes Connors down the hill, bowls, and Rizwan lets that go through to keeper Brooke Guest. There is no run. So Sussex 27 for 2. I'll leave you with Chloe and with Fletch for the last 3 overs leading up until tea.
Perfect. Yep, that brings the end of the over. So Sussex are 27 for 2. We've got 2 new batters in after losing both openers.
It's gone well, this. Here's Anuj Dal. Why not? Give Nudge a bowl. He's taken a blinder of a catch. He's scored his highest score in first-class cricket. Give him a couple of overs before tea. That seems like eminently sensible from Derbyshire skipper Billy Godleman. Yeah, I saw him having a word with Hayden Kerr. I couldn't work out. He was clearly telling him that he was going to bring somebody else on, and it had nothing to do with his bowling, Hayden Kerr. He was bowled 2 overs for 7 and has bowled okay. It's to do with the fact that he wanted to get Anuj Dal into the game with the ball in his hand now, having batted so well earlier on. He now has a first-class average of above 100 this season. It's that one. First delivery is turned into the leg side, fielded by Alex Thompson. And there's no run. Tom Alsop, the batsman, alongside Mohammed Rizwan, wearing 116 on his back. I can't say that I approve of that. Really, is there any need to get into the hundreds? Probably not. I know it's a thing.
What number would you have on the back of your shirt then?
12.
12. How
Always
come?
Be the 12th man.
Oh.
Won't have to actually do any work.
Keep the bench warm.
Yeah. Run a few drinks. There's Dal with 65 on his back. Alsop turns it into the leg side. I've just watched a replay of the dismissal that we all in this box thought was caught behind Ali Orr. He'd actually nipped back a little bit at him and just dislodged the off bail. There was no discernible movement to the stumps, and of course we can't see the stumps properly anyway. And the ball was caught after it had hit the stumps by Brooke Guest. So that's what we're saying. As this next delivery,
that's going to hurt.
Wraps Tom Alsop somewhere. He goes for a little walk. I can't really see where he's been hit there, because we're just too straight. Can you be too straight? Well, we are too straight.
I just saw him fold then. Possibly inside of a thigh.
That's not good, is it?
No. It's going to leave a bruise.
Yeah. There's 10 deliveries so far. Dal bowls to him, and that's wide of the off stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. 2 slips for Anuj Dal. He was quicker than he looks. He's probably as he looks, really, but I always think it's better if you say they're quicker than they look. And full operator. Been in really good form this season. It's good to have the Dals listening as well back at home. He's in now around the wicket and bowls. That's wide of the off stump, too wide of the off stump, really. And through to the keeper. They want the man on the point boundary to come in. That's Hayden Kerr in front of the big scoreboard. So he's just making his way in. Is he going to go in at? He's going to stay at point, but he's going to be a lot closer. He's in the Anuj Dal position. Not only can he bat and bowl, he's also a magnificent fielder in Anuj Dal. And he's on his way in now. Turns this into the onside up towards Lewis Rees, the end of his first over, and unsurprisingly, it was a maiden. Why wouldn't it be? I think Sam Connors is going to continue. Yes, he is, from the Cromwell Road end. But start for Derbyshire. They only had 8 overs before tea, so the ball will still be new as well after tea. That's always something to bear in mind as well, isn't it? With the timing of the declaration, it'll be still relatively new and the bowlers will be fresh again.
Absolutely, because the batters will start to get set before tea, but then having that tea break, they'll just have to get set again afterwards. So they'll have to set themselves twice instead of just batting through. Connors, in he comes just on the length. That's been flicked aerial though into the leg side, and it races away for 4. It didn't look like he had his total control of that shot.
No, he's deployed his hands on his head for a long time.
Yeah. But 4 runs nonetheless.
Shan Masood is. Well, I noticed him because he's down on one knee, just doing some stretching, but he's fielding at gully, and I don't think I've ever seen him at gully.
No?
No. Entirely sure why he's there. Not obviously to catch the ball, but he's not a brilliant fielder.
Okay. Connors again, just on the length. That's been defended back to him. Where does he normally field?
He fields at sort of mid-on.
Oh.
That kind of area, yeah. Billy Godleman's always at mid-off. He's at mid-off now. He'll be at mid-off to the right-handers and the left-handers. Always at mid-off, Billy Godleman. Lewis Rees quite often at mid-on, and then you might get Masood either on the boundary, just grazing and sweeping. But I don't think I've ever seen him in such a close catching position.
Connors again, just short of a length. That's been defended off the back foot by Rizwan.
I mean, he may be there to have a few words in Mohammed Rizwan's ear, mightn't he, as Pakistan teammates. They're flying off together to Sri Lanka at the end of this match to link up with the Pakistan international side. And he looks like he's talking. He might be chewing gum, but he looks like he's talking at the moment, Shan Masood. So he might be just having a little word with... He doesn't feel like it... Getting to know him over the course of the season, he doesn't really... I don't feel like he's a sledger.
No. Connors again, just full that time. It's been flicked into the leg side. Slightly aerial, but that's safe, and that's gone for another 4 in this over. So 2 4s in the over so far with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, just straying onto the leg stump, wasn't he there? Sam Connors didn't need to, and as a result, flicked away by Mohammed Rizwan. He's not going to miss out on opportunities like that. No,
absolutely not. He's got onto those flicks through the leg side very, very quickly, making the bowler's margin for error. There we go. Very, very small. Connors again. This is short. That time has got his hands well out the way of that, especially with 3 slips in the gully. Just being passed back around the field. But all those clouds have passed now. We've got some nice blue sky, which is quite nice.
We're not going to get into any interruptions at all today, are we? Which is exactly what we want.
So Gully's been moved into mid-wicket. Deep square has now gone out, and there's another man down at fine leg. They're just 3 slips now. Connors turns at the top of his mark. Madsen just short of length on his legs, just worked into the leg side, bringing a single and bringing the end of the over. Sussex are 36 for 2.
Till 2.
1 over until 2. Exciting.
Over, yes, I've seen the cake next door.
Oh, what cake is it? That's a real question.
It's like a lemon drizzle, it looks like to me.
I have been fancying a lemon drizzle cake, so I might have to have a little slice.
Well, yeah, you barely ate anything at lunchtime, did you? So you'll be all right. Just try to remember you're an athlete.
I mean, I'll burn it all off. It's all right.
Yeah, okay. We're going to jog home.
Nice 3-hour jog.
Yeah. So the final over before tea is going to be bowled by Anuj Dal. Bowled 1 over 1 maiden so far. Sussex are 36 for 2. They will not want to be 3 down at tea. They didn't want to be 2 down or even 1 down, but that's where they are. And Dahl just waits for Rizwan to settle over his bat, which he does now, and he's pointing towards he's not pointing at us. Dahl just bailed out in his delivery stride because Rizwan stood up. I think he's getting a bit of chirp out there now as a result. He's pointing at the man at point. That isn't why it's called point, I'm sure, but I think that's Hayden Kerr, but I'm not 100% sure. So Dahl is in and Rizwan drives it straight back to him, and he threatens to throw the stumps down because he takes it in both hands.
He's getting a little bit of movement there, actually. He's just swinging it into the right-hander.
I think we have now officially decided that it was Adrian who was moving in the written media box to our right. That's why Mohammad Rizwan forced Anuj Dahl to bail out. And goes Dahl again. I don't think it was. Bowls to Rizwan, who turns it into the leg side. In comes Alex Thompson to do the fielding. It's a long way down for Tomo. Big man. We'll see him, I imagine, at some point this evening, along with Mark Watt, who's currently at first slip alongside Wayne Madsen at second. Here's deploy gone. Comes Dahl again, and that was pushed out into the offside. Well, no, it isn't. That is Hayden Kerr. So Lear's deploy. Wow, he's down at third man. This is a man who took a record equaling 3 catches in the outfield in a T20 match recently. He's a very fine fielder. He's down at third man. Perhaps they're waiting for the big top edge. I wouldn't have him out there. He also took one of those, when they parry them back. Oh, it was brilliant. He comes in, Dahl, and bowls, and that's defended out into the offside by Rizwan. No run. Billy Godleman at mid-off, picks up, looks at the ball rather accusingly.
Yeah, you never seem to have your finest fielders down at third man.
No.
Or fine leg. That's crazy.
Sam Connors is down at long leg, but he's just been bowling, so that sort of makes sense. And he's a very fine fielder as well, Sam Connors. Yeah, I'm surprised that... he's coming up now, so he's coming into the slip cordon, so he won't be at third man anymore, so I can stop being surprised. He's a good fielder. He looks like he's got the fielding pads on, but I don't think he has. We have no need for them. Dahl is in, 3 slips in the cordon now, and that one's bang on target and pushed out into the offside by Mohammad Rizwan. No run. 1 delivery to go until tea. 1 delivery to go until Anuj Dahl can add to his 146 not out. 2 overs, 2 maidens, none for none. Yet to concede a run. Finn Hudson-Prentice will be interested in this because he's got one of the longest sequences of maiden overs for Derbyshire in recent times. This one is defended by Rizwan, and he does finish with 2 overs, 2 maidens, Anuj Dahl, as the players leave the field for tea. Derbyshire are so far on top in this game, it's almost not funny. 551 for 8 declared, 176 from Madsen, 146 from Dahl, 55. welcome back to Hove, where we probably haven't been anywhere, but welcome back to Hove anyway, where we're about to start the evening session, the final 32 overs of day 2, with Sussex resuming on 36 for 2. A small matter of 515 runs behind Derbyshire, who declared their first innings on 551 for 8. It was their 18th highest first-class score, not 19th. 18th highest first-class score. All sorts of records tumbling. 108 for the 9th wicket, unbroken between Anuj Dal and Mark Watt. Dal 146, a career high. Mark Watt 55. Dal had the 3rd highest score by a number 7 for Derbyshire in their history. Their record, the record 9th wicket stand, set by Maynard Ashcroft and Joe Humphreys in 1904, was broken. It was carnage. And it remained carnage when Sussex went out to bat as well. We're going to see Hayden Kerr for the first time from the Cromwell Road end, the Australian. He's going to be bowling down the hill. That's how he likes this. He's been bowled a couple of overs up the hill for 7 runs, and he's in and bowls to Alsop, who clips the first delivery after tee, away for 4 runs up to the mid-wicket boundary. It was a dive at mid-wicket. That's Sam Connors in there, but he couldn't get anything on the ball. He looks a little bit frustrated, actually. There's Sam. The ball has been retrieved by Lewis Rees. Dave Fletcher and Adrian Harms, your commentary team tonight. When are you back? Are you back tomorrow?
I'm back on Wednesday.
Wednesday? Well, I'll be all over by then. Well, it won't. It probably won't. But,
still be going.
Might get paid for half a day's work, but don't tell anybody. Here is Kerr in again and bowls. That one is a better delivery on off stump, pushed out into the offside by Tom Alsop. He moved on to 5 with that boundary. 40 for 2 now, Sussex. The boundary away to our right, which is on the leg side to the left-hander as he's facing with the bowler coming down the hill, is very short, and therefore you can score quickly away to our right. So
yeah, definitely can't bowl anything short to the left-hander here.
Absolutely not. Left arm bowler is Hayden Kerr, and that's defended again up to mid-on, fielded by Lewis Rees. So there's 3 slips. There is a man at point, that's Anuj Dal. The slips are Watt, Madsen and Deploy. He's got his hands thrust deep into his pockets. Bless him, it looks like he might be cold, Shannon. Billy Godwin was at mid-off, because he's always at mid-off. Mid-on, at mid-wicket, and a long leg away to our right. It was Alex Thompson. That one is pushed off the back foot up to Billy Godwin at mid-off by Tom Alsop, and there is no run. So only 1 fielder on the boundary, and that's down at fine leg. Alex Thompson, who took an absolute screamer of a catch at short 3rd man in the T20 on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Stunning catch, 2-handed, diving away to his left on Friday night as Derbyshire remarkably beat Lancashire. As Kerr is in again, and that one is off the inside half of the bat. Back to Hayden Kerr, who fields off his own bowling and then tosses the ball to Billy Godwin. He doesn't want anything to do with it, so he gives it to Lewis Rees to polish, because he is the designated Derbyshire polisher. Messages, what's going on here? Jack Timon. He's a colleague, as this one is turned into the leg side. That'll be 4 runs. Alsop just getting that one off the stumps and clipping it away. Hence the ooh, I think, from Hayden Kerr, who concedes a boundary at either end of his first over after tea. He's now conceded 15 from his opening 3 overs in county championship cricket, and Sussex are 44 for 2.
Dal will be bowling from C end for his first over after lunch. He had 2 maidens after tea, sorry. He had 2 maidens before tea. So he'll probably be hoping to maintain that maiden streak.
Absolutely. I'm doing something this week that I really shouldn't be doing. I'm trying judo out.
Oh, wow.
I know, darling.
Okay.
For a film piece and a radio piece. I'm trying several Commonwealth Games sports. I've already done netball. Nearly killed me.
Dart in right on my bed, just outside off. Push into the offside. That would be spicy.
Won't it? Yeah.
Have you ever done it before?
Judo? Goodness me, no. No, 7-ish on
wow.
Wednesday, I think. Thursday, I think.
Oh, wow.
I hope it's Thursday because I'm here on Wednesday. Yeah, it is Thursday. Good.
Dull coming in again, just outside off. It's seamed in a little bit, but just gone straight through to the keeper. How was your netball experience?
Well, I knew it was tougher than everybody says it is because I've watched a lot of it. My daughter played it and played it at university and all that kind of thing. So I used to watch a lot of netball. The idea of it being a non-contact sport is vaguely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Yeah, and I was being marked by the tallest girl there. She was really tall.
Dal in again, just on middle start there, worked into the next side, mid-wicket picks up.
So afternoon, Amy, if you're listening. I don't know whether you do listen or whether you don't, but if you are listening, afternoon. It was quite the experience. Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. It was outdoors and it was blisteringly hot. It was in the evening, but it was still really. I was goal shooter. I got a couple in.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a couple in. I should do really being 6'5", shouldn't I? But I'm not massively mobile. You might be surprised.
Right.
You're probably surprised to hear that, aren't you? But I'm not massively mobile.
You're okay. Goal shooter just needs to shoot goals. Dal just full van. That's been flicked into the leg side. Diving attempt by mid-on, but that's 4 runs. First runs from Dal's overs. Yeah, I was never goal shooter. I was always goal defence, so I was...
Well, I'm more of a destroyer than a creator, so I think I should have been goalkeeper or goal defence, personally.
They're fun positions.
And they wouldn't let me wear a skirt, because they didn't have a skirt for me, which I was hugely disappointed about. That was probably one of the main reasons I agreed to do it, in all honesty, so I just had to do it in my shorts. But, yeah, I'd like to have worn one of those skirts. Dresses.
Dal in again, just short this time. It's been pulled away, and that'll be another 4. 2 4s in the over with 1 remaining.
I think it's during T20 quarterfinals week when I can do another sport. Now, I don't know what I'm doing that week as far as cricket's concerned, and I don't know what I'm doing as far as Commonwealth Games sports are concerned either.
Or what sport would you like to do?
Well, I'd like to do cricket because cricket's in the Commonwealth Games, but I don't think they're going to let me. I think the idea is that I can't do a sport that I know anything about. Boxing's been mentioned, but I've already said no. I've already said no.
Just a flat no there. Dart in again, just on middle stump, and it's defended to bring the end of the over with a dot. 8 from that, so Sussex are now 52 for 2. Alsop on 9, Rizwan on 17, both having faced 19 balls.
I don't really know what else is in there. I mean, there are a lot of sports in the Commonwealth Games, but I'm not sure my back's going to be up to judo on Thursday, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I don't envy you.
No.
One I found fascinating actually in the Olympics last year was surfing. Loved watching the surfing.
Blimey, I couldn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then for rock climbers who literally just shoot up a wall like Spider-Man.
Yeah, I can't do that either, I don't think. I think I'm too big for that.
No.
No, I am.
I reckon you'd be fine.
They'll find something for me to do to make me look foolish on the radio. It doesn't take an awful lot, in all honesty. I've been in a cycling a velodrome.
Okay, that's cool.
Within the last 6 months, got up halfway up the banking round the corners. Absolutely terrifying. Bikes with no brakes, and they're fixed wheels. So if you want to freewheel, you can't. You've got to keep pedalling. And I forgot only once, but 52 for 2. In comes Hayden Kerr and bowls, and that is defended by Tom Alsop up towards mid-on. They're down to 2 slips now, Derbyshire. The man who fielded the ball was actually the mid-wicket, who is Leas Deploy. More recently, myself on the breakfast show host and Heidi Booth, one of the reporters, we did a swimming race, 25-metre swimming race. That was painful. 25 metres, pathetic. This one is turned into the leg side by Alsop for a single. He's into double figures now. He moves on to 10.53 for 2. Because it was for a video as well that went out on Facebook and Twitter and all those kind of places.
Yeah.
They kept making us dive in over and over again. And I was raw by the end of it.
Oh, God.
Only one belly flop, but it did hurt.
Yeah, you never want that.
Yeah. Anyway, things you do. I enjoyed the netball. I thoroughly enjoyed the cycling. That was quite an experience.
Yeah, that was really cool actually, being able to cycle in there.
And met Jason Kenny because he was there at this event that we were doing it for. Hayden Kerr into bowl to Mohamed Rizwan. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, but Hayden Kerr was about the only one who was interested in that. Wayne Madsen's got his hands on his head, but nobody else was particularly interested. He's bowling over the wicket, left arm over the wicket to the right hander. He's going to have to do quite a lot with the ball to make it pitch in line and go on to hit the stumps, isn't he? So
yeah, a lot is going to happen for that to be given LBW there.
I can't imagine he's doing enough.
No.
Cannot imagine he's doing enough. So Kerr's in again, and Rizwan gets right behind this ball and pushes it up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. The Derbyshire skipper picks it up, tosses the ball to Lewis Rees, who's fielding at mid-on because he's the one who does the polishing. So let's have a look. What was I looking at before? I'll tell you what we need to look at. We need to look at some scores. We already know that England have won the Test Series 3-0, a 7-wicket win today. South Africa are winning 203 for 7 against England at Thompson. That one is defended by Mohamed Rizwan towards mid-on, so Lewis Rees can start polishing immediately. That's a good toss and decision to field first by England. The test match, a one-off test at Thompson. They are off the pitch because of rain at the Oval and at Chelmsford, so we've got away with it here. As Hayden Kerr is in and bowls, that's defended again by Mohamed Rizwan. 53 for 2 at the end of the over. Rizwan has 17, Alsop has 10. Northamptonshire were bowled out for 451, Warwickshire 8 without loss in reply. Gloucestershire bowled out for 337, Lancashire 102 for 1 in reply. Nottinghamshire have just declared on 551 for 8, would you believe?
Would you look at that?
Well. They just can't leave it. They're obsessed with Derbyshire. So Middlesex will be batting soon. And the game at New Road is going to be over fairly soon. Worcestershire are 51 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 183, having dismissed Glamorgan for 139 earlier today. You have to do it, don't you? You just have to do it.
Dahl coming right arm round to the left-hander this time. It's just been pushed back to mid-on. A dot ball to start the over. Just turning back. Derbyshire's designated polisher of the ball is having a good old shine there.
You'll see him at some point. It looks like he's been shot halfway through an innings because he's got all the red dye from the ball across his stomach because that's where he polishes it.
Doug again, just angling it into that left-hander. Is defended by Alsop. Yeah, especially with the balls at the moment, they're not holding up as well.
No,
it's
rubbish.
Really important to look after them for as long as you can, just to make sure that it's just keep something in for the bowlers if the ball lasts a little bit longer. In Dahl again, just short outside. Just tried to punch that through the offside, but mid-off picks it up. And another dot ball from it.
There's a result from a T20 international in Dambulla, India women touring Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka have beaten India by 7 wickets. That's a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah.
India make 138 for 5, and Sri Lanka 141 for 3, with 3 overs to spare, 18 deliveries to spare. That's quite a thrashing.
Yeah, that is, especially only losing 3 wickets in a T20. That's a
Good
big.
effort by Sri Lanka, good for the women's game.
Dal again, in again, just outside off stump. It's defended. And another dot ball, 2 remaining in the over. Looking back to the top of his mark, taking his time. Absolutely no rush.
No, we'll not get finished by 6 o'clock, I can guarantee it.
In again, just wide of off stump there. Just tried to play that through the offside, but it's just stopped there and is being passed back around the field.
Sham Massoud there as he came in, he's got a smile on his face now. He always seems to be enjoying his cricket, in the same way that Mohammed Rizwan was enjoying his cricket when he was down on the boundary's edge down below us.
So again, just short of a length this time. It's been defended by Alsop, which brings the end of the over. Another maiden over. Sussex are 53 for 2. Alsop 10. Rizwan on 17.
He's been doing a few little warm-ups there. Lewis Rees, can bowl a bit of left arm, and he swings the ball as well. It's quite front on. I don't think it'll be long before they might as well ring the changes. Perhaps give the spinners a go. Mark Watt, I'm sure, would love a go with the ball. Alex Thompson.
Yes.
Lots of options.
Especially people who can just swing the ball early on. It gets batsmen in trouble for early on in their innings. Both of these haven't not faced too many.
Watt doesn't spin the ball much, but he gets an awful lot of drift. Here's Hayden Kerr, left arm. Oh, no, he's lost his run up there. Completely lost it. As Adrian was saying earlier, you can do that coming down the hill. He won't have probably bowled down a hill like this. I don't think many of the ovals in Australia are built on hills.
No, it's also the wind from the sea is really, really gusty.
So he's running into the wind but down the hill, which sort of negates the other. He's in now and bowls a full delivery. It's driven down the ground. There's a touch there and there's an appeal for a run out at the far end. Immediately Hassan Adnan shakes his head because Alsop was back in his crease.
That's one of the most unfortunate ways to get out, is when it's just been drilled back to the bowler. We've got a fingertip on it and just manages to hit the stumps.
Quite as unfortunate as Henry Nicholls in the Test match when he was caught off his fellow batsman's bat. He cracked it down off his bat and into the hands of Alex Lees, I think it was, wasn't it? 53 for 2. That is unfortunate. Kerr bowls, Rizwan defends, Kerr picks up. He's throwing it to Billy Godwin. That's the wrong person. Godwin gives it to Rees. That's better. Ball's got to go the right way. He keeps throwing it to Billy Godwin. Godwin looks at the ball and then just throws it away. Derbyshire skipper. It's not his job.
And he comes again.
Sorry, yes, well picked up. So I just got absolutely. There is still talk of staff cricket at some stage. Fletch says somebody from the cricket club. Well, I'd have to buy some. I could borrow some whites. I can't imagine that anybody at this club has the same body shape as me, so that might be tricky. But thank you.
Little trip down to Sports Direct.
Just to make another fool of myself. Kerr bowls to Rizwan, who pulls this round the corner for 4 runs. Just backward of square on the leg side. Nice shot, banged in a bit too short from Hayden Kerr, and not a particularly good line either. I don't think he has the pace to bang it in short too often. Hayden Kerr, if I'm entirely honest with you.
No, I think most batters as well, especially not having a deep square leg, it's basically just 3 runs there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Don't bowl it there. He's bowled Oh, no, he hasn't. That's Derbyshire. 4 overs and 4 balls now. 0 for 20, his figures. Way in now, the Cromwell Road end, and that's dabbed out into the offside back of the square, fielded by Derbyshire. Everybody thinks it's the last ball of the over, apart from the person who matters, the umpire, and the scorers, of course, quite clearly says ball to come on the score. But you can barely see it, but it definitely says one ball to come.
Definitely.
The sun is coming around now, so we're being dazzled by the reflection of the sun in the window, and it's also stopping us seeing the scoreboard properly, and that's complaining about sunshine in the summer. Kerr in, final ball of the over, dabbed at backward a square again by Mohammed Rizwan. Has your car got an alarm?
I don't know. I've never heard it before.
You don't know?
So, here we are.
See, I don't think mine has. But again, I'm like you, I don't really know.
No.
But because this is the first car I've had which is locked by pressing a button.
Really?
Yeah. I've had some shockers. I've had some real bad cars. I've had some real bad cars. You know what I'm going to do now?
You're going to go do your update.
I'm going to leave you by yourself again.
Perfect.
And I do apologise, Chloe, but
that's all right.
Hold the fort. Adrian will come rushing in. It'll be all apologetic, and we can take the mickey out of him. Oh no, he's here.
There we go.
There he is. I don't know how we're going to do this. Do you want to? If you take yours off.
Yeah.
So Chloe will take hers off and pass them to Adrian. What I'll do is, Dahl begins a new over, is take mine off. It's all very clever.
Yeah, because we'll have an update to do on BBC Radio Sussex. Very good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. Beautiful day here at Hove. The rain that's been a bit of a nuisance around the country hasn't arrived here at Hove, which is good news. And Sussex actually making good progress here. Mohammed Rizwan on to 21, Tom Alsop on 10. After those 2 wickets going down, Ali Orr and Tom Haynes back in the pavilion, as in comes Dahl. Running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop. Alsop covers up, plays down the onside of the pitch. Dahl fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. We love this view, Chloe. I mean, it is the best view in the house, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Right behind, well, you can see everything that's happening. You can see all 3 stumps from here. Yeah, and it's just the ground looks. I mean, Ben Gibson and his team just do an amazing job here at Hove. We walked across the outfield last night, and Fletcher was saying, "Wow, look at this outfield." I mean, it is the proverbial billiards table. Just looks magnificent. It definitely does.
In comes Dahl and bowls, and Alsop is forward and plays 2 mid on, and there is no run. Alsop on 10, Rizwan 21. These two coming together when Sussex were 27 for 2. If you're just joining us, Wayne Madsen making 176, Dahl 146. Derbyshire adding 108 for the 9th wicket, an unbroken 108, with Mark Watt making 55, batting at number 10 for Derbyshire. Here comes Dahl. Around the wicket, bowls, and Alsop drives firmly. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot by Tom Alsop, who's been one of the rare successes for Sussex. He's in all formats. Initially on loan from Hampshire. That move is now permanent, and that was a lovely shot, over-pitched. And Dahl cracked the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. He goes to 14, and Sussex do 61 for 2 in the 13th over? 14th over.
Yeah.
His mark. It's the 3rd boundary he's conceded. He's in again and bowls to Alsop and solidly forward and plays into the covers. There is no run, fielded by Billy Godwin. I wonder whether it may not be too long before we might see a bit of spin. I know we're only in the 14th over, but I just wonder whether Billy Godwin might think, oh, the ball is relatively hard. I noticed the over rate, which actually was fantastic for Sussex. They were +9. But the overs are taking longer to bowl. In this Sussex innings, in comes Dahl around the wicket, bowls.
Let's go to the county ground in Hove. Adrian Harms with the update.
Well, the better news for Sussex, Danny, is they haven't lost any further wickets, and a lovely off drive there from Tom Alsop, which goes for 4. He goes to 18, and Sussex are 65 for 2. Mohammed Rizwan with him on 21. Sussex earlier lost both openers, Ali Orr for 5 and Tom Haynes for 17, and were really rocking on 27 for 2. But something of a recovery being mounted now. Earlier, Derbyshire 551 for 8. Wayne Madsen 176, and Dahl well, making 146 not out. At the Oval, Surrey 673 for 7 declared. Kent in reply are 45 for 1. A wicket there for Sam Curran, who's having a good day. And just a reminder, England have won the Test match, beaten New Zealand by 7 wickets at Headingley, and have won the 3-match series by 3 matches to 0.
And so the ball-by-ball commentary continues at those matches on the beat.
In comes Kerr bowls to Rizwan, who works out into the offside. There is no run, and I'll let you pick up commentary, Chloe.
Perfect. Yeah, Sussex have managed to kind of slow the game down here. These two now seem quite steady after losing 2 early wickets, which is not the ideal start, especially when you're chasing 551.
It's rained at the Oval, because that was the score some time ago, wasn't it?
Kerr again, it's just a big swish about outside off. He's tried to cut it, but he's just completely missed it. It's gone straight through to the keeper. Yeah, looks like a little bit of conversation over him.
Could have easily got a bottom edge there, couldn't he?
Yep. Easily got just a little feather on it, that's all he needed. He was looking to cut quite tight there, actually. The ball was only 5th stump. So looking to play quite wide from him. Kerr again, just on that same line. He's defended that one back to him. I think he's learnt from a ball before that having a big swish at ball with 3 slips. And they've got quite deeply staggered, actually. They've got quite a lot, so it's quite an attacking slip cordon.
It's raining at Chelmsford, so maybe it has been raining at the Oval. Rain stopped play at the Oval today.
Okay.
So that's why Kent is still 45 for 1.
Kerr in again, that same line, and that slightly Fulham has been punched back, but have looked, but no run from it.
Well, we've been very lucky here, haven't we? You know, we haven't had Julian reported there were a couple of drops of rain, but we've been very, very lucky to get a 4 days playing. I just wonder whether we're going to get... So I can see Mark Watt warming up at first slips. I wonder whether we are going to get a bit of spin.
We possibly could just get a little bit of drift with a slightly newer ball. Kerr coming in just outside off, just defended. Looks like the umpire's given him a little bit of
again,
warning.
Again, it's looking at that line where maybe Kerr is putting his front foot.
Yeah.
And of course, coming left arm over the wicket.
He's going to end up in front of a stump.
Yeah, and certainly outside of the right handers off stump. So he's just getting a warning there from umpire Hassan Adnam, who was in a fairly heated conversation with Jack Brooks earlier on today, where there seemed to be a bit of an argument over maybe where Brooks was landing his front foot.
Okay, and again, just on that leg stump line, it's been just worked down to fire leg. He comes around and pick it up, they get a single from it, which also brings the end of the over. So Sussex are now 66 for 2, Alsop on 18 and Rizwan on 22.
Yeah, I think Sussex are making pretty good progress here, rattling on at a rate of over 4 and over. 15 overs gone, 66 for 2. It is going to be Anuj Dal who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground.
Yeah, they've done really well here, actually, just to really steady and just kind of start again.
Well, I think, yeah, absolutely. When you lose those 2 wickets so early on, a couple of emails have come in, which I shall read out in a minute. And it's Anuj Dal who's running in over the wicket, comes in. Also full toss and hammered down the ground by Rizwan. That should have gone for 4 runs, and he knows it. Full toss, and Rizwan's absolutely furious he didn't put that right. Sorry, I didn't see these emails a little earlier on, but I have got them and I will read those out. Duncan enjoying the commentary and banter. He says, I'm born in London, lived in Newcastle for the last 20 years, but I'm a big Derbyshire fan. I'll read this one when Fletch comes back in, actually. Dahl bowls, forward comes Rizwan into the offside, no run. Ian Arbour's been in touch. Hello Ian, he says, this is embarrassing to the point of laughable. We have half a team of has-beens the other counties no longer want, and the other half of youngsters who should be in the second 11 learning their trade. I think it's time someone got a grip of this club, says Ian, who's not very happy with the Sussex performance in this match so far. Rizwan and Alsop are doing their best to rectify it. Partnership so far between the two of 39. Dahl is in, bowls, and Rizwan covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Flips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Lots of blue sky around. I don't think we're going to get any hint of any interruptions today as Dahl trudges back to his marble. I say trudges, he's had a wonderful day. There's applause around the ground. I'm not entirely sure what the applause is for. Someone's making their way around the outfield. Is that Ollie Robinson? I'm not sure. In comes Dahl and bowls, and Rizwan is forward. A little uncertain playing under the offside, and there is no run. No, it's not. Who is it coming around here? Maybe it's Mickey Arthur. Light aircraft makes his way. Oh, it's a helicopter. Makes his way across the ground. He seems to be circling the ground and makes his way over in the distance towards the downs. Dahl comes in again, bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan is forward and plays his foot right to the pitch of the ball. Into the offside, there is no run. Total remains on 66 for 2. Just the 2 slips in place. Godwin looks at the ball quizzically and then throws it to Dahl, who also has a look at the ball. Away from us to bowl to Mohammed Rizwan. He's in and bowls, and Rizwan again covers up, plays into the offside. Good over. Well played by Mohammed Rizwan. Had to play every delivery. He did that very effectively. End of the over, 66 for 2. Alsop is on 18. Rizwan is on 22. You listen to live cricket on the BBC. The men out. Ali Orr for 5. Tom Haynes for 17. Sussex at one stage 27 for 2. Chasing the Derbyshire total of 551 for 8. Wayne Madsen 176. Andrews Dahl 146. And Mark Watt 55 not out at the end for Derbyshire. Sussex's chief wicket taker, Delray Rawlins, 31 overs, 2 maidens. He took 3 for 129.
Yeah. Kerr to continue from Cromwell Road end. In he comes. Oh, that's nipped in a little bit. He's done well to adjust and just defend it to mid-wicket.
Similar kind of action, hasn't he? I think Hayden Kerr to Sean Hunt, who's the Sussex left arm bowler. Just sort of a similar approaches to the wicket and similar pace.
Yeah, they do look quite similar. Yes, just the angle that left arm was created as well. It's just slightly different. It's one left-hander here, so it's just defended outside off. Played quite late. He's opened the face with a bat band, looking to possibly run it between point and slip there.
Gary Knight's been in touch. I don't know if you're still listening, Gary. Thank you for your email. It was sent in a little while ago, so I do apologise if you're not listening and I hadn't read it out. So he said, I heard your views expressed earlier about the season Sussex are having. And I was asked just for my views about how I thought things were going.
In again, just in the 5th stump line. It's defended into the side. Point get it. Point gets it and chucks it back to the keeper, who passes it back around the field.
Back in April, the coaches were asked what their aims were for the season, and the main goals were improvement and progression. As we approach the end of June, I think it's fair to say their goals have not been achieved. Winless in 20 matches is an indication that we are going nowhere, though I do agree that injuries to key bowlers have had an impact, says Gary. The only positive I can take is individual improvement by some of the younger batters, which is surely down to the batting coach Grant Flower.
In again, just outside off. He's tried to defend that, but it's ended up going straight through to the keeper.
Goes on to say the likes of Orr, Clark and Carter have all shown significant improvement, which is encouraging. However, the bowling is a different matter. At no stage have we looked like taking 20 wickets, hence the lack of victories. The influx of bowlers on short-term loans hasn't helped, along with the unavailability of Hudson Prentice and Carson. Says the patience support is running out very fast. You, Gary, for your mail.
Kerr again, just outside off, defended late by Alsop, 2 point. He's just giving a little bit of a shine. Passing it back around. Alsop here seems to play the ball really late under his eyes, but he also is looking to open the face of the bat. Just by how he's playing, he's just playing with slightly open blade, possibly looking just to run it down because it's a relatively safe shot here. In Kerr comes just outside off, and that's punched 2 point. And that brings the end of the over. Sussex are 66 for 2, Alsop on 18, and Rizwan on 22.
Yeah, the Derbyshire field is just trotting around in between overs here because the over has slowed considerably. We've still got 23 overs to be bowled, and whereas the first day we were finished, well, we bowled 97 overs in the day. We've still got 23 to bowl, and you'd imagine this is be looking at 6:15, something like that, unless, of course, we get some spin into this Derbyshire attack. But for the meantime, there's going to be Anuj Dal, who's carrying on. 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 16 for Dal, and he's on his way. Coming into bowl to the right-handed Rizwan is in a bowls, and Rizwan hits this straight back down the ground, fielded at mid-off by Billy Godderman, and there is no run. The runs have just dried up a little bit in the last couple of overs, Chloe.
Yeah.
Which I think Derbyshire will be pleased about because Rizwan was playing very nicely.
Yeah, I think we've just come back, we've just found better lines and lengths now. They just keep on nailing it. Yeah, we often say be good at being boring.
Yeah, he comes down and bowls, and Rizwan is caught behind. Is he? No, he's not. I thought for a minute he was caught by for a minute. And he drove all around that, did Mohammed Rizwan. Yeah. And he just looked anxiously behind, which made me wonder whether he got a little feather through to the keeper.
Yeah.
But he hadn't. Taken by Dal, a couple of seagulls flying in a circle above the ground. Nearly collided then.
Did they?
Well, I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure they knew exactly what they were doing, but it looked quite close. Dal. All that cloud building up at the front, that's all gone. I mean, incredible. It's raining. It's rained at the Oval. It's rained at Chelmsford. Dal in bowls to Rizwan, who clips this down to deep backward square stroke fine leg and picks up another single. He goes to 23. And Sussex to 67 for 2. We're reaching that stage of the day where the sun shines on the scoreboard away to our right. And for people like me who haven't got the greatest eyesight, it looks, the numbers look a bit fuzzy. They're okay at the moment. You're probably fine, Chloe. You can probably see them really clearly. But Fletcher and I yesterday were really struggling. Changing the field for Alsop, there's a short extra cover gone in and a ring of 3 saving one. Just the one slip in place now. That's been a favourite shot of Tom Alsop's. Dal in and bowls, and Alsop drives, and Dal fields well off his own bowling as well.
Dal's had a very, very good day today with the bat and the ball now. He's started really well with the ball, having 4 maidens.
Who's this down here? Fletch, is this Mickey Arthur down here? It is. Derbyshire coach, who's watching his bowlers at close quarters from literally just down below our commentary box. I saw Ajmal Shazad a little bit earlier on today wandering around. As in comes Dal bowls, forward comes Alsop, a good length delivery, played out into the offside, fielded by Watt, and there is no run. Good accurate spell this by Anuj Dal.
Yeah, he's definitely got into his groove very well here, and he just keeps on nailing in that line and length that they can't get away.
What they have done here, Derbyshire, is just stem the flow of runs, because we're just threatening to start to get away, but they've just tightened up their lines and lengths. Got their field right as Dal is in bowls and Alsop is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. That's a good over from Anuj Dal. 7 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 17. Sussex 67 for 2. Partnership between these two now worth 40. Alsop on 18. Rizwan is on 23. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Welcome to our live commentary on the BBC Radio Sussex and Derby. you may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, in which case you'll see it is the most glorious afternoon down on the south coast of England. And Derbyshire, having made 551 for 8, have already taken a couple of early Sussex wickets, both taken by Sam Connors. But in the last hour, certainly since tea, a Sussex fight back with these two. Well, Rizwan really the key here. Well, Rizwan and Alsop, who's been a tremendous signing for Sussex this season.
Is coming left arm round to the right-hander now. So just mixing the angle up into the pads. Yep, just on the left, worked into mid-wicket. He's got a fine leg, deep square leg. Someone in at mid-wicket. And mid-on, mid-off. Cover, point, and then to the slips. As he turns at the top of his mark, trundling in, his left arm round just outside on that 4th stump line, been defended by Rizwan. Two dot balls to start the over. It's beautiful blue skies now. It just looks like we're going to get more of it.
Yeah, well, clearly that rain has sort of skirted the... It's strange how it happens down here. Sometimes you can get rain. I suspect it was probably raining not that far inland a little earlier on, but we've escaped it down on the coast, which is terrific.
Kerr in again, just the 5th stump line this time is defended off back foot at 2 point. It just gives it a little bit of a shine. You could definitely sense the difference between Sussex and Derbyshire in the field. Derbyshire have a little bit more chatter, whereas Sussex field, and you could probably hear a pin drop.
Yeah, that session between lunch and tea was not great from Sussex, to put it mildly.
And again, just on that 4th stump line, it's tried to be worked by Rizwan into the leg side, but mid-wicket picks it up.
Should be with us shortly. I'm just sort of wondering whether Billy Godwin's the sort of skipper who might think let's get the spinners on whilst the ball is relatively hard. We're only in the 19th over. Yeah, I saw him warming up.
And again, it's just off stump, and it's been flicked into the leg side. Deep square comes to pick it up. We scamper a single from it. Yeah, so it could possibly be a change of bowler very soon.
Yeah, sometimes with it, skippers like to give a spinner the new ball, a ball that's relatively hard, just to see. Particularly in a situation like this.
Well, it's also good once batters have just started to settle in a little bit, just to change it up so they can't get used to what's being bowled at them. In Kerr comes again, just on middle stump, worked to mid-wicket, who flings it back to the keeper, bringing the end of the over. Sussex are 68 for 2. Alsop 18 and Rizwan on 24.
Do you prefer facing spinners or seamers, Chloe?
Actually, I prefer seamers because the faster it comes, the faster it goes.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But with the spinners, I'm one of those who does sweeps, reverse sweeps, paddle sweeps.
Right. Okay. Ramps.
Yeah.
Do you? Wow.
So I'm one of those. So I'm just busy against spin.
And those sort of shots, because we see it in the Test match a lot with Joe Root in particular, with all sorts of ramps and odd shots. Is that something you practice a lot in the nets?
Yeah, absolutely. I do a lot of practice over the winter because you play it and people think, oh, that's a very high risk shot.
Yeah.
Actually, if you practice it enough, it's actually quite low risk. And
right.
For me personally, they're actually pretty low risk shots.
That's really interesting because I even in a championship match, you see some reverse sweeping, you think, what on earth have they done that for? But I think you're right. As in comes Dahl, bowls to Rizwan, who covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, it's just about playing smart cricket there. I'm one of those who likes to kind of almost toy the field a little bit. because if there's a gap and I notice a gap, I'm going to hit the ball there to try and move the field around so I give myself easier options to score.
And you're conscious of that while you're batting?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first thing I notice when I walk into bat.
Here comes Dahl and bowls. Full toss straight. That's a good bit of fielding by Dahl. He's a fine cricketer, you know, diving away to his right, trying to deflect the ball towards the stumps, and there is no run. You were saying you were out in unusual fashion yesterday?
Yep, I don't think I could repeat that if I tried, to be honest. Yeah, I ended up playing a snooker kind of shot, tried to reverse paddle sweep ball.
Comes Dahl, bowls, and Rizwan plays onto the onside and picks up a comfortable single to square leg. Trotting back from the square leg is Alex Thompson. One more to Rizwan. He goes to 25. Tell us more.
Which is one of my safer shots because I practice it a lot. Normally end up getting 2 or 4 from it. And I've ended up hitting the toe of the bat, which has landed outside off stump, and then actually spun onto my leg stump. And I was in a huge lunge position. I had no chance of kicking it away, and I just watched it as it rolled onto my stumps.
And did the bail just drop off?
Yep.
Oh, that's horrible.
I just laughed. There's nothing you could do about that.
Dahl runs away from us, comes into bowl to Alsop. Alsop lets that go through to keeper Brooke Guest, and there is no run. Did the coach say anything, or?
Just laughed. Yep.
And how many had you made?
36 or 39.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So not too bad a day in the office.
We were talking yesterday to Nikki about, do you count your runs?
No.
No, okay.
No. I normally have a song going around in my head.
Right, what, the whole time you're batting?
Yeah, I get once.
Okay, in comes Dahl, around the wicket bowls, Alsop plays down the offside of the track. There is no run, fielded by Shan Masood. Wow, so what song would you have going around your head?
I actually can't remember. Some of the ones I've had this season, I think I had a bit of Celine Dion earlier in the season.
Really? Would it be the same song?
No, it's just whatever I hear in the warm-up.
Right.
I think it's called an earworm, where you can't get a song out of your head.
Right, okay.
And it just gets stuck.
Dahl. And did it help you concentrate? Dahl in bowls and worked onto the onside by Alsop, fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run. Another good, tight, accurate over from Dahl, who's now bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 18. Sussex are 69 for 2. Fletcher will be back on commentary in a minute. He's got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby, and it looks like there is going to be a change of bowling, and Fletch got it absolutely right, because it's going to be a change of bowling, and I think it's going to be, well, it looks like it's Sam Connors who's going to have another spin down the hill for Derbyshire with Sussex 69 for 2. So when's your next game?
Next game, I'm unsure. There will be a South East Stars game versus Sunrisers at Beckenham.
Right, yeah, sorry, I think you mentioned that. Yeah, okay.
Weekend.
Would you be involved in that?
I have no idea.
Right.
I'm hoping to be.
Right.
But obviously the girls did really well in the T20 competition.
Yeah, okay. You can commentate on Sam Connors. Let's see what he can do here for Derbyshire.
In comes Connors, bit of swing there actually. He's been flicked into the leg side. Deep square comes round and picks it up. He just sends it back into the keeper. Got a good little bit of in-swing there to the right-hander. Looks like they've been looking after this ball pretty well for it to still move around.
Does look a good player, Mohammed Rizwan, doesn't he?
Yes.
As he should. Pakistan international, both in red ball cricket and the Wisden T20 batsman of the year. Mohammed Rizwan.
Yeah, he just looks settled here.
Yes,
like
he does.
Just getting into his work. In comes Connors here, just moving it away from the left hand, who's left bat very much alone.
I'm sort of thinking of the way that this game might go, because Derbyshire making 551, so Sussex still a long, long way behind. For if Sussex is going to get anywhere near that, they're going to have to bat until, well, certainly all day tomorrow, you'd have thought, and a good part of Wednesday. So it's difficult to see how Sussex can win the game from here.
Yep. Again, in comes Connors, just on that leg stump. Just missed it. He's looked to flick it, but hasn't. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think Sussex will do ever so well to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way Sussex can win this game because there just wouldn't be enough time, even if they were level with Derbyshire, or then maybe they got 100 ahead and declared or something like that. But I don't think that's going to happen. They've just got to keep batting.
And again, just pinned him on his legs, but managed to get just a single from it. But angle for the left-hander is really hard because he's shaping it away and he's coming across the left-hander. So he's got.
I don't think that was the worst shout in the world, actually. I mean, I don't think it was out, but it was. He was looking to flick that down the leg side, and he had got across quite a long way. Hence, it was quite a vociferous appeal from the slip cordon.
Yeah, I think it landed just outside leg stumps. And again, Collins from the right hander this time, just defended under his eyes. So actually, he's getting a good bit of shape in the ball, is Connors.
Do you get a break, Chloe, at the end of the season? So would you have a break from training, get to the end of September, and then do you sort of pack it away, or are you back in straight away training?
We normally have a whole of October off.
Right, okay.
They tell us we're not allowed to touch our stuff.
Right, which is probably good.
Yeah.
Just get away from it all.
Yeah. It gets to about the third week. Comes in again. He's just flicked it into the leg side. Deep square comes and picks it up. It gets about the third week of October and I miss batting.
Right, okay. That's fair enough.
Also bringing the end of the over, Sussex are 72 for 2, Alsop 19, Rizwan on 27.
South Africa have recovered.
Yeah.
Thompson now 232 for 8.
Yeah. Madsen caps batting ever so well.
Yeah. She is 119 not out.
Yeah.
Good recovery by the South Africans. It's going to be Anu Dahl who's going to carry on. 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 18 from this C end of the ground. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Mohammed Rizwan. Just the 2 slips in place. He's in on bowls and driven away by Rizwan. He's a little lucky to get away with that, Dahl, because that was wide and Rizwan drove it straight at his countryman Shan Masood, and there is no run. Masood in there at short extra cover. 2 slips and a third man. Backward point, short extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. You sort of get the feeling here that Derbyshire know this is a really important partnership for Sussex.
Yeah.
Which it is.
Yeah, definitely. These two have just resettled it.
There's going to be further delay. Billy Godwin wants to change the field. Dave was saying this, they are quite slow with their over rates, Derbyshire. And Billy Godwin now wants to change in the field. He's bringing up his third man. We'll see where he comes up to. He has got the pads on underneath his trousers. The third man is coming up to point, and the point, I think, is going into short extra cover.
Yeah. No, only got one man on the boundary. Down at the long leg.
Yeah. I'm not sure who that is in there at short extra, actually. Comes Dahl, short, pulled away by Rizwan, and that's a very good bit of fielding down at deep backward square, because that's not where he intended to bowl that delivery at all, but it's a single to Rizwan, and Dahl rather got away with one there. 73 for 2. This is where it comes to the point of the day. It's quite difficult. I find it quite difficult to see that it is 73.
Yes,
yes, it is. Thank you. Rizwan goes to 28. The Derbyshire coaching staff down the way to our right-hand side. Ajmal Shazad, Mickey Arthur, and I'm not sure who the other gentleman is, having a chatter away. Dahl is in bowls and let go by Alsop outside the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest. And there is no run. We've got another 18 overs to go tonight. To say Sussex will be desperate to get to the close without losing another wicket.
Yeah, they definitely can't afford to lose another wicket before the end of play.
Rizwan's waving to the dressing room. I think he might want some new gloves brought out. As in comes Dahl, bowls, and Alsop covers up, plays into the offside, fielded there by Shan Masood, and there is no run. And now Brooke Guest is also signalling towards the dressing room and wants something brought out. Wondering if he's going to stand up to the stumps. I think he is. Yeah. The Helmet is being bought out. I can also see that warming up quite vigorously now is Mark Watt. So I think we're going to get some spin, and I think we're also going to see Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps to Anu's Dahl. Oh no, it isn't. It's Lewis Rees who's warming up. What's he done for warm up in front of us? It's just his exercises. In comes Dahl around the wicket, bowls driven by Alsop, not timed, and Dahl gets a hand to it in fields, and there is no run. Derbyshire will just be desperate to make the best use of this ball that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking after it pretty well. I don't think there's been a single ball where I haven't seen them shine it yet.
All turns. Game bowls, Alsop forward, plays out into the offside, there is no run. And it is the end of another Anu's Dahl over. I think Mohammed Rizwan's going to take the opportunity to get himself a new pair of gloves. Sussex are 73 for 2, Alsop 19, Rizwan 28. These two coming together when Sussex were 27 for 2, so a partnership of 46 between this pair. Anu's Dahl, 9 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 19. It's going to be another over from Sam Connors from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. All sorts of people warming up now for Derbyshire. Perhaps they're all trying to catch the captain's attention, but we've got a lengthy break here while Mohammed Rizwan maybe has a drink and maybe gets his batting gloves changed, which will do nothing to help the over 8, which is still showing as level.
Yeah.
But we've still got 18 overs to be bowled in the day as Mohammed Rizwan comes towards his crease. Fletch is back, so Chloe's going to have a break till 5:30, and then she'll be back on with Fletch. So thank you, Chloe, who'll be back to tell us more about her songs going around her head when she bats, which helps her concentration. And
curious, that.
in comes Connors, bowls to Rizwan, who's 4 players out into the offside. I should say, Fletcher, with Mohammed Rizwan with 116 on his back, the reason is that Jack Carson is number 16 for Sussex. And I think they found it was just easier to add a one. And Rizwan is 16 in the cricket that he plays, so they just felt it was easier to make him 116.
All weird cricketers, aren't they? All weird. Present company accepted.
Yep.
So that's
Connors down the hill, bowls, Rizwan covers up, plays onto the onside. I think actually Derbyshire here, Dave, have done well in the last half hour because they were just starting to leak a few runs after tea. And but one thing I didn't do was make a note of the tea time score.
36 for 2.
Thank you.
In the last 5 overs, Sussex was scored 7 runs.
Yeah.
And the run rate, which at one stage was
over 5
pretty decent, wasn't it?
Yes,
yeah,
it was.
It's gone down below 3 1/4, or down to about 3 1/4 now.
Yeah, I think Derbyshire have done well in that regard. Connors is in again, bowls, and Rizwan on the bounce, well fielded by Dahl, who's a fine athlete. Then they're at backward point. There is no run. Did you have a note of who'd scored what at tea, Flash?
Indeed, yeah. Alsop was on 1 and Mohammed Rizwan was on 9.
Thank you.
Did notice that, I don't know if he's still out there, I think he is actually. For the first time this season on a cricket field with the first team, Ben Aitchison is out there with number 11 on his back.
I wondered who that was. I thought I read the number correctly. Has he been injured?
Yes, he's had a back issue.
Connors bowls, Rizwan drives, that's 4 runs. Slightly over-pitched, and Rizwan forward and punched it through the offside. He got well applause because he's getting Rizwan onto the front foot, encouraging him into drive. Once it breaks the infield, the ball just races away to that short boundary for 4. Rizwan to 32. And the 50 partnership up between these two, that's 77 for 2. Rizwan 32, Alsop on 19. And that after Orr and Haynes were out for 5 and 7 respectively.
7 balls.
Bowls in bowls, Rizwan delivery pitching round about middle and off. Covers up, plays into the offside, fielded by Aitchison. I'm not sure who's off the field for Derbyshire.
Excellent. I'll try and work it out.
There's a light aircraft even makes his way sort of rather noisily across the ground. Going this over from Sam Connors. Where in this division, Worcestershire 74 for 1 in their second innings, leading the Walkham by 206. Middlesex in trouble at Trent Bridge, Notts making 551 for 8. Middlesex in reply already 32 for 2. Connors bowls, a lovely shot by Rizwan. That's probably, in terms of a class shot, probably one of the best shots of the day. Just slightly overpitched by Sam Connors and a beautifully driven on drive by Mohammed Rizwan. Everything technically was absolutely spot on about that. He didn't hammer the ball, he was just got his feet in the right position and drilled the ball down through mid-on for 4 runs. So 2 boundaries in the over for Mohammed Rizwan. He goes to 36 and Sussex now 81 for 2. That game at Trent Bridge, the batsman out Robson for 5 and Eskenazi for 4.
See what Nottinghamshire scored?
Yeah, 551 for 8.
Yeah, declared.
Exactly the same as Derbyshire.
Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. They can't let it lie. They're obsessed with Derbyshire. The player who's off the field is Hayden Kerr. I'm going to see a change of bowling. For the first time today, we're going to see the left arm, what is a seam bowler really, of Lewis Rees. Good to see Lewis back bowling again. He was only batting at the start of the season, you might remember. You might not, and why would you?
Yes.
He had shoulder and knee operations in the winter. But he bowled nicely at Chesterfield in both innings. Showed no reaction to that. Hasn't bowled in T20 cricket yet, but then again, he doesn't bowl much in T20 cricket. Bowling to Tom Alsop, who's on 19 from 53 deliveries. Mohammed Rizwan, 36 from 63. Sent the partnership over 50, now it's 54 runs, the partnership between these two. He's just moving his backward point and point. In fact, he's going to become the sweeper on the cover boundary. Is Sam Connors. He's quite got into position yet. He is now 2 slips, and in goes Lewis Rees, and that one is pushed out into the offside by the left-handed Tom Alsop.
I thought I'd seen him bowl. The game at Derby would have been at that Dame gave in 2019.
Yeah.
Lewis Rees took 5 for 63 against Sussex.
He's a more than useful bowler.
So it's about out for 231. That was the first innings. Second time around, I think he also made some runs in that actually.
Opening the batting. He's in now, balls to Alsop, who drives a little aerially, but he's got it in between the 2 fielders on the offside in front of the bat, and it's gone all the way for 4 out to the long off boundary, just to the left of the substitute fielder Ben Aitchison, and to the right of mid-off Billy Godleman. Raced away, but he won't mind too much if he's driving, certainly if he's driving uppishly. Just seen the off spinner Alex Thompson down on the ground, stretching himself out. He has a fairly, for an off spinner, he has quite the warm-up routine. Take him a while to complete it. Rees bowls, that's clipped into the leg side. It was 2 straight, in fact, straight onto leg stump, and it's whipped away by Alsop for 4 more. That was a nice shot. Moves to 27, 89 for 2 now.
Lewis Rees in that game, he took 5 wickets and he made 184.
Oh, steady.
Opened the innings with Billy Godleman, and the pair put on lots. They put on 274.
Wow.
That was a game that Sussex fell in a heap in their final innings.
They're going to have to fall in a heap here if Derbyshire are going to win this, because they're going to take another 18 wickets, Derbyshire, and at the moment these two don't look in any trouble at all.
No, they don't. You're right. Yeah, Sussex lost that game by 181 runs.
Still a lot of cricket to be played here, of course.
Huge amount.
2 days left of this contest. He's in again, and Alsop pushes this one up to Billy Godleman, who steadies himself and then hurls the ball to Brooke Guest. Mark Watt's turn to polish.
Well, I was saying to Chloe that, you know, in terms of how this game might develop, for Sussex to get anywhere near parity is going to take until probably close of play tomorrow. When you think about if
Oh yeah. Well, if they got there by close of play tomorrow, we'd have quite a good day tomorrow, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
We're trying to score.
Yeah, 400.
Thick end of 400 runs. That one is driven. It's past Aitchison, a dive. No, Mark Watt, I beg your pardon. They're different shapes. Past a diving Mark Watt, who's close in extra cover, but fielded by Billy Godleman. And Watt's just flexing his shoulder there, but it's his right shoulder, so we're all right. I'm sure it still hurts, but it's not the shoulder he bowls with.
It's a good nick, Tom Alsop, without wishing to.
That's very good. Bring that up, Adrian. I was about to resort to that myself. Here is Reese in again and bowls, defended. And Lewis Reese holds on to the ball despite looking as though he was going to hurl it in the general direction of the stumps at the far end. The over 89-4-2. Just trying to see what's going on at the far end. Big George Scrimshaw's running across the field with his bib on. You can see he's a 12th man. Sam Connors looks like he's going to continue. Mind you, I'm not surprised. He's only bowled a couple of overs in this spell. 11 runs he's conceded. What, just feeling his right shoulder after that dive. Yeah, he continues to be slightly. He looks all right. I'm sure he'll be able to bowl.
Sam Connors, 6 overs, 2 for 38. Running down the hill, comes in and bowls. And clipped around to the onside by Mohammed Rizwan, who's looking increasingly comfortable here. He goes to 37, Sussex to 90 for 2. Tom Alsop, high score of 113. I'm just trying to remember what game that was that he scored a ton in. I think it was 6th game, I can't remember. He's only averaging 30, but he's been playing better than that, and he's looks in good form here. He's on 27. It was against Middlesex. Collins in bowls. Alsop plays that away nicely through the covers. That's going to be 4 more. Lovely looking shot by Tom Alsop back in his stumps and played the ball beautifully through the offside and picked up another boundary. He goes to 31 and the run started to come quite freely again.
Yes.
So it's on to 94 for 2.
Starting to get a feeling of the game that these two sides played out at
Derby.
At Derby, which wickets, apart from when Sussex batted the first time, are very much at a premium, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, that was a game where, you're right, Derbyshire made 505 for 8. Madsen 111, Shanmatsu 239. Then Sussex were really bundled out for 174. Asked to follow on, and following on with 513 for 3. A massive partnership between Haynes and Chicheshwar Pujara, which was worth 351, I think it was.
About 1,000.
Here comes Connors, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I just wonder whether they might get the spinners into just have a look and just to see, really.
Yeah, well, I would, but I'm not a first-class captain. Still 15 overs to go today. The ball's only 24, 25 overs old, isn't it? So it should still be doing a bit. If it's going to be doing anything, it should still be doing something for the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. Wheels around, in and bowls, and Alsop clips this one away. There is a fielder now at deep mid-wicket, and it's just 1 more to Tom Alsop, who goes to 33, total to 90. Sorry, he goes to 32, apologies, total to 95 for 2. That game at Derby earlier in the season, Derby making 505 for 8. Sussex in reply were actually 62 without loss in the first innings, and they then lost 10 for 112.
They did bat appallingly, though, didn't they? I mean, it was a pitch in which there were plenty of runs in it, weren't there?
Yes, there were.
They gave us false hope by falling in a big heap there.
I think it was Easter weekend. As in comes, in fact, it was Easter weekend, played out to the offside by Connors. Because I went to Derby County
Friday,
on the Good Friday. Yeah, to see them play Fulham.
Yeah. And I was in Derby.
I think the weather was fabulous, wasn't it? It was, as it has. I mean, we've been very, very lucky with Championship cricket. The game at Leicester, which was the only game that Sussex looked as if they might win, when they got denied on the last day by a bit of rain, it didn't pour, but it was just the drizzle that kept them off. In comes Connors, bowls, and Rizwan covers up, plays out into the offside. There is no run.
Same old Leicestershire.
95 for 2 at the end of the over. Rizwan on 37, Alsop on 32. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio, Derby, Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, Chloe Brewer, your commentary team. Wicketkeeper Brooke Guest has just come down to have a word to Alex Thompson, the spinner, who might have thought he was going to get a bowl, but he's not going to at the minute because it's going to be Lewis Rees.
Thompson's now speaking to Godalming, and interestingly, or otherwise, a word on the boundary rope as Thompson with Ajmal Shahzad, he's the assistant coach, but he's always been the bowling coach.
I like Ajmal, spent 2 or 3 seasons down here.
Yeah, he's a good lad. Rees goes in and bowls, that one is defended by Alsop. Out into the offside, there's no run. Pinging around in all directions. The only man who stayed in the same position effectively the entire match, apart from the wicketkeeper, is Wayne Madsen, who's the solitary slip now, so even though he was second slip before, he's quite wide as the solitary slip. 95 for 2, 32 to Alsop, 37 to Rizwan. Alsop on strike. Packed outfield, packed offside, and the ball is defended straight back to Lewis Rees, who bends down and fields in his follow through. So on the offside, Anuj Dal at backward point. We've got an extra cover in Mark Watt. The cover in Ben Aitchison, who's still on the field. I'm pretty sure for Hayden Kerr. I can't see Hayden Kerr out there. And then Billy Godalming at mid-off. Obviously nothing to concern the coaching staff. We're all the way to our right-hand side. Rees bowls, and that one just squares him up a little bit. He was looking to play it into the leg side, Alsop, and he played it out into the offside instead. So a little bit of hope there that Lewis Rees might be doing something with the ball. Madsen behind the stumps, who always thinks there's going to be a wicket every single delivery that's bowled. Sufferable optimist. In goes Rees, bowls a full delivery, and it's met on the full by Alsop, almost falling over as he played the shot back to Rees this time. Poor old Leas Deploy's got the fielding pads on down at fine leg, ready for the spinners, and there is also a fielding helmet now right on the edge of the boundary, I noticed, so you do wonder how long it'll be before we see some spin. Rees goes in again. That's a slightly shorter ball, and it's pushed up to mid-on where it's fielded by Alex Thompson. Got the option of off-spin from Thompson or left-arm spin from Mark Watt. Mark Watt in T20 cricket has got all sorts of deliveries. Balls off 24 yards and all sorts of things. He didn't do it in the game at Chesterfield. He said you have to respect red ball cricket, which sort of suggested he doesn't respect white ball cricket, but I don't think that's the case. This next one is driven nicely for 4 runs by Alsop, and it's a no ball as well. Lewis Rees looks around and can't quite believe it, so 6 more to the total. And does that bring up the 100? I think it might do.
No. 99.
No, 99.
The umpire is just sending a message, I think, to the scores.
I'm not sure that they've added the 2 on for the no ball as well. That's what made me think it might be the...
Perhaps they didn't spot it, yeah.
Might be, yes, there we go. 101 for 2, and the 100 has been brought
well
up.
Well done, Fletcher. I can't catch you out.
Well...
Go up early in the morning to catch Fletcher out.
101 for 2, so the 100 is up for Sussex to general indifference. Around the ground here in Hove. Rees goes in again, and that one is pushed out into the offside. That's a good stop by Ben Aitchison, sliding away to his left and taking it in his left hand as well.
What's Ben Aitchison's injury, Fletch?
I think they called it a spinal bone injury, but I think that's in the knee. We're not sure. I never quite worked it. Yeah, I would just Google it. Spinal bone. I'm sure it was. I never got to the bottom of it, really. I don't think it was there. But yeah, he's been out for a while. I could be completely wrong there. Somebody could be. Oh no, spin. His mum might tell me, she'll be listening. That one is pushed out into the offside. Well, I assume Denise is listening. End of the over, dot ball to finish off with. He's now bowled 2 overs for 16, Lewis Reed, so a little bit expensive. Sussex 103 for 2 at the end of the over, which means there's still a considerable distance behind Derbyshire. Just a small matter of 448, but these two batting really nicely. They've put on 76 so far for the 3rd wicket. Rizwan has 37 of those, and Alsop has 36 of them.
Ben Aitchison will miss the rest of the season through injury, ankle ligament damage. That was perhaps.
That was last year.
That was last. He's had another one since then.
Yeah, that was last year. He was bowling at lunch up at Durham on a pitch that they'd been told not to bowl on because it was slightly damp, but they ignored that, and he went over on his ankle, and that was the end of him.
Oh dear.
Sadly.
So it's going to be Sam Connors who's going to carry on. He's been fairly expensive here. 7 overs, 2 for 40. He's picked up 2 wickets, but he's going to get the best part of 7 and over. He comes in and bowls to Mohammed Rizwan, and he goes for another boundary. Overpitched by Sam Connors, and Rizwan punches that away through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot again from Mohammed Rizwan. Total goes to 107 for 2. I think that's going to go up to.
Should do.
It's certainly a boundary.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go, and Rizwan to 41.
And the man chasing the ball round the boundary was Hayden Kerr. He's back on.
Connors again, bowls to Rizwan, hits the pad. There's a stifled appeal from Sam Connors, but the ball was always drifting down the leg side. No, I'm reading here actually that someone here is saying it was a spinal bone injury. Anyway, good news, he's back on the field. That's all that matters.
Yes, absolutely.
It's the one slip in place now. Wayne Madsen standing there. Here comes Connors again, bowls. That's a good delivery actually. Shorter, but a steepling bounce, and Rizwan thought about hooking it, and then at the last minute decided not to, and the ball just ballooned through to keeper guest. And again, there is no run. Just the one slip, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg. For those just joining us on a lovely afternoon here on the south coast. Sussex replying to the Derbyshire total. In comes Connors, bowls, Rizwan just eases that one through the covers and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Derbyshire making 551 for 8. Wayne Madsen 176. Anuj Dal 146 not out. Partnership of 108. Unbroken partnership, I should say, with Mark Watt, who made 55. In reply, Sussex 27 for 2, with both openers Haynes and Orr back in their pavilion. But since then, Rizwan and Alsop have really made batting look quite straightforward. Alsop on 36, Rizwan on 42. Derbyshire have gone with seam so far. We might get some spin as in comes Connors, bowls, and Alsop plays a nice looking shot, which equally well footed by Dahl, diving away to his left hand side. I thought that deserved a big round of applause actually. That was a good bit of fielding.
An excellent piece of fielding, wasn't it? He's a top player.
You know, that was 4 runs had he not fielded that, because there's no one else behind him. So I was probably slightly annoyed he hit the ball straight at the fielder. Connors in his 8th over, 1 more ball to go in this over. He's coming to bowl to Tom Alsop with his in and bowls, and Alsop just covers up, plays that into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. That's the 27th over of the innings. 13 remaining in the day. Sussex 102 for 2. We've been talking throughout the match about the ball and going soft and how batting will get easier. I think we are going to get some spin now, because I can see Brooke Guest is waving towards the Derbyshire balcony. I think he wants the helmet ball. He's waving furiously and saying, come on, 12th man, get down the steps and bring me out my helmet. But we're going to get a change of bowling, and I think it is going to be the half centurion, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Mark Watt's going to come on with his left arm spin.
Yeah. The 12th man has suddenly realised that the wicketkeeper wants whoever's on 12th man duty.
That looks like George Scrimshaw to me.
Okay, so George has brought the helmet on for Brooke Guest.
Finest tash in cricket.
Sorry?
The finest tash.
Has he?
Oh, it's magnificent. Right. Yeah.
What way? What? It's nicely manicured?
Just a beautiful, beautiful moustache.
Right, okay. So, we're going to get a bit of spin. Is this the first championship match he's played?
Second.
Second, okay.
Yeah, no, Hayden Kerr's making his debut for Derbyshire in the championship today.
Right.
Watt played at Chesterfield.
Right, he's got no name on his back, as Fletcher was saying, but he's
disappointed
bowl. Was
it me? Sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was you.
I have no idea. His first delivery, there was a big ooh and an ah from Wayne Madsen, but it didn't look like it was massively threatening. But then again, I can't see the stumps.
No, we can't. We can't see through the umpire. We need him to be transparent.
Oh, we do. We do. What is in again? And this one is a full delivery by the look of it that Rizwan manages to only push back to the Scotland International.
2 good deliveries. I'll try if I can see a bit better kneeling up.
I'm going to stand up on the desk. That's an interesting. I'm not doing that. This one is cut away and cut to the right of the man at backward point, who is Alex Thompson. It must have been in the air for quite a long time, judging by the hands on the heads as it went past him, but he couldn't get to it.
Yes, I don't think that was a million miles away. You know, it was a slightly loose shot from Rizwan.
Perhaps they needed Anaj Dahl fielding there.
Yes, that would have been interesting.
They'd have put dive in, I'm sure. His figures from Chesterfield come up here. What around the wicket, bowling to Rizwan, who pushes it straight back towards the bowler. There's no. His first-class debut for Scotland against the United Arab Emirates in August 2016. I can tell you that. He's in again. Rizwan pushes it out into the leg side, upfielded one hand, one bounce by Lears to ploy at short leg. 2 for 47 and 2 for 44 at Chesterfield in the 2 innings there as Derbyshire beat Middlesex. So, contribution. He's in again, bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside.
Very tidy.
Decent over.
Very quick
to begin with.
Yeah, quickly through his over. Just was a cut away for 4 from Rizwan, which we don't think was far away from the fielder.
I'm going to do my update, but I'll just show you the picture that my son's just sent me. He says he copped a sore one yesterday.
Ouch.
And that's a box that's been completely destroyed.
Ouch.
Mate.
Thank goodness he had the box on.
Yeah.
So, what have we got? Lewis Rees is changing ends, which is interesting. We'll be doing an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well. Chloe is back with us, and I'll make way for Fletch when he returns from his update. So, Lewis Rees back into the attack. From the Cromwell Road end of the ground. And to bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop, who's on 36, 112 for 2 at Sussex, as in comes Rees. He's in and bowls, and Alsop is rather squared up, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. We'll bring Chloe in a second, but we're just about to do our update. Slip, backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary.
With Adrian Harms watching Sussex at the county ground in Hove.
Yes, and the Sussex recovery continues, Danny. They're 112 for 2. Tom Alsop is on 36. Mohammed Rizwan batting very nicely. He's on 46. That after Sussex at one stage were 27 for 2, with both Haynes and Orr back in the pavilion. Earlier, Derbyshire making 551 for 8, with Wayne Madsen scoring 176. At the Oval, Surrey made 673 for 7, a century today for Sam Curran. In reply, Kent 85 for 2. They've had rain at the Oval earlier on today, but they're back on now, 85 for 2. And just a reminder, in the Test match, England won by 7 wickets against New Zealand. And in the women's Test match at Taunton, South Africa, are 270 for 8.
Thanks, Adrian. The ball-by-ball commentaries continue on the BBC Sport website and app.
Comes Rees over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Rizwan, plays it straight back down the track. And there is no run.
Thank you, Danny. Severe delays continue.
I'm just going to unplug that slightly because we'll hear the travel. Can you still hear the travel in your ears?
Yep.
Right, okay, we'll just connect that slightly.
There we go.
There we go, that's done. They'll probably turn it off in a moment. Well, I think Sussex will be very pleased, Chloe, if they can get through to the close here without losing any further wickets, and we'll probably feel they've had a decent end to the day at least, as in comes Lewis Rees running in from the Cromwell then bowls to Rizwan, who drives, and Rees fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. Mohammed Rizwan, who's yet to score a century for Sussex. I'll look up his highest score in a moment in the county championship. I think it's 79. Double check that. A few spectators starting to drift away. The others just staying. It's a very pleasant evening here.
Yeah, these two have recovered really well, actually. After being 27 for 2 at one point, they've done really well to steady it again.
Rees in bowls, and Rizwan plays that without timing to mid-wicket, fielded there by Watt. And there is no run. 6 off 79 balls, Mohammed Rizwan, and he's played some delightful shots during that innings.
Yeah, definitely. These two have played with very low risk. They've just hit what's been there. They've just gone around their business, looking quite steady after quite an unsettling start this morning.
No, absolutely.
At the start.
In comes Rees bowls, and a misfield at mid-wicket by Mark Watt. He'll be annoyed about that, and you can hear him cry. He was annoyed with himself. He's allowed Rizwan to come back for a couple of runs. I think there was probably always one run there. It was a misfield by Watt, who's going to bowl the next over. And Sussex 115 for 2. Also 37. Rizwan is on 48, within sight of what will be his second half century for Sussex.
Yeah, Watt to remain from the C end with left arm spin. It's quite good having a combination of spin and seam now. Just one end's getting through that overs, just dotting up with a spinner. It's good to see when bowlers bowl in partnerships, actually, because then there's no alleviation of pressure from either end if they keep on bowling dot balls.
As we got left 11 overs to be bowled tonight. I think Sussex has been quite happy here, the way these two are going. They're going on a very nice clip. What are they going on? 25 overs gone or 29 overs gone? 29, I think that is.
What come in, left arm over, it's just played into the leg side. Mid-wicket picks it up as Watt turns to the top of the mark. He's quite tall for a spinner. Very, very tall for a spinner.
Yes.
Left arm just outside off stump, defended.
I think he's asked one or two questions though, just in the sort of couple of overs that he's bowled.
Yeah, definitely. In what comes again, reverse sweep this time.
Oh, good shot.
Played down towards big chase, but he's not quite made it out. It's gone for 4. runs. Lovely looking shot, that.
It was a good shot, wasn't it? You know, you were talking about how the reverse sweep and these shots that we all from the commentary box say, oh, that's a risky shot, but actually you practice it so much, it was low risk, really.
Yeah, definitely.
Tom Alsop to 41. Yeah, Mohammed Rizwan's top score 79 for Sussex.
Oh, wow. What? In again, just outside off, defended by Alsop there. Back to him as he returns to the top of his mark.
He's made 2 test hundreds, 11 list A hundreds.
What again, just outside off, defended underneath Alsop's eyes there.
12 first class hundreds, so, but he hasn't made one in England. So he'll be looking to capitalise on a good pitch.
Absolutely. What coming in again, left arm over just outside off, defended underneath Alsop's eyes, bringing the end of the over just 4 from it. So Sussex 119 for 2, Alsop 41, Rizwan 48.
like the Derbyshire backroom staff have made their way into one of the corporate hospitality boxes around on the right-hand side. I think someone's had some seats and they're sitting right on the boundary. The problem here this week is that the pavilion is miles away in the corner of the ground, and there's some small little hospitality boxes, a firm of accountants there, and it looks like whoever was there has said, well, why don't you come and sit on my rather nice chairs? So they're sitting there in the sunshine, they need their shades, and I've got a terrific view of the cricket. It is going to be Lewis Rees who's going to carry on. Mohammed Rizwan within 2 of his half-century of just 80 deliveries. Just the one slip in place. As in comes Lewis Rees from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, left arm over the wicket, he's in and bowls to Rizwan, who drives slightly across the line to mid-on. When he plays a shot that he didn't intend to play, Rizwan always looks very annoyed. He knows that wasn't the shot and he's rehearsing the shot. Brooke Guest is making a point to Billy Godalming. I think it's a suggestion maybe of a field change. Yeah, Mohammed Rizwan has just wised up to that and looked behind and see what Guest was suggesting. He comes and bowls, and Rizwan again drives to mid-on. He did intend it to go there on this occasion. Fielded there at mid-on by... who's that all the way up there? Alex Thompson. Either way, there is no run. In the 31st over, Rees wheels around at the far end. He's running down the slope here at Hove. It's the right-handed Rizwan. Rizwan drives beautifully to mid-off. Well wielded as well, actually, by Godalming, who was very quickly round. I think gets in the throw, just trying to catch Rizwan out of his ground. There is no run. Fletcher's done his update, so he'll be back with us at the end of the over. I will make way. Lewis Rees in his 4th over, figures of 0 for 19, so we'll do some jiggling around with headphones at the end of the over. Lots of blue sky. We've been very lucky here. We haven't lost a moment in this match to the weather so far. As in comes Rees, bowls, and Rizwan drives again. He's got his line and length right from the Cromwell Road, and he did bowl an expensive over initially, Lewis Rees, from the C end of the ground. 4 dot balls in the over so far. Rizwan 2 runs for his half-century. As I say, top score in Sussex colours of 79, which was made here against Middlesex. In fact, Lewis Rees is changing the angle of attack, and that may be down to Brooke Guest, actually. I think he made that suggestion to Billy Godalming. He was making signals right through that over, and now Guest is coming around the wicket to bowl to Rizwan. He's in and bowls, and Rizwan is solidly forward to a ball of good length, played out into the offside, and there is no run. Total remains on 119 for 2. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, Adrian Harms, Chloe Brewer, Dave Fletcher, your commentary team, on a lovely sunny afternoon in Hove, quite breezy. As I say, the Derbyshire backroom staff have definitely taken over that little hospitality box down there. Good luck to them. In comes Rees, bowls, Rizwan, he sits on the pads. I reckon he might have got a little nick on that, you know. He was suddenly falling across his stumps, was Mohammed Rizwan, and that's a good over, a maiden over from Lewis Rees, who was just asking 1 or 2 questions of Mohammed Rizwan. Nonetheless, 119 for 2, Alsop 41, Rizwan on 48. Lewis Rees 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. We're going to have a little bit of a change around, so if you give your headset to Fletch, Chloe, and Fletch will then pick up commentary, and I'll pass my headset to Chloe.
Couldn't be simpler. Yeah, they've taken up the it's an accounting firm's box. The coaching staff enjoying themselves in the sunshine, and they get to the right of the ground here on the eastern side.
They're definitely taking full advantage of the sun. That's for sure. I don't know if
there's any free booze there. Here is, here is Mark Watt over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Alsop, who takes a couple of steps down the track and then pushes it out into the onside, where it's fielded by Alex Thompson, fielding at mid-wicket. There are 2 mid-wickets. There's a sort of regular mid-wicket and there's a shortish mid-wicket. That's Anuj Dal, the short one. Sussex in now. Watt on his way in, bowls to Alsop again. A couple of steps down the track, pushes it out into the offside, straight to Hayden Kerr. It used to be very easy to spot certain fielders because of their left arm throws, but now nearly everybody throws with their left arm.
Yeah.
Kerr, Watt, Reese, Deploy, they're all at it. This next one is pushed out into the offside, around from behind the stumps comes Brooke Guest and picks it up and gives it to Kerr. Polishes the ball briefly.
Yeah, we've got a girl who can throw with both arms and she has to warm both up in the walk-up.
Wow. Next delivery, reverse sweep comes out. It doesn't get very far either. It goes straight to the man who would have been sort of backward point or deep gully, turned into a short square leg. 41 from 84 now. Again, they just slowed the scoring rate down again, Derbyshire. It threatened to get away for a second time. They're bringing the man in from deep square leg. It looks like Ben Aitchison. Might be him. Watt is in again. Again, use of the feet, good use of the feet. Oh, and there's a dive there by Alex Thompson. He misses the ball. It's not going to get all the way to the boundary. I don't think it isn't. Lewis Reese manages to get there and stop it. And they come through 4-3. Thompson to stop that one with the dive. He is very, very tall. Couldn't get there. Had a very extended sports bulletin there because they went to live to centre court in Wimbledon at the start of the sports news, but just delayed me slightly more longer than I would have liked. Around the wicket comes Watt again, pushed out into the offside by Rizwan, straight to Anuj Dal, end of the Watt over 3 runs from it. He's bowled 3 overs for 11 now. And Sussex 122 for 2 with Alsop on 44. And Rizwan 2 away from his half century. He's got 48 as Billy Godwin has a chat with Wayne Madsen. About what, I have no idea, but he was definitely having a chat.
We're having a good old natter.
There's 2 senior men really in this side. So there is an official vice captain, as far as I'm aware. It's never been announced. The T20 side has a captain and a vice captain. Shan Masood's the captain and Leas Deploy's the vice captain, but in red ball cricket, Billy Godwin is the captain and it could be anybody.
Yeah.
Could be anybody.
Bit of chipping in from everyone.
Yeah.
Always find when you've got experienced players on the pitch, they always seem to chip in to the captain anyway.
We'll have a few meetings before the end of the day, don't worry.
Yeah. Reese. And it's been flicked and been juggling around, but that is out. Caught at mid-wicket. That's by Deploy there. That's not what Sussex need. In fairness, it was a poor ball. It's just a full toss. It's just tried to flick it there, but it's just been caught.
Strange.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah.
He's been batting so well, hasn't he, Tom Alsop?
Yeah, so Alsop goes for 44 off 86 with 8 overs remaining in the day.
If they could get a couple more, Derbyshire here, they'd be more than happy. It was a good catch in the end from Leas Deploy because he juggled with the ball. 86 deliveries, Alsop had been out there for 9 fours. And the applause is for a decent knock, but one where he would have liked to have gone on, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Do they send a proper batsman out or do they send a night watchman out? It seems a little bit early for a night watchman. It's 40. I was going to say 45 minutes to go. That's nonsense. With 7 overs to go.
Yeah, definitely not 45 minutes.
Oh, well, you'd be surprised. You would be. I wouldn't, because I've watched Derbyshire. They can go quite slowly at times. The ball was well struck at it's Ollie Carter who's come out. So he's down next on my scorecard, so that suggests that he's coming out when he should be coming out. But he juggled with it. It was hit hard.
Yep.
And now Leas Deploy is just gesturing across to the coaching staff saying, yeah, told you I was going to catch that. Hayden Kerr having a laugh with him as well. He's been out there with those fielding pads on all innings since tea. I think he's had 3 overs of Mark Watt when they've been used properly. The right-handers as well, that might help the Derbyshire bowlers a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, for England women versus South Africa, they have just got Madsen cap out on 150. So South Africa are now 276 for 9. Crease coming in from round. That's just been defended back to him.
Belong to go in the test either, can they?
No.
I thought. Close to Stumps.
Not too many.
Taunton.
He's just taking quite a wide berth, just turning around to get to the top of his mark. Then in he comes, striding in, just to get an angle, flicked into the leg side. Deep square has to work hard to cut it off here. They've taken 2 from it. And they've scampered through that second one.
Middlesex, who last time they were in the East Midlands, where they were at Chesterfield losing to Derbyshire, are back up there and at Trent Bridge, and they're 60 for 3.
Oh,
Reply
wow.
to Nottinghamshire's 551 for 8 declared.
Something about 551 for 8 today.
Yeah, can't let it go.
He's in again, just defended back to him. He's doing quite well with him. He's just created a different angle coming from left arm round. He's just shaping it into the right-hander's pads, getting it in at their toes, really. And it's really difficult to get away.
First bowling bonus point for Derbyshire, of course, with the 3rd wicket. They've now got 5 bonus points.
Crease in again, just on that same line and length, defended back to him.
And at New Road, Worcestershire 98 for 2 in their second innings. Now they lead Glamorgan by 230
Oh, wow.
with 2 days to go. So they'll probably bat until the middle of tomorrow afternoon with an insurmountable lead, or unassailable lead, and try to bowl Glamorgan out for a second time.
Crease in again, just slightly wide this time. It's been pushed into the offside, and that's been really well fielded by cover. He's fielded it and pushed it back, and they collect 2 from that. And that brings the end of the over. Sussex 126 for 3. Carter 4, Rizwan 48.
Yeah, excellent work by Hayden Kerr out there in the deep. The Australian had to get to the ball. It's that short boundary, and he had to get to the ball and then push it back into the field of play. And as Dahl's gone to give him a little tap. It looks like he's limping a bit to me, Hayden Kerr. I don't know what's up with him.
Yeah, not too sure.
Hope it's not serious.
No, it could have just landed a little bit on the rope.
Yeah. Let's hope it's that.
Yeah.
See Mark Watt continue from the C end here at Hove. See it at all this time.
That sun was. I was sitting over there,
It's
finishing
bright, isn't it?
yeah, finishing my cup of tea. Couldn't see anything.
No, it's incredible. It sort of rebounds off all the various windows and straight into our eyes for some reason, but that'll be to do with physics. So Mark Watt is in bowling to Mohammed Rizwan on 48. He defends this one into the onside. Bowler and Madsen both interested in something there, and Mark Watt's got his hand on his face as he walks back to his mark. He's got the slip and the short leg as the 2 close catches. Watt around the wicket again, and pushed out into the offside by Rizwan. Fielded by Anuj Dahl on the pitch that's covered with one of those Hessian mats that's going to be used for the T20. That's the pitch, not the mat. Here is Watt again, bowls, and it's pushed straight back to him. There was a sign on the way in today which said, "Do not chain your bike to the railings or they will be removed." And I'm thinking, well, why would you remove the railings just because a bike was attached to it? Here's Mark Watt around the wicket, bowls left alone by Rizwan.
That's brilliant.
just they've got police signs in proper English.
They have.
Cause all sorts of confusion. 126 for 3. Rizwan on 48. Defending this next delivery from Mark Watt. He's called up his square leg. He's on the boundary. Sam Connors.
That's tickled me, that has.
He's coming halfway. Sam Connors, as Watt is around the wicket, and that is cut into the ground and fielded at backward point by Sham Masood. It's a maiden over from Mark Watt. The first he's bowled, 4 overs, 1 maiden. 0 for 11 for him. 6 overs left in the day's play. Sussex 1 on 26 for 3. Carter has 4, and Rizwan remains on 48.
Yeah, he's been on 48 for quite a while now.
Seems to have been.
Yeah.
Certainly since Alsop was dismissed. Before Alsop was dismissed, he was on 48.
Yeah. 3 to remain from the Cromwell Road end. Has a fine leg, a deep square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, deep cover, and point, and then slip as well. So quite a generic field, not too attacking.
To bowl that hither, and Carter only faced 5 deliveries.
If he comes left arm round, just on that 4th stump line, has been driven to mid-off, he picks it up.
It's thinned out considerably. There's barely anybody in the Spen Karma pavilion now.
There was quite a few people earlier, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's not quite empty, but it's not far off now.
No. People might have popped off down the beach. Never know. Racing again, left arm round, is defended underneath Carter's eyes there. It's just being passed around the field. Yeah, that was such a lovely evening now. I've managed to escape all the rain at the Midlands. Well, everywhere else seems to have had today.
They had a bit up there and a bit in London and Essex. I don't think there's any around at the moment. Every game seems to be in play now.
Yeah. Reese in again, just on the off stump line there. It's been defended to point. It's just giving a little bit of a shine, just passing it around. Still, Derbyshire boy still looking after this ball.
Yeah, it's getting to that point, isn't it? 34.5 overs old now, the ball. It'll start to lose any hardness that it might have had.
Yeah, absolutely. He's coming left hand round, just on that off stump line again, defended by Carter. He's just not giving the batter anything here. No room to really score here.
There's deployed, testing out Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper's back with that throw. It must be all right because he's jumping around on the cover boundary. I think he fancies another bowl here.
Weeks in again, left arm round, just a little bit shaping into the batter bends, flicked too deep backwards square. He collects it and just get a single from that one. He's shaping it so Derbyshire boys looking after this ball. It seems to be paying off because it is still moving about a little bit. Still a little bit in it.
If anybody in the Derbyshire team can get the ball to swing, it's usually Lewis Rees. Just with the action that he has, he's very front on, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, especially with the angle that he's creating as well. From left arm round, just outside off, and is defended. And that brings the end of the over. 5 remaining in the day. Sussex are 127 for 3. Carter on 5. Rizwan remains on 48.
Derbyshire, who were in danger with Mark Watt bowling from one end, finishing by 6:15, they're now going to change the bowling. It's going to be more spin. No, it's not. It's going to be Hayden Carter, I beg your pardon. I thought I saw a 5, but it was the wrong side of the shirt. I thought I saw the 15, but it's 50. So Hayden Kerr is going to come back up the hill. He bowled a couple of overs up the hill earlier. Then he bowled down the hill. And now he's back up it. Just through his bowling action. One slip for Hayden Kerr now. Mark Watt's little spell comes to an end. Hayden Kerr's bowled 8 overs for 22 so far. Economy. Sussex, who scored just 8 runs and lost the wicket of Tom Alsop in the last 5 overs. Their eyes firmly on the close of play. 5 overs to go in the day. And Mohammed Rizwan on 48 at the non-striker's end. Ollie Carter, 5 from 10 deliveries, gets ready. Kerr bowls to him and he pushes it out into the offside. I'm not sure if it's going to go all the way for 4 as it's been chased down by Shan Masood. They've got 2. They might come back. No, they're going to stick with 2. Thought they might have come back for a 3rd there, but Shan Masood chased it down.
What would you like to see from Derbyshire then?
A couple of wickets would be nice.
Yeah?
A couple of wickets would be nice. I have to apologise to Hayden Kerr because apparently I've called him Hayden Carter twice. Hayden Carter came to Burton Albion on loan from Blackburn Rovers the season before last. And they're the only 2 Haydens I've ever commentated on, I think. So apologies. You're absolutely right, Messenger. Thanks for listening. 129 for 3. Hayden Kerr for It Is He. No, I've done it in T20 cricket as well. Definitely Australian, and the other one isn't. Kerr is in arm bowls. That's a little aerially, but out towards the long on boundary for 4 runs off the bat of Ollie Carter. It wasn't too much in the way of trying to play for the close from that shot, which is good to see. I don't think Derbyshire should be too worried. Very good, David McCardle. If Carter hits 6 or 36 and over, would it be Carter the unstoppable 6 machine? Very good. This one is they're a band. They were a band many years ago. Chloe, don't worry about that. It out into the offside. 133 for 3. I'm starting to tire now. 11 to Carter, 48 to Rizwan still. And 4.5 overs left this evening. Carter, there it is again. Kerr turns and bowls to Carter. Pushes this one out into the offside. Gets a single as Lears Deploy bends down to pick the ball up. Carter moves on to 12, 134 for 3. Perhaps I was saying Hayden Kerr to Carter. I don't know. I doubt it very much.
You're going to get yourself in a right pickle in a minute.
I'm just going to nip next door to see if I'm required in the 6 o'clock news. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. So you crack on.
Okay. Kerr turns at the top of his mark. In he comes. It's just defended by Rizwan, who is remaining on 48. Looks like I'm going to be rejoined by Adrian.
I missed the. I had to go and make a phone call, and I missed the Tom Alsop dismissal. So you'll have to tell me what happened, Chloe.
It was a full toss, and he's tried to clip it. It just got caught. He's hit it very, very hard. He's actually juggled it a little bit.
Where was he caught?
I believe. Didn't write it down, so I'm going to say mid-wicket.
Okay. Well, as I say, I literally was making a call and I came back and I saw a wicket had gone down. So I thought, oh no, because these two looked very solid, to be honest.
Yeah. Kerr in again, left arm round again. It's just driven to mid-on.
Mohammed Rizwan has been marooned, hasn't he, for quite a while on 48. Ollie Carter. The last innings in Championship cricket, he made 185 at Cardiff, followed by 88. That was his maiden first-class 100, so he's a player in good form. He batted 4 in Cardiff, batting 5 here this week. He's got the wicket-keeping gloves on as well. Big discussion going on between the Derbyshire players, whose over rate has not been great. They've done very well in this game, Derby. They've still got 4 overs to bowl. They're not hideously slow, but there seems to be various discussions going on about who's going to bowl and when.
Yeah.
Billy Godman is involved, wicketkeeper Brooke Guestin involved, Wayne Madsen is involved, as is Lewis Rees, and Lewis Rees is going to carry on bowling. And why wouldn't you when he's picked up a wicket?
Yeah, exactly. He's bowled ever so well.
Yeah, 6 overs, 1 made, 1 for 24. Lewis Rees. Mohamed Rizwan, as I say, has been on 48 for quite a while. But it's going to be Ollie Carter who's going to take strike as Lewis Rees wheels around at the far end of the ground. And he's on his way in the sunshine to bowl to Carter, who's solidly forward and plays into the covers, fielded there by Watt. And there is no run. Beautiful evening. Some lots of blue sky away in the distance, over the downs they are in the distance. There's all those cotton wool clouds, and they've stayed there pretty much all day.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? There's a little bit of grey.
Yeah, haven't really. I mean, there's quite a breeze blowing across the ground. As comes Rees again bowled, and Carter's beaten outside the off stump, and he was beaten as well.
Yeah.
Will find his way into the gloves of Brooke Guest. And a good little spell this from Lewis Rees. 1 for 24. And the 37th over. I think Derbyshire would have settled for getting 3 Sussex batsmen out tonight. I mean, if they could get 4, it's a real bonus for them. And they romped his Rizwan. He's on 48, currently at the non-striker's end. Rees in, bowls, Carter forward, plays out into the offside, fielded by the eager Watt, who throws to Guest. And again, there is no run, just the one slip in place. 3 men saving one on the ring on the offside. Some additional security of a sweeper on the cover boundary. The leg side, a mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg. In bowls, Carter forward. Again, a ball of good length, played out into the offside. Again, it's Watt who's very quickly in to field. But again, there is no run. Feeling, as Fletcher was saying, Sussex very much playing for the close here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point in trying to put many runs on this evening when you potentially have all day tomorrow to bat.
No.
Nothing would be worse than just losing a wicket ahead of that.
Here comes Rees again around the wicket, bowls. Carter is forward and eases that one through backward square leg. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2. They'll need to be quick. That's good running by Ollie Carter. Good bit of cricket all round actually. Good throw coming in as well. Right over the top of the stumps to Brooke Guest, but not before Carter's come racing back for a second run. He goes to 14. And Sussex to 136 for 3. The men out all for 5. Haynes 17, Alsop 44. Rizwan has been marooned on 48 for ages.
Yeah.
And he'll be marooned for a little longer as well. 1 more ball to go in this over. Rees is in bowled and Carter's forward, plays it down the track. There is no run, so 3 overs to go in the day. Fletch is back. So Fletch will come and join me and for our final change of the day. And we'll say, first of all to you, Chloe, before you go, thank you I hope you've had an enjoyable day.
No, it's been good fun, thank you.
Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been great having your company in the commentary box today. Good luck with the injury.
Thank you.
And we'll see. I won't be here on Wednesday. Fletch will.
Okay.
But we'll welcome you back on Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? What's the day today?
Monday.
Is it?
Monday's today.
I lose track of time. You're back on Wednesday. So I won't see you, but Fletch will. So we look forward to seeing you on Wednesday when Andrew Rayburn will be doing the honours for BBC Radio Sussex. So we've got 3 overs left. The first of those to be bowled by Hayden Kerr, who's running away from us, coming into bowl to Mohamed Rizwan, and Rizwan is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. In Derbyshire would be very pleased with their day's work, Fletch.
Yeah, they'd probably like another wicket or 2, wouldn't they, if they were being greedy? But it's not been bad. It's not been bad.
I was saying to Chloe, I was making a phone call and missed the Alsop dismissal, so perhaps you could.
Strange old dismissal. I think it might have been a full toss. He just bunted it straight to Leicester Blue, juggled with it, and eventually clutched it.
Kerr in bowls, clipped away by Rizwan, and this could be his half century. Plays it onto the leg side. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but they won't take a second run. Rizwan and Kerr collided slightly, or sort of bumped into each other, collides a bit strong. But no hard feelings, pats on the shoulder all round. One more to Rizwan, who goes to 49.
The bowler we haven't seen is Alex Thompson, the off-spinner.
You a bit surprised about that?
Yeah, a little bit, but what I suppose left arm spin is always a bit different, isn't it? So he's had a go.
So Ollie Carter, who was in good form at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, made 186, his maiden first-class 100, and then followed that up with 88, all in a losing cause. Sussex losing by 5 wickets. 5 wickets down in Cardiff. In comes Kerr over the wicket, bowls to Carter, who lets that one go outside the off stump. And there is no run. Yes, Gallagher won by 5 wickets down in Cardiff a couple of weeks ago. Sussex would have been in a sorry pickle had it not been for Ollie Carter. He didn't have the gloves on that occasion. Tim Seifert, the New Zealand wicket-keeper, was over for T20s. He was one of this sort of revolving door of overseas players Sussex have had. So Carter batting at 5 this week. He was 4 down there. He's got this very open stance as in comes Kerr, bowls, and Carter's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery, and as you say, I feel if Derbyshire could get one more tonight, they'll feel they've had a good day anyway.
Yeah,
they've had a very good day, but it would put the icing on the cake. I mean, it still looks to me to be a pretty good batting surface.
Yeah, no, there doesn't seem to be. There are no demons there.
No, there's not.
There hasn't even been a much variable bounce.
Yet. It's a hugely long way off for anything to be spoken about in this match, but I'm going to ask you the question anyway. As in comes Kerr over the wicket, bowls, Carter forward, plays him to the offside. I mean, Sussex have got to get to 400 to avoid any chance of a follow-on in the event that Derbyshire did bowl Sussex out.
Would they enforce the follow-on?
Well, if they're going to win the game, they would probably have to, wouldn't they? Because there wouldn't be enough time left, I don't think. Yeah. But their bowlers would be exhausted.
Yeah, they probably would. Which is, they've been using the bowlers in short bursts, really, haven't they? So, and they've got plenty of them.
And I guess that's why you do your winter training, isn't it? You know, that's why you do it. That's why you get yourself fit for the beginning of the season. Kerr in again, bowls, Carter forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, tidy over, just the single coming off of it. Sussex have rather ground to a halt. One's 37 for 3. Carter on 14, Rizwan on 49. Yes, because I think, you know, if Derby thought, well, hang on, we'll go in and we'll crack a quick 150. But that's going to take time out the game, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you're right.
And there just isn't that amount of time left.
You know that bowler I said we hadn't seen?
We're going to see him now.
We're going to see him now for 1 over.
Yeah.
2 overs left in the day. We're going to see Alex Thompson for the one and only time today.
But even allowing for that, Fletch, you know, if Derby, I mean, it's a long way, there's 2 whole days to go yet, but if Derby left here with, what have they picked up, 4 batting bonus points, plus 8 for the draw, that's 12.
Yeah, well, they've got a bowling point already as well.
So if they return with sort of 14, they'll feel they've closed the gap a bit on Middlesex, who look like they're going to get beat at Trent Bridge.
No, absolutely.
So it won't be a disaster, but, you know, if they could win here, that really puts pressure on Middlesex.
Oh yes, that would be splendid. They've already played Middlesex twice, drew at Lords, and beat them at Chesterfield.
Right, okay.
They've got Notts to come at home. We all know what happens when Derbyshire play Notts.
I guess Notts got to play at Middlesex. I'm not sure. Anyway.
No, I think they've played there. They've chucked it down, didn't they? And they lost the whole of the last day when Notts looked like they were going to win.
Right.
Came in a draw. Here is Alex Thompson bowling to Mohamed Rizwan, who's on 49, and he pushes the ball up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, the 6th bowler used by Derbyshire. Connors has bowled 8, 2 for 49. Hayden Kerr 10, 0 for 30. Anisdale 9, 0 for 19. Thompson in again, and that one is clipped by Rizwan. He's looking for this single to get to his half century. That's his 101st delivery that he's faced.
Well, he was on 48 when I went out the commentary box for about half an hour. So he's
been there a long, long time. Thompson steps up, slowish walk towards the wicket, and there's the half century. A beautiful drive out to the cover boundary, all the way along the floor, and he gets a nice little handshake there of his fellow batsman Ollie Carter. He was under 53, 102 deliveries. That was his 10th four. 101 deliveries, I beg your pardon. He hasn't messed about there. 10 fours in his 43. He's been doing some running for his teammates, but not much for himself. In comes the next delivery from Thompson, which is pushed up to mid-on once again by Rizwan. Lewis Rees does the fielding. I do like your laptop's sensational, you know.
In what way?
Well, it wants to update Windows now.
Oh dear.
I know. I don't think that's a good thing.
No.
Next delivery is pushed out into the offside where it's fielded.
I'll tell you what, that wasn't far away from. He mistimed that, you know, Rizwan.
Just a little bit aerial.
It was.
Yeah, a little bit
That's
aerial.
why when he hits a poor shot, he wanders away in disgust. It wasn't that far away, you know.
Now he's practicing a flamingo shot into the leg side, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. And the wicket comes Thompson to complete his over. Rizwan plays it into the leg side. They're going to get a single. There's lots of nobody wants to get. That's a little bit sloppy there as they were sort of messing around a bit.
Yes.
Sam Connors was pointing at Shan Masood. Alaj Dal was alongside him as well, and it looked like they were all going to leave it for each other. No damage done in the end. They do pick up a single. Rizwan moves to 54. Carter has 14. And 6 deliveries remain in the day, so we're going to get a reasonable finish. Sussex are 142 for 3, which means they trail by 409.
Yeah. We were saying earlier on, weren't we, you know, for Sussex to make the game comparatively safe, they would need to avoid the follow-on. So another 250 runs, which that's going to take them.
It's going to take them 2.5 sessions.
That's going to take them to tea,
at
least, and probably beyond tomorrow. So let's see how it goes. It's going to be Kerr. Hayden Kerr is going to bowl the last over of the day. He's running in around the wicket, comes into bowl to Mohammad Rizwan, who's solidly forward, plays that into the covers, and there is no run. So I think, you know, at this stage, if you were saying, how is this game going to finish? Well, I think we can discount a Sussex win. That's highly unlikely from here. Of course, you never know, but it would be unlikely.
They're going to have to bat, though, because even by the time they've wiped the deficit out at tea, they're going to have to bat for another two sessions after that minimum.
Kerr bowls to Rizwan, who plays to mid-on. Yeah, I mean, the only way you could see Sussex winning the game was if they were to score 650 and then skittle Derbyshire on the last day on a turning pitch. And I think
it's going to turn, is it?
I don't know. But that's a long, long way away. You never know. 3rd, 4th days. In comes Kerr bowls. Rizwan forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. We'll know a lot more about the possible outcome this time tomorrow. And Fletch and I will be back with you tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock. I think the forecast is reasonable, I think, for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think we're all right.
Lewis Rees looking at the ball as if to say, are you okay with that? And Kerr says, all right. 3 balls to go in the day. Wouldn't they love to get Rizwan now? Kerr in bowls. Rizwan flicks this onto the onside, slightly across the line from Mohammad Rizwan, and that was the reason for the howl from both the wicketkeeper and the bowler. So this is the 40th over, so Derbyshire will bowl pretty much the whole of the morning session and just into the afternoon with this ball. They'll have a new ball available to them soon after lunch tomorrow. That could be interesting. Come on, Hayden, say the Derbyshire lads. 2 balls to go in the day. Around the wicket, bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan is forward, well pitched up by Kerr. Rizwan forward, making sure I've got everything behind it. We're coming up to the last ball of the day. I think the fielder on the deep square leg boundary is coming up, and the fine leg is going a little squarer, so just a little change in the field, just to try and unsettle Rizwan with the last ball of the day. Standing right in front of us, number 50 on his back, is Hayden Kerr. He's keeping Rizwan waiting. You know, they've got 2 sort of shortish, straightish mid-wickets. There's Kerr is in, bowling to Rizwan. He's in and bowls, and Rizwan plays defensively into the offside. He looks at the bottom of his back, pulls off his gloves and makes for the pavilion. Closely followed by the rest of the Sussex players. Anuj Dal very sportingly goes and shakes hands with Mohammed Rizwan. Rizwan wanders off. His day's work is done. And the close of play, 142 for 3 with Carter on 14. Rizwan on 54, and we've had 40 overs of this reply. So, thank you all for listening. Thank you, Fletch. Great to see you. Good to see you.